am very delighted to have our first opening statement. It is Elisabeth Werner, the Director General for DG Agri from the European Commission.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Brussels. It's my pleasure to open the 11th annual conference on the financial instruments financed from the Common Agricultural Policies Fund for Rural Development. Let me start by saying that I'm deeply convinced of the importance of addressing the financing needs of EU farmers. Investments in their competitiveness and sustainability are investments into our future. More than 1.2 billion euro of public funds are channeled into financial instruments under the current Common Agricultural Policy, of which 700 million financed by the Rural Development Fund. This is already 60% more than under the previous period. But today we face challenges on many fronts. Geopolitical uncertainties, climate change, increasingly extreme weather events, animal diseases, just to mention a few. So we need even more investment. The vision for the future of agriculture and food recognizes this. A resilient and sustainable agri-food sector requires significant investment. Actually, the financing gap in agriculture was estimated to be 62 billion back in 2022, and this gap will only increase further. Apart from traditional investments, we therefore need innovative ways of financing investments in innovation, in new technologies, and in increased sustainability, particularly for young farmers. They are the key for Europe's long-term food security. So in the Commission, we are working on an ambitious investment agenda using the most efficient way public as well as private capital are being combined. We are also working very closely with the full spectrum of actors, institutional investments such as the European Investment Bank, the banking sector in member states, national administrations, but also, of course, research institutes, academia, farmers, agri-food businesses. What we, the Commission, are putting on the table for the EU budget for the period 2028 to 2034 is a new, modernized framework and a more targeted, simpler common agricultural policy. Building on our experiences, the Commission proposal maintains the current approach for the creation and use of financial instruments. We propose, in addition, that purchase of land, working capital, investments and startup support is eligible in the future. The proposal now opens the door to stronger synergies and more integrated support for farming, agri-food businesses and rural areas. Clearly, we will need to work together to see how these synergies can be put to the best use. And this conference today is an excellent opportunity to do exactly that. Work together to see how we can best address the financing needs of the sector, in particular the young farmers who, as our work on the upcoming strategy for generational renewal shows, face particular difficulties. I wish to thank the European Investment Bank for the good cooperation with DG Agriculture over the past years, and of course the 3 billion package announced at the end of last year. Thanks as well to all of you for joining the conference and for showing interest in these important topics, and I wish you a successful day. I look forward to hearing about the outcome of your discussions.
Next, we have another opening statement and a welcome from Jean-Christophe Laloux, the Director General, Head of EU Lending and Advisory Operations at the European Investment Bank.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome also from the EIB Group to this 11th FI-Compass annual conference dedicated to financial instruments under the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. I apologize for not being able to join you in person. Nevertheless, the EIB Group is well represented in Milan today, led by my colleague Gemma Feliciani. You have our full support and commitment. This year's theme, Financing the Transition to Resilient EU Agri-Food Systems and Sustainable Farming, is very timely. The financing needs of the sector are immense. Today's conference is an opportunity to reaffirm the role that financial instruments can play in delivering investments aligned with a common agricultural policy. For this reason, agriculture as part of the wider bioeconomy is one of the 8 strategic priorities of the EIB Group's 24-27 roadmap. We recognize, as an EU policy-driven bank, that agriculture is central to Europe's food security, environmental sustainability, and economic resilience. We support the entire value chain from farm to fork through direct lending, intermediated loans, venture debt, equity and guarantees, complemented by advisory services to improve project quality and implementation. Over the past 5 years, and in some cases backed by the InvestEU guarantee, the European Investment Bank has provided around 20 billion euros in financing to agriculture and bioeconomy sectors within the European Union. A key milestone in this cooperation was the launch of the dedicated 3 billion agricultural lending envelope announced at last year's annual conference in Madrid. This initiative, channeled through our partner banks, some of which represented today, is designed to empower young farmers, promote gender equality, and accelerate green investments in line with European Union priorities for the sector. Gemma will tell you more about our progress on this. Through our subsidiary dedicated to financing SMEs, the European Investment Fund, we have facilitated, by providing guarantees to banks, an additional 22 billion in lending and a further 1.4 billion investment in agri-food tech funds, recognizing the huge innovative potential that the sector holds as well. As investment demands grow and public budgets tighten, financial instruments must be further mainstreamed, especially through blended finance, combining EU and other budgetary resources with EIB Group financing and advisory support. Let me also take this opportunity to thank our colleagues from DG Agri on our excellent and fruitful collaboration, which I hope will continue for the years ahead. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. And now we have the real people in the room. So first up to the stage, we have Gemma Feliciani. She's already been alluded to, the Director from the Financial Institutions Department at the European Investment Bank. Gemma.
I'm glad I'm the first in-person person. So, buongiorno.
Good morning.
It's in Milan, this FI Compass conference, and it is actually my second time at an EAFRD conference. Last year in Madrid, and I'm happy and glad to see that many of the people who were there last year are still here this year, which means that the conference is useful and productive. Agriculture and bioeconomy are indeed one amongst our strategic priorities, as Jean-Christophe just mentioned, and in line with the EU policies, we believe that it plays a fundamental role for Europe's food security, for environmental sustainability, and for economic resilience. The financial needs of the sector are immense, and today's conference is an opportunity to reaffirm the crucial role that the financial instruments can play in supporting investments aligned with the common agricultural policy. With the growing demand for investment in the agri-food sector and the corresponding decline in public resources, financial instruments must be strengthened, and especially through the combination of EU funds and other sources alongside financing from, of course, the EIB Group. Last year at the Madrid conference, I announced a 3 billion lending envelope dedicated to agriculture. And specifically, we wanted to give it a focus on 3 elements: young farmer, gender diversity, and green transition. I'm proud to say that less than a year after, we've managed to approve 1 billion of operations under this envelope and sign 600 million across countries in Europe: Portugal, Spain, France, and of course Italy. And more are to come in Greece, in Romania, and we're also looking forward to an operation with leasing, again, pan-European level. Un piccolo inciso, permettetemi, in italiano.
Perhaps I could just briefly speak Italian to say that today we are also signing off a loan with Asti Bank, 100 million for the agricultural sector, with a particular focus on young farmers. This is part of the operations that we signed off this year. During 2025, also the EIF supported member states with the provision of new guarantees which are focused on agriculture, such as, for example, INAF2 in France, a program which aims at providing approximately 1.5 billion euros in loans to farmers. The EAF is working with the European Commission together with the InvestEU to provide more targeted interventions which will ensure that member states can channel their national EU funds into guarantee products which are intended to support the agricultural sector.
Our partnership with DG under the FinCompass mandate has grown from strength to strength. For over a decade, we've worked together on raising awareness, promoting more use of financial instruments in the sector, capacity building EAFRD, managing authorities and financial intermediaries, undertaking sectorial surveys and market analysis, and guidance and support on regulatory requirements. Climate resilience is another cornerstone of our strategy, and our recently completed FinCompass study on EU-wide agricultural insurance and risk management provided valuable insights into the growing impact of climate-induced losses in this sector. As risks intensify, the need for innovative, sustainable financial solutions, including insurance, has never been more urgent. In line with this year's theme for the conference, I would like to remind of two studies that we are currently undertaking under FinCompass. The first one is benchmarking and mapping of sustainable agricultural schemes and practices across the EU, supporting DG Agri's work on agri-sustainability compass. And the second is a study on financial instruments for developing sustainable agri-food supply chains. Both initiatives are directly relevant on today's discussions and reflect our shared commitment to advancing sustainability in agriculture. We are particularly happy to see that a large portion of the lending envelope that I was referring to earlier is indeed going into support of farmers in environmental sustainability, including organic and regenerative agriculture and resource efficiency, climate adaptation investment. Before closing, I would like to remind our efforts closely with the European Commission vision for agriculture food and for the proposal on the next MFF, which sets out a forward-looking, intergenerational approach to sustainable and competitive farming. We are proud to contribute to this strategic dialogue on the future of agriculture and remain committed to align our financing, mandate management, and advisory services with this European Commission objective. Building synergies between EU funds and the EIB Group investments is essential. Jean-Christophe mentioned, we continue to advocate for more use of financial instruments in this regard, as well as combining EAFRD and EU grants with resources from our lending, for example, in the form of interest rate subsidies, so that we make our financing more attractive for farmers in agribusiness and incentivize priority areas. In conclusion, I would like to thank DG Agri and all the partners that are here today for our continued partnership. For those of you who were at the aperitivo last night, networking aperitivo last night, I know that Frank mentioned that that was the real place to be, to connect to others and have fruitful discussions. I do believe that the conference today brings some value. So together we can strengthen the future of agriculture in Europe. So enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gemma. Yes, I also noted that Frank said last night was the place to be, but I will try to encourage you otherwise. And thank you for your presence. And we'll try to make it as high energy as possible, because with the panel discussions and some of the speakers, there will be opportunity for questions. But we've got two more speeches, first of all. And it is an honor now to welcome to the stage Alessandro Baduschi, who is Assessore for Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forests in the Lombardy region here in Italy.
Innanzitutto un saluto.
A welcome from President Fontana from Milan as the host of this highly prestigious initiative. I should like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important conference on the financial instruments for rural development. And I'd also like to greet everybody here, especially those who just spoke before me. The topic is undoubtedly innovative, and even more so for a sector such as agriculture, which I represent here in Lombardy. I, in my turn, are interested in looking at the current context and also future prospects. The Lombardy region perhaps was the first region in Europe to experiment with financial instruments in the implementation of the EAFRD, with a credit fund instrument which at the moment we are relaunching in our area to support investments in processing and marketing of agricultural products in favor of our agri-food businesses, a driving force of the entire agricultural sector. Just to give you a few figures. In this context, the agri-food sector in Lombardy is represented by approximately 7,000 businesses, which drive the development of 46,000 supply agricultural companies, with an added value understood as the difference between the value of production and the acquisition of raw materials is equal to 20% of the Italian total. As agro-industrial production, the figure is approximately 20 billion euros, approximately 16% of the agricultural total. The credit fund represents a financial instrument designed to strengthen existing reciprocity between agri-food businesses and raw materials. And the logic of this is reverse factoring, as is going to be better described when in-house Lombardy, our in-house company, makes their intervention. It's precisely with Lombardy that since June last year, we have been cooperating across the board to encourage access to credit for agriculture and the agri-food sector to improve efficiency of the allocation of public resources available, without, of course, this objective being dissipated into more private sector interests, resources which always, and I must underscore this, are inadequate to cover all the needs and the crises of the sector, if not of entire areas which we have to tackle. And I think that we have to realize that we have the green transition in front of us, animal welfare, and albeit commendable. We find that people don't take enough interest or enough care of the starting point and the impact of all this, which is avoided in other regions which don't produce the same quantity necessary to satisfy needs of the agricultural sector for the population as a whole. I should like to recall the specific nature, which despite its diversity of agricultural products and agri-food products in Lombardy, which is based on an intensive agriculture, the aim of which is livestock rearing for the production of meat, cheese and milk, with all the complex connections that this results in. So as the credit fund, we also have European resources from the EAFRD and another modulated instrument which is activated just with regional resources, credit for the agricultural operations. It's important to realize that in this system we need to involve all actors in the credit sphere, starting with the local banks and credit cooperatives, together with different stakeholders whom, after my intervention, are going to talk more about this on this stage. We know that despite there is a significant increase in the deficit of financing in our sector, and we realize that without focusing on this and delineating a sustainable future for European agriculture together, we need to ensure that we have the interconnected value chains in the agri-food sector. We hope that resources dedicated to agriculture will be focused in a single fund, because it's important that we realize this is a driving force in the sector as a whole. Coming back to Lombardy, which is in trying to show that you get a good balance between the private and public sector, it is something which we feel that in the next spring we should be able to focus directly more on the agricultural system, because we have to make sure that those who don't have a significant and certified balance sheet can also benefit from this. I think this is important, that we get a support which is tailored to the needs, and in the near future we hope that we will get the final results from the Commission proposal, which has been put out in the next proposal for the MFF. What we need, and I'm certain of, is that we have to go for a system which is broader, which includes political institutions, financial institutions at European level as well as national and regional institutions. And we should do our utmost to guarantee this stability, which is so useful for and necessary for Europe. Europe has to grow, it has to keep its sovereignty, it has to keep its self-sufficiency. And we think that this is a priority for the next round of European planning and programming. Thank you very much indeed, all of you, for coming here today.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. And our next talk will also be in Italian, and it's a delight to welcome to the stage Serena Tarangioli, who's head of the Italian CAP Network, Council for Agricultural Research and Economics here in Italy.
Good morning, buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. So just a couple of words by way of introduction of myself. I belong to the Italian Rural Network, and it's an instrument that the Ministry and the region have taken upon themselves within a process of studies, research, technical support and general improvement in the area. So now let me get into the nitty-gritty. The assessore before me gave us an outline of the situation in which we are now meditating. This event is part of that meditation. Obviously, we're talking about a major game changer with the MFF, particularly for Italy. And we're looking, however, at major decreases in resources for agriculture, particularly in addition to what we're seeing with regard to other European funds. Nor can we overlook the geopolitical situation in which we are now operating. I would say that we're seeing rearrangements of organizations ahead of us, and these will have certainly an impact on small businesses, over the short term and basically how the Italian agricultural system operates and works. So Italian agriculture, at least as far as we can see, and as we've seen over the past few years, Italian agriculture certainly features major values in terms of added value, positioning on the market and on markets, and enhanced competitiveness. The figures are telling us this. But at the same time, I think it's also true that Italian farming is located in a long, narrow country that's highly diversified and that features many, many differences structurally, dating back a long, long time. We're talking about small businesses, mountain areas, an abandonment of many farming activities, and very few young people venturing into farming. So just a couple of words to say that there is a need to reconsider public interventions. We need to reflect on the ideal instruments for doing so, and that's something that's up to us. And today's event will do so innovatively without focusing on classic mainstream EU investments. And on top of that, we also have set ourselves an objective. Only a few months ago, the strategic vision for development in food production, and the aims are extremely ambitious. We need tools, the right tools, to succeed. And I'm focusing on one. Assessor, I'm going back to something that you said. We were talking about food security and innovativeness, competitiveness. And these are pivotal at this particular point in time. And the proposal of the strategic vision entails mobilizing public capital, private capital in an innovative way. And that might be the best way to tackle this new scenario. However, I have to say that Italy starts with a bit of a handicap, lagging behind somewhat in the agricultural sector. There are still many issues to be faced, and it's a problem because we're talking about small businesses that struggle to survive, and this is an issue truly a very important aspect. We've heard gender issues, young farmers also mentioned, and based on our studies, we're seeing very few young people managing to make a living out of farming. So I'll overlook the importance of financial instruments because you know better than I do how important they are, and you can illustrate them better than I can. However, I did want to emphasize that Italy is not leveraging its potential in this respect because the CAP 2027 CAP plans have only been adopted by 6 regions in our country, and they are nationwide instruments, of course, such as those managed by ISMEA. Traditionally, many regions have their own instruments, financial instruments, and they do their job very, very well. But there is a great deal of potential that's underutilized and underfulfilled for many reasons. Generally, financial instruments equate to corporate investments. There's very little attention given to local areas, agricultural instruments and investments. And we're talking instead about networks of companies and businesses working together. And Italy is very good at cooperating and setting up networks for farming enterprises. So I'd just like to give you a few take-home messages and then wind up in order to leave more room for in-depth discussions. I think we need to work on financial instruments. A great deal of work is being done, but we also need to work in terms of communication and communication within the agricultural sector, because public finance also needs to run side by side with private investment. The agricultural sector needs to become more attractive. I mean, there are huge investments in high-tech. Why not invest just as much in the agricultural sector? Because we need to communicate that farmers do things. They do important things for our society. They produce a good environment. they produce food, more importantly, and food needs to be high quality and accessible, affordable. It needs to be democratically available. Everyone needs to be able to afford good quality food. Hence, I think this is what our starting point should be. We need to reconstruct the image of the farming sector. Just a few months ago, I've heard the Austrian agricultural minister saying that farmers are second to doctors in terms of the image they have in society. Anyway, obviously we need to invest in the supply chain. I think we need to think about the potential impact of these instruments, of financial instruments that can work with cooperatives, consortia, networks, and that broadens their horizons, involve more people. We're talking also about innovative guarantee schemes, the green economy. Of course, the green economy needs to be seen in terms of diversification of the current business framework in terms of environment, but also of competitiveness. And companies and their local areas, businesses, farms and their local areas need to be involved in the financial scenario that we're talking about. Now, on the subject of local communities, we often forget that farms are part of their environment, part of their local communities. And here we're seeing depopulation in rural areas. We're seeing a demographic wilderness developing, and farmers can't survive in areas where there is no population around them. So the agricultural policy can do a great deal in terms of developing rural enterprises and areas, and financial instruments, on paper at least, are designed for such areas. I think in going forward, we will need to add value, bring in services, new activities and businesses at the service of agriculture and the economy at large. And human capital is also equally important. I think all this is quite well known. What we need to do, though, is to perhaps take an innovative, a more forward-looking approach towards all of this. And we really need to redesign the way we consider financial instruments. So that's all I have to say at the moment. And keep up the good work.
Thank you to Serena. And now to discuss the new CAP legal proposal and progress with financial instruments for agriculture. I'm delighted to welcome on stage somebody you will already have met last night, if you were there at the event that everybody was going to be at, according to Frank, is Kirsten Rosenau, Head of Unit for DG Agri at the European Commission. Welcome.
Good morning to everybody. So great to have met a lot of you yesterday already. And warm welcome from the European Commission side. My Director General, you've already heard. But now it's a little bit to go more into details, what the future brings. Many of you have already asked me questions yesterday about that. And I have this great challenge to bring to you the new CAP proposal and what we do in financial instruments in 20 minutes. Not sure this is a challenge I can live up to, so I can give you some, let's say, of the major parts of this, and then whatever else you still need to know, you are very welcome to come up to me in one of the breaks and discuss further. But now, without much further ado, so one thing I think which is very important to start off with is what remains the C of the Common Agricultural Policy. So that's many have asked this before. So the common, so that is still something which is very important to point out, because what is all of this for? This framework that we're creating for agriculture in this in particular is to have a level playing field. So between all the European countries and regions that are operating into this. So you will still find a set of specific objectives, of performance indicators, of common definitions, very important for us in the area of agriculture. What is even a person considered to be a farmer? These things, so it's quite key. A common CAP toolbox, so with much more flexibility for member states and regions to tap into, let's put it like that. And also national recommendations. Then what remains, so at the member states regions, is very much like we had before. So preparation of basically the plan for the future and tailor the toolbox and what you have towards the needs of the given member state and the regions. So I think that's key to start off with, to say, okay, so there's the C, so the commonality and the common also of the agriculture policy. Yeah. So then what we've tried to do here, maybe you have to go back to this slide, so when you're a bit in a calm moment, but it's to basically put the financial MFF in one go. So all you have to know about the finances. And you will see that the Common Agricultural Policy is one of the few areas which has remained with a ring-fenced budget, so which is not the case for many other areas. So meaning there is a budget, a quite substantial one, which is 293.7 billion plus the unity safety net, so around 300 billion, which are ring-fenced and can only be used for actions under the Common Agricultural Policy. So that is key, so this ring fencing, I believe. And then, in addition to what is ring fenced already, there will be the opportunity to tap into the common resources. So it's true what was said already by some speakers here before. There is less resources which are ring-fenced to be available, that there's quite a number of opportunities to tap into additional resources. And this is not only for interventions that you know, like knowledge and innovation, which are key for modernization of the agriculture, which we work in, for leader, for community, at local level cooperation, and so on. Territorial and local cooperation initiatives, rural infrastructure projects, and so on. But maybe something I also want to mention is the crisis reserve. So you have seen that crisis events with regards to drought, with regard to wildfires, extreme weather events, they're becoming more and more often the reality, unfortunately, here, and we have to deal with this. And there is a specific agricultural crisis reserve available, which is not part of the ring-fence budget, which is also available outside. And this is quite important because this also refers to the restoration of agricultural production potential, which is key subsequent to events like that, while of course in the CAP we invest in all of the preventive actions, which hopefully help to mitigate these events. But this is maybe key to tell you, okay, there is a ring-fenced budget that we have managed to maintain, but there's lots of other resources to tap into that, and that we can also elaborate in the discussions. So now we're saying that the CAP is more simple, more flexible, and all of this. So now how is this going to be the case? So first of all, we're simplifying the farm support. So two funds are merged. There's much more flexibility now. There's easier access to support. So we have simplified the rules. So that is, I think, key. So you will see we have managed to slim down 200 pages regulation into 34. This already shows you that there's only framework rules available now, which can be filled in with national and regional specificities, as many of you have asked. So now I have already heard some people asking for further guidance in the one or the other area. So maybe this will be another period of adaptation, but for sure there is less rules. There's a reduced administrative burden, so there's less reporting and streamlined procedures and also controls, I should maybe say, and fewer requirements. So really this is a proposal for more autonomy, and I think that's key because that's what we need. I mean, every one of you has said that basically the instruments, they need to be ready to be adapted nationally and locally to the conditions that we have. Now, one of the key pillars of the CAP remains income support. Income support for farmers, it was just said by the previous speaker, so many can't still make a living out of agriculture, which shouldn't be the case. So therefore, direct income support will continue. So for active farmers contributing to food security, but much more flexible in design. There are specific groups we have said in the vision for agriculture and food that we want a more targeted CAP to those who are most in need. So it will be up to the member states and to all of the countries to define which are those specific groups which are most in need and to target the support to those. So we cannot go just having a bit support here and there for everybody. It's not at the agenda anymore. We really have to focus on those that are most in need. And that can be the young, the small, or the women, but it can be any other group that a given member state considers as those group most in need. There's also supposed to be mandatory degressivity and capping, so to really make sure that we have a fairer income support policy, so that we do not have farms who are at the top, who are very productive, who profit from economy of scales, but still get the majority of the CAP subventions. So that's maybe not the time where we can afford this anymore. There's also a focus on small farmers, where we have a huge administrative, let's say, simplification, where we can pay in lump sums, and where some of the requirements do not have to be taken into account for receiving the support. So it's a much simpler way of receiving funding. Then important also to mention here, so as I've told you, so this will be unfortunately very short because I don't have a lot of time. Normally these kind of presentations we have 2 hours or something, so I will try to squeeze it. But what is with the green architecture? Is the new CAP less green? No, it's not less green, but it's green in a different way. So before that, we had a conditionality that we defined at European level, which each farmer had to fulfill in order to receive direct payments. Then we had, in addition, eco schemes and climate environmental measures which go beyond the conditionality for which the farmers received funding. Now, what we have is different, is that there is still a level of conditionality, but not defined at European level anymore, defined by the member states. So that's key, because there was a lot of burden, let's put it like that, with trying to find equal rules for everybody to apply. So this is also part of this flexibility that goes to the member state. And what is important is parts of this can be paid from now on, which couldn't be paid before. So protective practices and even the coming up to standards for some parts of the farmers' population, especially the young and the new farmers, can be paid by the European budget, which was not the case before. And beyond that come additional commitments that every farmer can engage into in agri-environment and climate actions, and also in terms of investments, which can be financed from the European budget. So we're moving from obligations to incentives, or more incentives here, and there is a broader scope of what can be supported. Then maybe just this, also to take home. I cannot go into all of this, but to show you a little bit what this means concretely, because I know, discussing yesterday with a lot of you, that also in the banking sector or in the support sector in general, you define practices or key performance indicators in this area against which you provide loans or guarantees. So these can be examples, moving from soil practices to management of extensive grasslands, to when we go for the new facility of transition payments, transitioning to organic farming, regenerative agriculture. We also discussed that yesterday, if there is a common European definition of what this is. No, there's not. So it's for the member states to define what this means in terms of practices or indicators in a given context. Then maybe to provide an overview what's in this famous CAP toolbox. So you have in the center of this, which will be financed from the ring-fenced amounts for the common agriculture, a number of interventions. So income support, we have coupled income support, payment for areas under natural constraints, and so on. So key for us, which we also discuss probably further in the one or the other panel today, are the investments for farmers and forest holders, really key for the modernization and getting farms up to the resilience levels that we need. It was said there's an enormous gap for financing, so we have to invest further. So that's still part also of the ring-fenced amount of the CAP because it's key, but for farmers and forest holders. And the setting up of young farmers, new farmers, rural businesses, and startup. So these are maybe the areas we focus on. And then in terms of leader and knowledge sharing and innovation, which are also key, they're outside the ring-fence budget, but they will still be funded from the additional resources available under the national and regional plans that will be set up for the period post-28. Then something that is absolutely key, and that's almost at the end of the couple of things I want to throw in here on the next CAP, that I think every speaker before has almost touched upon. So which is key is attracting a new generation of farmers. So you know that probably that the average age of a farmer in the EU is 54 and growing. So we are in one of the areas where we have the oldest, let's say, active population. And there is really problems. So with access to land, with taking over of farms, with succession, with all of these issues, which has obviously also an issue with regards to modernization and investments. So because yesterday when talking with the member states about the income support, and also to be saying, okay, why part of the provisions aim at specific things, I showed a chart which shows the investment curve. And it was clear that most of investments are done by the farming population, or where the farmer is between 35 and 45. So then if you know that the average age is 54 and growing, it is clear that a large number of the modernization issues, they're maybe not sufficiently addressed. So it's high time to really do something about that. So how does the new CAP plans to cater for that? So first of all, there is a general generational renewal strategy coming out on the 22nd of October on the EU side, which is supplemented by national generational renewal strategies for each member state. There will be a more flexible definition of a young farmer. So that is really good, so that we can be a bit more flexible here, because a young farmer might mean something different in a given national context. And there's also the possibility under the direct income support to refocus income support on young farmers' needs. So really make sure that you have that as a focus and that you have a targeted group under the income support which is specifically dedicated to the young. And we have proposed that to be obligatory for each member state. What is also new is that there is a starter pack to provide easier access to comprehensive support to start and grow farm businesses, fostering entrepreneurship and new opportunities. And also, this is accompanied by something which is new, which is support to farm relief services, to improve a work-life balance and to overall well-being. And you know that farming is one of the most exhausting businesses, or can be. So to take account of that and also to finance a relief and make the profession more attractive, this is something which is absolutely also key to the proposal on the new CAP. So that's maybe all that I want to say in terms of that. I'm finished with my first part. Sorry. So now I'm still going to tell you something in 5 minutes or so on financial instruments under shared management, and maybe also the new opportunities that we will have. So first and foremost, will we refine financial instruments under the new MFF and how? Yes, of course. So they're streamlined and the approach remains voluntary. So there's a significant simplified legal basis here as well, not only for the CAP overall, but also for financial instruments. So you will find the common definitions, the general rules on financial instruments, and also the provisions that are more on how to administer all of this. And this is combined with what you find in the CAP regulation on investments for farmers and forest holders, for the setting up of young farmers, rural businesses, startups, and development of small farms, and the famous starter pack. So there's a simplification for combination of grants and financial instruments, which was very challenging. It should be less challenging under the new period. And also continuity of some main principles that we need, the reuse of resources, no pre-financing of grants, and so on. So that's important. So what's new? So some of the novelties are that financial instruments are to be justified with regards to corresponding market needs and their capacity to de-risk and leverage private capital. There's flexibility and simplified contributions between funds. So what is really important, I think, is that the working capital ceiling will be much higher than we used to have. So it's 300,000 euros in GGE for agricultural activities, and the performance is based on milestone and targets. So with regards to the CAP-specific rules, what you will see, it will be easier for all farmers with regards to land purchase through financial instruments. So this will not focus on young farmers anymore, where there was an exception for young farmers. Now this is extended to all farmers, so there's no more restrictions on the financial instruments. So the same in terms of the working capital, and financial instruments are accessible as part of the new starter pack for young farmers. So that's key. Then to finish up with some provisions that might also be interesting for the audience here, because it's not only the CAP and what we can do under the CAP with financial instruments, but there's of course also the Competitiveness Fund and InvestEU. So that's important. So here you remain basically with instruments that you knew before, but where there's a lot of financing available for budget guarantees and financial instruments. So there's a privileged option for the 4 windows, policy windows, for which agriculture is one. There's a strengthened scale-up facility targeting high-growth MSCs, mid-caps, and small mid-caps. And it's a very open architecture. So this means that we really rely on implementing partners such as the EIB group, international financial institutions, and national promotional banks. So many of you here in the room. So you will help us to implement this in the future. So that's key. And also in terms of the European Competitiveness Fund architecture and the investment journey from research to deployment, what is important, also maybe linking back to the previous discussion we had when I just showed you the slide on financing, there's a specific window. One of the policy windows is on health and biotech, agricultural and bioeconomy, with an additional 20 billion euros available for the competitiveness issues in particular, and for the issues I've mentioned before. So this is also something which we have to successfully tap in, not only for health, but for agriculture, and to exploit really the synergies for competitiveness and innovation. So under Horizon Europe, you have anyways the window on health, biotech, agriculture, and bioeconomy. But when we go to the deployment and the scaling up, so we have this additional window on health, biotech, agriculture, and bioeconomy as well, with extra funding. So then where are we with the simplification? So we are not waiting for the new CAP proposal to come up, but we also, in the meantime, we will do some things already to make the implementation of financial instruments easier. So, for instance, the working capital ceiling, if the simplification proposal of the Commission is accepted, as we expect, these provisions will already start applying in 26, so beginning of next year. So the VAT eligibility is, for instance, explicitly included here. And there will be much lighter provisions in regards for the audit trail and so on. So this is something that you can expect already to be operational as of 26, so beginning of next year. Then to really have a final word on where we are with the implementation of financial instruments currently. So just to tell you shortly that the situation is that we have many farms with liabilities. So as you can see here, the sectors with the highest liabilities are the granivores and the milk sector. And the higher the farm size, the more the economic size, more farms are reporting liabilities. So in terms of what we're doing, so you can see here that we currently have 12 member states with financial instruments operated with European funds. We would like to have many more, of course. We have expanded enormously in the past period, but the 2 billion are an overall goal, but we would like to go much beyond that. So we hope to have made these provisions also attractive for more of you to join. So just to show you the multitude of products that are operated under financial instruments, so from guarantees to counter guarantees to loans, risk sharing, but also in combination with grants. And what is very popular is the working capital loans and also the land purchase. So this is really key, and it's most of the member states operating this that are involved in this. And of course, we underpin this with a lot of analytical work that we do. So Gemma has already hinted to that, so I'm not going to go looking also at the time into details on this. But if you want to know more about one of the studies of a given product, so please talk to the Fee Compass people here in the room. They can guide you. And I'm looking forward to your questions in the discussion.
So does anybody have a question at all?
Thank you very much. Lena Girard, Food Drink Europe. I was wondering, because you presented the CAP earlier, saying that there is more potentially to tap into new funds, collaborate, cooperate at national level, maybe at EU level as well, with private actors in the green transition as well. I was wondering how you see the next steps then in terms of co-creating these new ways of funding, financing. Is it all left to national level, or is there ways to collaborate with you in the coming weeks and months?
So thanks a lot for the question. So I think this is actually key. So because the proposal is out and it seems a long time until 28 until it's applied, but it's actually not. This is tomorrow. So if we want to have a successful and well-working, let's say, line already, we have to develop it now. So it's not all left to the member states and the different regions. So there will be remaining the Commission's role of bringing the actors together at certain times, points in time, to discuss and see where we are, and maybe where we also have to see where we can carve out commonalities, or where are common needs and where focus should be. So it will be a dialogue between the European, the member state level and the regional level in the coming months and years, to make sure that once we start with the new framework, we can really start straight away and we do not lose time. And this is a bit the way we see it. So there are different ways of doing this. Of course, there are the formal discussions going on. In the framework of the discussions of the CAP, like I said yesterday, I was with the member states in the council working group, so soon it will also be with the parliament where we will be discussing that. But then there will also be scope outside of that, where we discuss with at different stages, be it in the different, in the yearly agri-conference where there's an opportunity, but where we will also call together in a different context the private stakeholders to see. So we have some mechanisms, for instance, we have where the EBAF, so the European board, which many of you are involved and which where you have helped us to come out with a vision on agriculture and food, which is going on. And there are subgroups of this, there are the civil dialogue groups, there's a whole array of groups in which also the discussion with the private stakeholders will go on. So to have a bit of also for us to have a view on what's coming out of this from the private world and the associations and so on. So.
Thank you for the question, Lena. Any other questions from the floor?
Good morning, and thank you very much for your intervention. I'm from Finlombarda. Certainly, the topic is crucial in view of the actors who are in play. And I should like to focus on a specific issue, particularly in the credit concepts. A lot of attention are coming up in the context of regional governance. I think it is very interesting when you're talking about this 300 million euros financing in the context of working capital in agriculture. This is something which is very important for us. And I think what is also important is access to credit, to have this possibility of ensuring that you get this private and public access. So I think we need to look into this in more detail, because the credit institutions area is very much involved in this. In Lombardy, we do have similar instruments, but with regional funds. So perhaps we could look at this also in context of European funding.
So thanks a lot. Yes, of course. So this is very welcome. So we are open here for any discussion, any questions that you have. And it was said by a previous speaker in Italy, you have some of the regions operating with European fundings, other not. So then it is to see, so where could the additional, then maybe, because if you have a well-functioning system already for some of the areas, but maybe there is still need for other areas which need to be developed. You've seen there's a large range of products which could be available, which go maybe beyond what you're already offering in the region, and which could in combination be a very valuable support for Lombardia as a region. So this needs to be discussed in detail, and we have to provide an ex-ante assessment for this. But very open to cooperate on this and see what are the possibilities to work together from European to regional level.
Thank you. We have time for one or two more questions. Question at the back of the room here.
Hello. My name is Agnes. I'm representing Latvian Farmers Federation, but I hope that I can represent farmers from all Europe. And I want to say thank you for all of us that we are thinking about the future for our countryside in Europe. But there are some things that I have noticed when I talk with the farmers, not only in Latvia, but also in Europe. What we are worried about, and it's most probably is not a good sign. But from one side, it's nice that each member state has larger possibility to create the future of the agriculture sector. But this is the point that we are, or the farmers are worried about, that all the fights we will need to fight inside in our membership when we will plan over how we will split and share this budget. So what I want somehow we have used that we have this common agricultural policy. We are worried that it won't be common anymore. So this is and I would like to kindly ask DG Agri and everyone to work with us, with the farmers and entrepreneurs in rural areas, and to explain as much as it's possible how the future will come. Because what we really, we are dreaming about stability in the sector. And just now we have used this period and all the instruments we have, and now we are talking about the next period and major changes in that, so it makes farmers stressful. And then there is the nature who makes us even more stressful. And it's all also don't help to become farming sector more interesting for newcomers. And then there is one more thing that I want to also put on the line is the leader approach and the non-agricultural businesses in rural areas. That's also a huge question that we, at least in Latvia, this is a huge question how it can develop on the next period. So, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think there's quite a few comments, questions within that. Thank you very much, Agnes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, in terms, in general terms, so like I showed you in the very beginning, so we believe very strongly that the commonality of the policy has been restrained or has been kept, but let's say focusing on the essential framework rules that we need to provide a common level playing field for farmers in Europe. So as you were saying, and a lot of the, let's say, elements in this, so the toolbox, for instance, that you find, these are all interventions we've operated now and we will operate in the future. So in terms of what is available, there's a large element of stability that remains, only that the design of this is now much more open to the specificities. And this was a long request by all the member states, also in the framework of simplification, to say there should be less detailed rules. So we need a commonality and we need the essential rules. Now, it's also, the process is starting, it's a proposal, so we will have a 2 years negotiation coming up, so it's also up to the different players in this to bring forward, what else and what additional could be needed. So, but it will be, and the first stop we already took this period with a new delivery model where there were where there's more emulation towards national and local specificities. And we have very carefully assessed the areas in which we think, okay, here it's really better for the member states to make their own choices. Like yesterday when we discussed with the different member states, including yours, the intervention on digressive area-based income support. So it was very clear, and it was very clear to see already from the discussion that the groups that the different member states think the farmers are most in need, this varies a lot from country to country. So only by this definition, instead of us saying it needs to be this and this and this and this group, so the only group that we've picked that needs an obligatory addressing in the terms of increased support is young farmers. So that has really been put out. That's a guiding line for all of this. And that's also to play back to your remark. So I think the provisions here, if you go through the different provisions, be it investments, being the income support, you will see that that has really been strengthened at European level. So that's the core. But for the other issues, so there is, maybe it's better to see, and it will, as you say, in every country be a debate on which should be those groups that are targeted, that are most in need. How should we supplement it with? How should we design this? It will be an increased debate. But we believe, seeing the different challenges we have in agriculture, of which there are some that are common to all member states, but many of which vary a lot across sectors, across different areas, across different group of farmers, it's better to leave that to the specificity. Yeah? So, and I mean, that is that. Then what you were saying with regards, that's why I put the investment slide back on here. So it's perfectly possible, and it will remain key. First of all, the leader is an obligatory intervention under the CAP. So even if the budget comes from the non-ring-fence budget, so it's an intervention which is obligatory for each member state to continue. And the leader approach will not change. So it will not be focused on a given specific group, but it will be as we had before. So bottom up in a given local context. So I don't think there should be worried about. And as you will also see, so support for instance, basic rural infrastructure, rural access, and all of that we had before is still perfectly possible, but without the ring-fence budget. And I acknowledge that there will have to be a negotiation between the Ministry of Agriculture and the other ministries involved, that's for sure. So because there will have to be a comprehensive plan for this kind of issues to be set up, but this has not disappeared. So, I mean, in terms of, say, you worry about that, so it has to be anchored into the national plan of each and every country in the different part of that plan. And that's maybe what is a change as well. So that's, there's a, let's say, there's a trade-off between elements that remain the same, that guarantee stabilities, and others where there's change, but also change necessary for a changing agricultural sector.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kirsten. Thank you for your talk. Thank you. And
That's
also
it.
for the questions. And we also acknowledge that is, in fact, the first time to have you here speaking at the annual Agri Conference. Now, next we're going to have a panel discussion discussing the stakeholders' view on financing the transition of EU farmers on the on-farm sustainability compass and the future of the European agri-food value chains. So I would like to welcome 4 people to the stage. Agnieszka Malizwiewska, the first Vice President Cogeca, Copa Cogeca, Rudolf Pulkstenis, who is the Vice President of SEJA, Cristina Tinelli, Head of EU and International Relations for Conf Agricoltura, and Arianna Giuliodori, who is the Director of Coldiretti. So each one of these speakers will speak here, and then after that we will hopefully have time for some questions as well. So I'll firstly invite Agnieszka to the stage to give a presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Agnieszka.
Gentlemen, thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here today with you. It's my first time in this conference, and I'm very happy that I'm here. I'm president of the Polish Chamber of Milk. This is their association in Poland. I'm from Poland. My organization represents 80% of dairy market in Poland, but in this case, in this moment, I want to speak to you as a Vice President Cogeca. Cogeca is the huge organization, European organization. We represent more than 22 million farmers and farmers' families, and also 23,000 European cooperatives. That is a really huge organization. And for this reason, our voice is important, because our task is not only support farmers and agri-cooperatives, but our goal is also to discuss, to make an expert opinion for European making process and decision. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 years ago, when we are talking about agriculture sector among the European Union farmers and association cooperatives, this world was completely different. Now we know what is the crisis. After COVID pandemic, after this situation in Ukraine, don't forget, we are living absolutely difficult and different time than 5 years ago. There is war at our borders. I know very well this because I'm from Poland, 50-kilometer city and very dairy area. When I work together with my cooperatives, is located 50 kilometers from Belarus border. And I see how difficult time we have not only all the European Union, but exactly in this region, all European countries region, which lives next to the war area. Geopolitical tensions, economic instability, this means more and more risk farmers and agri-cooperatives. Farmers and cooperatives face also higher production costs, more regulation, unfair trade competition, new pests and diseases, and finally, extreme and unpredictable weather events. Those challenges reduce income, destroy confidence, and stop the new investments. But we know very well, without being more competitiveness and without more investment, we never give good option, and we never survive as a cooperatives, as a farmers also. Agriculture is not only just about business. You know about very well. It's about security, independency, and stability. Europe's security depends on the food security. This is very important not only for farmers, but for all European citizens. This is the core of the information. This must be fully recognized by the European Union and national authorities. Farmers is a core. Food security is our future. Without food, forget about the defense, forget about security. We need to be independent about the food. We welcome the decision of the European Investment Bank to make agriculture and the bioeconomy top of the priorities in 2024-27 roadmap. We also welcome the 3 billion euro package for agriculture, forestry, and fishery, published last December. Now we must work together, farmers, cooperatives, EU institutions, European Investment Bank. This make sure this money reach to real economy. Invest should also support climate adaptation measure and be clearly targeted to agriculture sector. Cooperatives, this is the model which it's answer for this one of the extremely important topic. Agricultural cooperatives play a key role in market farming, more sustainable. Every time we are talking about sustainable Europe, sustainable farming, sustainable life, but agriculture cooperatives, this is answer for this topic. Cooperatives, they are created, owned, and managed by farmers. But we need also support because when we work together, farmers can get better price, invest and innovation, and speed up the green and digital transition. And cooperatives make our food system more resilient, fair and sustainable. To make progress, farmers and cooperatives need better income, younger generation, when we are talking about this many times, easier access to money and innovation, risk management tools, good basic service, and a fair quality life for farmers, especially for young farmers generation. Easy access to investment and innovation helps modernize farm, cooperatives, and finally, young generation, when we need so much life. Budget must be friendly. Budget must be easy also for access for the young people. And this transition is also very important because should be well-friendly. Ladies and gentlemen, the farming sector should be heart of fair competitiveness deal, ensuring incomes more profitable, productively and innovation. Only for this reason we will be ready for this green and digital transition. And unfortunately, when we see the new MFF, it's not provide to be more predictability for farms. We really very worried about the CIP, that the CIP will be weakened. So that this is the moment for discussion, this is the moment for talk about how we need to manage our future, how we need to manage future for the young generation. Because as you hear, the young generation, this among the Europe is 54, that it's not any good message for real young people who want to be a farmers and people who we made farmers. Despite many challenges, we are looking for the future with hope. We want to work together with European Commission institution, with banks, with making decisions, because we know without food, forget about Europe security and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ross?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vice President of CEJA, Council of European Young Farmers, based in Brussels. And I am also a farmer, a young farmer. And I was new farmer 10 years ago when I started my journey as a farmer. And surprisingly, maybe for you, I started it by working in a bank for 3 years. So on weekends and evenings, I went to my farm and started my journey and developed my farm within 3 years to make it full-time job. So yeah, it was a good start, but it had a lot of struggles there because there was not enough funds. The land access was difficult that time, and it's even more difficult now. And of course, the sharing of knowledge, it was something I needed to learn within the time I took part every month. So, despite farming, in 2018, I also started forestry company because the cash flow for farming was too difficult and maybe sometimes the depression was too high that there is no income for a long period of time. So thankfully for forestry income, I'm able to develop my farming faster. So despite these, I still had, So the difficulty to access finance has been identified by young farmers as one of the top obstacles in the establishment and development of their activities. Thanks to the work of FICOMPAS in 2022, we know that the financial gap within agriculture is 62 billion. And within these 62 billions, 22 billion is estimated for young farmers. So we need a lot of money to improve our farms. In CEJA, we have been advocating for many decades to address the gap and give young farmers the tools to access the finance they need. Well, there is no one-size-fits-all. I would like to tackle three aspects. The first aspect is we need to address the perception of risks in agriculture. Banks have shown reluctance to invest in our sector due to the higher frequency and the intensity of risks. Also, risks are well known. It's market unpredictability, higher frequency and intensity of climate disasters, pests and diseases, low bargaining power in value chain, and long production cycles versus short policy cycles. All of these are jeopardizing farmers' capacity to get a return on their investments, and it is no surprise that young farmers find it even more complex in a sector that is so capital-intensive, building a strong treasury able to provide cash flow, long-term planning, and risk management all at once within the first years of establishment is almost mission impossible. So, addressing the perception of risk starts with going back to the basics. We need public authorities giving the right signals to the market, more specifically, that there is a future in agriculture that is worth investing in. While it may go against the mainstream consideration of competitiveness, agriculture can be a highly competitive sector provider of added value on all sustainability aspects. We need market operators who put their risk-sharing narrative into practice by providing fairer prices and stable conditions to farmers in value chain. The second aspect is we need to build the capacity of young farmers. Young farmers have demonstrated their willingness to invest in the sector, equipped with an innovative mindset and unique aspiration to entrepreneurship. Assessing the toolbox remains nevertheless a challenge. First, few specific programs dedicated to young farmers exist, and that is good. That is why CEJA is so welcoming of any initiative from the EIB and other institutions that may nudge commercial banks to loan to agriculture at preferential interest rates with mandatory targeting of young farmers. The ongoing Pan-European Agriculture Program is a great news for the community of young farmers, but we need to scale it up and implement in more member state countries. Second, there has been an insufficient or difficult targeting of young farmer investments needs, illustrated in the absence of clear signals sent to the banks by regulation, but also the limited set of tools available to align farm environments with regulation, specifically when setting up on a farm. The most striking example remains in the livestock sector, in which many young farmers cannot access the investments to operate their sustainable transition. The third is that there is an urgency to adapt existing financial models to agriculture, which shows in the difficulty of adapting loan requests in agriculture in standardized environmental and social governance. From this perspective, the idea of dedicated prudential framework, but also the unlocking of additional advisory services for the drafting of business plans are two very important levers. Fourth, there need to be a tool supporting the decision-making on farm on the ground. That is why we are looking at initiatives such as the On-Farm Sustainability Compass. Using data to support decision-making in the direction of your investments is a powerful asset. Our thinking around the compass is simple. It should be a tool that enables farmers to make the right decisions on their farms, give them a clear direction of journey. And the third aspect is looking at the bigger picture. In many regions of Europe, banks are fleeing the countryside at a worrying pace, with the loss of specialized bank advisors. In my pathway, I was lucky to meet with advisors who knew farming. but it is not the majority, as banks are closing their branches in rural areas. Our investments in agriculture go hand in hand with other cohesion investments made by the public. Let's not underestimate the power that the EU has to give that signal to the markets and private actors. If we are not putting the right ambition into agriculture, into the development of our territories, we will end up backtracking on everything we have worked for here. The signal sent in July through the proposal of the MFF carries that risk and is a factor of concern for young farmers. The European Commission, by not aligning any minimum ring fencing for young farmers in its proposal for the cap, for the future cap, risks creating a significant backtracking on what we have achieved in young farmers' access to finance. But the goal is clear. If we make it possible for young people to invest in rural areas by providing infrastructure and services and creating the right toolbox, we will not only achieve our objectives in agriculture, but also give impulse to our rural economies. Such an objective should be implemented in every member state, regardless of their geographical situation, and that is owed to my generation of young farmers, and also the ones to come. Thank you for your attention. I'm willing to talk with each of you to find the best solutions for young farmers in future.
Thank you, Rudolf. Cristina from Confagricoltura.
Thank you very much. Grazie per l'invito.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks to FICAMPUS, the Commission, and the organisers of today's event. Confagricoltura is an association of farmers. We represent in Italy about 40% of all Italian farms. I am the Director of International Affairs, EU Affairs, and I'm also Confagricoltura is also part of Cogepa, and personally, I'm also the president of the working group for rural development of Cogeca, and I can also basically speak with the hat on of rural development of Cogeca. So I would say that at present, the farming sector is experiencing severe difficulties. We leave behind us a period that was even worse, from Russia's invasion of Ukraine onwards. There's been a growth in production costs, fertilizer costs, energy costs, gas and transportation. Employment costs have all gone up. And partly we've only recovered some of the costs through the sale of our products. And as we've already heard today, the financial gap, as the head of the unit of DG Agri has said, the financial gap for farms Europe-wide is about 62 billion euros. That's how much we fall short. And access to lending is extremely difficult too. So ahead of us we see situations where we are enduring the effects of climate change, leading to losses in production. In Italy, last year, the grain sector lost 7% of its output, and in places like Sicily, we lost almost 30% of our output due to drought. So we're talking about new challenges, new pathogens. Xylella has been a problem, but also nodular edema in cattle, swine flu, and other forms of pathogens have started appearing in Sicily. So we do need investment. We need investment in science. We're expecting the EU Commission. No, just a minute. We're also talking about new hybridization techniques in farming to mitigate some of the effects of climate change. So we're experiencing a geopolitical scenario that is extremely complex, and not just the tariffs coming out of the United States on many of our products. We also obviously have a Copa Cogeca and Confagricultura. We are against Mercosur, of course, and that could also jeopardize our production as well. Fortunately, we were able to put off by 1 year the enforcement of the regulation on deforestation. So again, this will be a problem, not so much in terms of production, but bureaucratic complexity. So the Green Deal caused problems for us. Gradually, the situation is becoming more settled, and we are very grateful to the Commission for the simplification package that has been presented, because it is exactly what we were hoping for in terms of simplifying procedures and reducing some of the burdens upon us due to good agricultural practices. In terms of the budget, the new proposal has been put forth. It's a new proposal in the MFF, and 1,200 billion is the budget for the next period. The planning period will be 1,900,000,000 euros. And the plan of the EU is to invest, but the budget allocated to farming will go from 380 billion to 294 billion, so a decrease. Yes, there is reinventing of our sector, but we feel that, at least based on what we heard before, there does not seem to be the acquis on the community side for agricultural policy. That has disappeared altogether. Now, going on to a situation of this kind where there's less money available, obviously financial instruments become a lever that can help us to finance our sector. We've heard that access to credit is difficult, and it varies very much because of bank regulations changing. Assessments of creditworthiness, credit ratings are very specifically defined, and they're not what they used to be in the past. It's something new for us. And so, in fact, we do need enablers, some facilitators to help us access credit. Now, at a time like this, when direct premiums are down, direct premiums have always been conceived as income support and able to provide the farming sector an injection of capital, which is what we need, because let's not forget that the agricultural sector, more than any other, advances production costs, anticipates them. So the problem of working capital for us and of the lack of cash flow is crucial. So we've got cap premiums based on the 2022 version have decreased considerably depending on the sector, and going forward there will be less and less money available to us, fewer direct payments, aggressive capping, starting from 20,000 euros, there'll be a cut on premiums. And so I would say that hopefully we will be able to use the financial instruments, and hopefully they will help us to access credit first and foremost, to access credit, as I've already said, and said that we need simplification as well. If a farmer has to choose between an intervention in the form of capital and a non-repayable funding form, the farmer has to be absolutely certain. I mean, the farmer will always opt for the non-repayable grant, but if the option is given to have funding through an instrument that is simple to use, because essentially the 2017 Omnibus gives us a regulatory framework that allows us to disregard certain allocation rules under certain conditions. So we need loans to be simple, immediate. Bankability is obviously decided by the banks. It has to be efficient and effective. Based upon all of that, we can create a different culture within our farms. And I think the defining factor, the discriminating factor, is this, and could lead average farmers, because here we're talking, I mean, we represent farmers, but all this could lead farmers towards an instrument that is not a non-repayable loan, but that gives them an accountability and responsibility. When farmers put forward their business plan, talk to the bank, start their due diligence process, or sort of due diligence process and start thinking in financial and economic terms, well, then at that point, it means that these investments will become attractive. And the key word for us is simplification and removing all the constraints, some of which were removed in 2017 by the Omnibus, in analysing and admitting and approving plans that can be funded through financial investments. Thank you.
And now we have Arianna from Coldiretti.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be on stage with you today. I come from Brussels, where I have the opportunity to lead Coldiretti Brussels office. And I would like to share with you a few thoughts, starting from the title of our panel. You know, I don't really like the word transition because it implies that we're moving from point A to point B. But that's not what farmers are experiencing. We are in the middle of an ongoing transformation, and we are confronted to challenges that evolve in our day-by-day activity. And so I would prefer to talk about transformation in the digital space, transformation when it comes to climate adaptation, mitigation. We heard a lot about challenges that we're facing this morning, and I am based in Brussels, as some of my colleagues here on stage. There's the Commission in the room. We are very familiar with those words like water resilience or, I don't know, decarbonizing or clean industrial deal. There's a lot of very nice words out there, strategies and all of these. But then we also have the chance as farmers' organizations to experience a very nice reality check when our farmers come to us with very pragmatic and concrete questions, because farmers do not wonder in concrete terms about water resilience, but they come with questions regarding how do I make my irrigation system more efficient to save water, because water is not only fundamental for our farmers on the ground, it is also a cost that they have to bear and they have to pay to produce. They wonder, how can I pass my farm to the future generation? We heard from Rudolf before. How can I pass it in a way that is economically viable and it makes sense to keep on being a farmer in the future? And for each and the many more questions that our farmers present to us as farmers' organizations and to us all as society, well, finance holds a lot of answers. But despite having so many efforts in place and despite the nice and innovative tools that are already out there, the data tell us that we are not succeeding yet in proposing the right tools to the farmers. Not yet. We are embracing the challenge for sure, but we are not getting there. What is not working? For instance, we saw from the data coming from ISMEA that investment fell by around 6.6% compared to the previous years. These are the latest data. We know that there are still requirements for high collaterals to farmers that are sometimes unbearable. I could only add a gender component to it, where we know that women are also experiencing particular issues in accessing finance and financial tools due to the fact that sometimes in some of the EU countries, the property of the land remains with more difficulty in the hands of a woman. This is also something, and then the banks require this to activate traditional loans. But so still, there are some very pragmatic issues coming from the banking system that still struggles sometimes to grasp the unicity of the agricultural system. But let's be honest, farmers are also reluctant sometimes to embrace those tools. And they are reluctant out of multiple reasons, including some lack of awareness, sometimes, but also the fact that it's still administratively very hard to go through the process. So, and that's where collaboration and room like this is so important, because we can work together, we can cooperate and come up with innovative tools that are making the tools accessible, affordable, and innovative for the farmers. I would also add another step. At Coldiretti, we have launched the idea of cooperation along the value chain, launching Filiera Italia, that gathers economic actors also from the processing industry, so to grow in the value chain with this vision that we need to deliver the right value to the farmers. We need to work creatively on financial tools on value chains so that we can invest and distribute the value back to farmers and making it more viable for them to remain in the system. But despite all of these nice efforts and vision and strategies, let's be clear. The nice words don't match with the reality. I'm grateful to the Commission that presented the proposal, but the truth is that this proposal for a financial framework is a direct attack on farmers. It's a political statement that farming is no longer relevant to the European Union, that we are denying the pillar upon which we have built our European Union, despite keeping on saying that we love the farmers. Yes, we love them, but we have basically erased the policy and we're proposing to transform it into a set of tools, which is basically a program that will be run by member states, and where the vision of the EU, the joint effort of being in a single market, will be threatened. So that's why, with this proposal on the table, it would be very, very difficult for us to pursue all of these goals in terms of transformation and meeting the goals that we have, including investments and support for investments. There's too much that remains unclear and in the hands of member states, including how much co-financing will be put on the table. So member states that have more availabilities will have more opportunities to eventually support their farmers, while others that are struggling more will probably decide not to go outside what is mandatory in the so-called ring fence. And competition will be fierce with all our fellow people, families, our communities in rural areas, with regional funds, not to mention the fishery sector that is also one of the big victims of this proposal. So if we want to succeed in any transition or transformation, let's call it the way you prefer, we cannot forget to start with those who feed us, because these are the ones that will make the difference in our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all of our speakers for some wonderful talks and statements there, very strongly worded as well. And we have about 5 minutes for questions. So could you keep your questions very, very short to the point? And then I don't want to encroach upon the coffee break where you can speak to people directly. And it's also very important to have that networking opportunity and time to move as well. So any quick questions? Yes? And if we can get the mics, and one behind, we'll get the mics to you as soon as possible. You can stand up already and say who you are, and microphone is just here, actually. And if you keep your hand up, if you have another question, the mic can get to you so we can make it fast.
Hello, my name's Lena Whittaker and I'm from Eurocommerce, representing retail and wholesale. I just found it very interesting about the business plan. It's something we also see in the sector, our sector, that this is sort of education as well that needs to make sure that the entrepreneurs can actually present themselves. But what I also wondered was very much about the risk assessment on the financing. And there I just wondered, what is it that could help in the value chain that could inform that risk assessment? Is it something from long-term contracts, or is there something else that could help educate the banks to be a bit more open to financing the farmers?
Certainly, we have to establish an economic financial culture in terms of risk. In the agricultural sector, risk is high. We have a system, I'm sorry, Well, we did organize a previous event relating to loans, which showed that the loans which were issued to agriculture were low. So we have to look particularly at young farmers and small farms. Risk analysis has to be done in accordance with the international standards defined. And as financial instruments for farmers, what we have to do is to ensure that farmers set up a proper financial system. We have established a platform called UpFarm, and this is intended to educate and incorporate all the aspects of the farming world, machinery, farms, etc., so that we can get a definition of the rate of risk which a particular farm entails. And this is something which could determine the bankability, so to speak, of the projects which are put forward.
Now, very quickly, I would like to provide an answer on the other side, from the banking system side, because the reality that we face, and sometimes banks struggles to understand because the tools and the rating systems do not fit with the agricultural activity, with the fact that we work with the land, with climate, with the weather, with the seasons. And so probably what we hope for, and we have been advocating for, is to modernize and review the regulatory framework in the banking system so that we can have some kind of specialized system. And if we have a specialized agricultural credit, we can work together to build a set of financial tools that answers better to the needs. For instance, let me give you an example. When I talk about serving better the needs of the farming sector, which, by the way, would result in a better business for the banking system that works with them. It's about reviewing maturities, so probably we need longer maturities, we need stable interest rates. We could work to use EAFRD guarantees to de-risk the banks that are working with us in that direction. And in this way, we could also stimulate confidence in the fact that you can, as a farmer, go to the bank with your project that is solid enough and not feel always pushed back by the system.
Thank you.
Can I? Okay, thank you for the question. It's very, very important, especially important for the young generation farmers, yes, and also agri-cooperatives. But look at the challenges, what the key challenges, especially young people have at the moment, and all farmers. It's completely unpredictability for our future. We need stability, but it's not possible at the moment. Stability is only good our expectation. We want this, but it's at the moment it's not possibility. It's not possible, and of course everything is changed. The economy is changed, the weather is changed, and look at the hate, for example, for the farmers, and they not help for them to make decision about their own farms. They don't help them to think about the future. Oh, my life will be good when I will be a good, very eco concentrate to be very high quality producers. No, it's not true, because the eco cost production is high, very high. But what is the price? It's completely the same like traditional food. That we need to give the young generation the special tools and hope for the future will be better, not like at the moment.
Thank you. I think there was a question directly behind Lena. Was there a question? You had your hand up before? Not anymore. Any further questions or comments from the room? Yes, of course, yeah.
Short comment from my side. We know that we need to produce affordable food for our people within society, but within this room I would tell that we need to look and make affordable loans for farmers, because what we see for young farmers is that they are more used to use the smaller loans with higher interests when you have answer within 1-2 days, but then in long term it makes less profitability. So we need to be more flexible, small amount loans for young farmers.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Well, with that, I'm going to encourage you to move very quickly out of the room into the coffee break, and we will start again back in our seats at 12 o'clock sharp. So in seats for 12 o'clock, and please thank our panel. Thank you. We're going to start now, and the next session is on supporting EU agriculture through EAFRD supported financial instruments under the CAP, the CAP strategic plans. I do hope our speakers are in the room, so I'm going to just lay out what the structure is for the next session. Each speaker will also have a few minutes, 5-6 minutes, to lay out their thoughts on this topic, and then hopefully we will have time at the end to speak. And so with that, I'm going to invite to the stage our speakers. We have Laure Pumareda, who is the Deputy Director for the Department of Agriculture, Food, Tourism, Rural Economy in Occitanie, Pyrénées, Mediterranean in the region of France. We've got Yannis Danilidis, Head of Financial Instruments and Risk Management Tools Unit at the Implementing Authority of Rural Development Interventions, General Secretariat of EU Resources and Infrastructures, the Ministry of Rural Development and Food from Greece. We have Giorgio Venceslai, Head of Services for Enterprises, ISMEA, Gianfranco Pilosi, General Director, Regional Association of Cooperative Credit Banks, Rural and Artisan Banks, Cooperative Banks of Friuli in Venezia Giulia in Italy. And we have Jonas Fjertorp, Deputy Head of Department of Agriculture and Analysis, the Swedish Board of Agriculture, EAFRD Managing Authority of Sweden, and Paolo Zaggia, Head of Institutional Relations and Communication, Fin Lombarda, and that is all of our speakers. So I think we're missing Jonas, is that correct? So Jonas is caught somewhere, and hopefully Jonas will join us very soon. So that's, if anybody knows where Jonas Fjertorp is and could encourage him to find the stage, that would be marvelous. But to keep to time, because that is my job, I am going to start. So Jonas will find the stage very, very soon. And with that, Laure, you have the stage.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be speaking in French. I should like to thank the organizers for having allowed me to speak here. And I should like to thank the hosts for hosting us in this wonderful city of Milan. I'm going to be presenting Foster Loans and Guarantees to you from Occitania, which is an institution which supports our farmers. The region of Occitania is in the south of France. It's a larger region. It has two main cities, Toulouse and Montpellier. It is on the Mediterranean, and in the south it fronts the Pyrenees, whereas in the north you have the Massif Central. You have a lot of livestock breeding, a lot of livestock, and you've got the marsh cultivations along the shorelines. 6 million inhabitants. It's a very attractive region. It gets 50 to 50,000 new inhabitants per year, particularly in the cities and on the coast. This morning we have noted that in rural areas you do get a loss of population, but agriculture is the first employer in our region. It has 150,000 jobs, and the second is agri-tourism. And then you get the health and aeronautics sector. It's the primary region for organic farming. It's in difficulty because there's been a reduction in purchasing power. And it's the first area in the world, we're very special, you know. with vineyards, and vineyards and the wine industry is also facing certain problems. We have a lot of quality labels in our region, and this is something which also reinforces the other economic sectors which are linked up. We've got 250 products, and in 5 years we've seen 2,000 new installations, and we've managed that despite all the problems which our region has been facing. There are a lot of instruments in place to help young farmers, young people. We're the first in France for that, and we're continuing with our activities. And we do have a considerable turnover, talking about the agri-food industry and agriculture here, 20 billion euros. So Foster Agri is a guarantee instrument. We're going to look into this further. We had this instrument 5 years ago already, and currently we are renewing it. We're creating a new edition for the next 5 years. You know what interest there is in financial instruments in this room. And I, above all, would like to focus on what we have managed to obtain in terms of public and private under guarantees. We're going to go on to looking at private funds, low risk, and this has worked very well. We had a level of failure which was lower than our forecasts were previously when we started off with this funding, and this has allowed us to move on to the second generation. We've also looking at technical issues and how we are helping our farmers out with new tech. It's a fund which benefits from European funds, from Agriculture and Rural Development, and also from the European Regional Fund. We invest via the fund, and we have financial intermediaries who have been recruited, and we are partners in this fund for farmers. We work together with Crédit Agricole and other banks. As I said previously, we've got some experience already. We set this guarantee fund up 5 years ago, and it's an important financial instrument. And today, we are seeing returns on our initial funds. We've had the experience, but of course, this facilitates the establishment of the second generation of funds because we're seeing returns from the first fund, and our financiers are seeing that as well. So, as you've noted, we have budgetary constraints in the region, but this has allowed us, through our success, to actually take the second generation on board. We're going to move on to simplifying things as well. We'll come back to that. A lot of beneficiary microfunds from this first generation of funds, 145 million euros fundings. We note that the Foster Fund guarantees loans to the tune of 80% over 10 years, but we do have a certain number of loans which are longer than 10 years. And this means that we're moving into other risk areas. We've also been helping small enterprises which have very low turnover. A lot of farmers and some agri-food businesses benefit from loans, depending on what volumes they manage. Now, as I said, we're in the second generation of the Foster Guarantee Fund for Occitania, and there's certain elements which are new here, based on what we learned in the past 5 years. So, we are looking at aid measures for agricultural holdings, which are linked largely to climate issues, climate change, droughts, etc., and the problems which mountain regions face. So we're working together with the Working Capital Fund so that we can ensure that if there is an adverse weather event, we can move in rapidly. Also, we have established measures for funding for young farmers and follow-ups for them. And we've already had certain returns on these measures. As I said previously, the success is the fact that we're moving into a second generation. And the problems are that we are all aware of the difficulties that the agricultural sector is raising, and the fact that young farmers in particular, the new generation, are having particular problems. So we have integrated FOSTER into a global action plan to ensure that all those involved can find the correct slot. And also, among our experiences with this fund, we have noted that for the farmer, it works well, and they're going to say to us, what can we do to benefit faster? Yes, we say, yep, okay, you go to this bank and we'll help you, and this is very positive. And the farmers have said it's positive because they've noted that there's a great partnership between them and the banks. And for banks, we have established a fund which doesn't have many criteria dependent upon it. And this covers the whole of Occitania, which is a very large region, as you saw previously. And finally, also in this second generation of funding, we have set up crossed monitoring in the context of management, because what is important is that those who are making the loans realize that there is a wide coverage of monitoring. So what we have done is a step up here, ensuring that we get agents who are working across the region to do this. So this is our success. We have managed to increase our support from 1,300 in the first generation, and we want to actually move on to a similar objective for the second generation. We've simplified everything for everybody across the board, both the beneficiaries, the financiers, and for our services as well. So a strong reaction to what has been done so far and what is continuing today. And as I mentioned previously, adaptation to climate change is crucial, has been crucial and continues to be so. So thank you very much indeed.
Merci, Laura. And now, Yanis, thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity for us to present the financial instruments that we are going to implement under the new CAP strategic plan, 2 years after our first communication from this floor. Right now, a full cycle of implementation of financial instruments under the Rural Development Program is completed, essentially, and we have already begun the process to implement the new financial instruments. Of course, if we see the findings of the ex-ante assessment, we get the feeling that nothing has changed in the last 5 or 6 years. The financing gap is still very high in Greece. It's around 3.5 billion euros. And as you can see in the parentheses, the financial gap in the previous programming period was the same as it is now. So the economic environment under which the enterprises of the agri-food sector have to operate is almost the same, and the profile of the enterprises is the same too, meaning that these enterprises are small, scattered. For example, 73% of all agricultural holdings have a size of less than 5 hectares, and only 36% of those have a standard output more than 8,000 euros per year. In a similar manner, 90% of the processing companies are family-owned small business with less than 10 employees. And this picture is the clients of the bank to the banks. These are the people who are going to ask for finance from the banks. The study also highlighted a fact that the funding available to young farmers is insufficient, especially considering that these young farmers are the ones who most probably are going to ask for funding for modernization, digitalization, organic farming. Another permanent finding of all the relevant studies in Greece is that these companies they don't have a credit history and they have lack of collateral. That is permanent, and this is the reason why Greece has one of the lowest rates of approved loans all over EU. Now, within this context, it's easy to understand that an approved grant significantly facilitates loan approved by banks. And this clearly shows that the presence of grants still constitutes an important factor for financing for Greek farmers and processors. No, the study also revealed that working capital represents a very basic financing need for both the primary sector and the processing. In fact, 60% of the farmers is expected to ask finance for working capital in the next few years, and this is one of the highest. I should say that this is almost double the percentage for the EU average for working capital. Within this environment, the existing rural development program has supported 3,500 final recipients, and you can see the total is 48 million euros loans for the guarantee instrument and 67 million euros for the microloan instrument. I think it is worth mentioning that under the guarantee facility, 82% of all the loans that we provided were granted without any kind of collateral, For the rest 18% of the loans, the collateral required from the guarantee facility was only around 26% of the value of the loan. So this means that this could be a remedy to the lack of collateral that we meet on all enterprises in Greece. Now, from our experience so far, we can highlight a few key points, but since the clock is ticking, I will make 2 points. Technical assistance is very important because the projects that are submitted with the assistance of advisors are more complete and more well-structured. And one point that I have to make again, this point is what I made 2 years ago, and I will make this again, is that for the final recipients in Greece, and especially the farmers, they have to realize a substantial support, a benefit from the financial instrument in order to make them distinguish the financial instrument from the commercial loan. And this benefit feels more tangible or visible, I may say, to these people if it is related to interest rate subsidy or technical assistance and not reduced collateral. This is the case. Now, building on the conclusions of the ex-ante assessment and our experience, we are now developing the new financial instruments that we are going to implement. I would like to focus for the guarantee instrument, I would like to focus on 2 specific points. First of all, we will introduce an interest rate subsidy of 4% for 4 years from the first day of implementation. And at this point, I would like to make a comment. Right now, we do have interest rate subsidy, but we consider it only a pilot phase because it was not available from the first day of the instrument. It is available now at the end of the programming period, but we gave the banks the time to adjust to this new thing. And the second one is that there will be a provision of technical assistance, a horizontal provision of technical assistance to help farmers make the application, build a business plan, and all these things. It will not be a general, let's say, a general technical assistance. It will be a technical assistance that will help people make the application for the financial instrument, and we expect more effective implementation from this technical assistance. Now, for the microloan instrument, the only thing I have to say is that the long-standing request of all stakeholders will be met. The maximum amount of the loan will be increased. It was 25,000 euros, and it will be now 50,000 euros. And as a general remark, I would say that both instruments will provide loans for investments and for working capital. Most probably they will be monitored separately, and we expect both instruments to benefit largely from the new provision that standalone working capital can be provided to final recipients. Now, we think that one of the most important innovations of the new CAP strategic plan is the guarantee instrument for the young farmers. This is a new financial instrument that will be implemented. Under this instrument, young farmers can apply for a loan from 10 up to 50,000 euros, but this loan will be directly linked to a technical assistance, always a technical assistance, and a grant component that will be very generous. It will be up to 40% of the value of the loan. So up to now, in this intervention, the support provided through this offers a lump sum of 30 or 40,000 euros. This is a fixed amount. And under a very rough calculation, this amount is sufficient to pay for 3 years certain expenses like social security contributions for the farmer, some basic working capital needs, and some costs that are related to essential licenses and permits of the farm. On the other hand, the financial instrument under this intervention will be directly linked to investments, and the final recipient will be able to choose himself the maximum level of support that he needs. And this support ranges from 18,000 to 90,000 euros. And the rationale behind this is that these investments will help this person to develop his agricultural holding and become, at the end, a professional farmer. Now, some additional, the clock is ticking, some additional specific features for young farmers is that a certain level of experience and training is required. A business plan must be developed and properly implemented. And of course, the purchase of land is allowed for the whole budget of the financial instrument. I will move to the next point. Now, loans up to, this is a horizontal, let's say, sorry. Okay, all the financial instruments will have these horizontal common rules, which is loans up to 50,000 euros will be granted without physical collateral. All loans up to 50,000 euros will be granted without physical collateral, and where physical collateral is required, which is for the higher loans, this collateral will not exceed 30% of the value of each loan. The transfer of the economic benefit to the final recipients will be reflected in a clear and measurable way, and and of course, working capital can be provided without the implementation of any other investment expenditure. This does not apply to young farmers, of course. The fund structure is what you see. I will not make any more comments on that. The budget we have is 72 million euros, and if we consider the leverage effect, we expect to create a portfolio of 180 million euros. And closing, I would like to, in conclusion, I would like to summarize the 4 key factors that we think they are very critical to the success of the new financial instruments. This is the introduction of the interest rate subsidy and the duration of the interest rate subsidy, the provision of technical support to all financial instruments, the option to finance standalone working capital. We think this is very important, and also the targeted support for young farmers. Now, we believe that these key factors will create better products for agri-food enterprises. They will help to improve access to finance and finally reduce the borrowing cost. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. So I am going to move to you in just a moment, but if I could ask all of the speakers to be as tight as possible so that we can have time for questions. Thank you. And lovely to hear from you next. Thank you very much. So, Giorgio from Ismea.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Hello, everyone. I'm Giorgio Venceslai, Ismea. And it's my task today, or my task is to manage services and financial instruments for agricultural enterprises. So let me tell you what ISMEA is. It is a public body overseen by the Ministry of Agriculture. It began as a statistical body, taking statistics from the agricultural sector, quality and quantitative analyses that are then processed and that enable us to develop further analyses, in-depth research, etc., provided then to the ministry to support decision-making on the policies that the ministry then implements in the areas within its remit. So over the course of time, we've acquired many other activities, not just observational, but also focusing specifically on the agricultural sector. And over the course of time, we've acquired a number of instruments and tools that we use for the benefit of farmers, such as soft loans, non-repayable grants, credit guarantees, and equity capital interventions. So over the next 4.42 minutes that I still have available to me, I'll be talking to you about I'll be giving you a couple of examples of tools that we have introduced, sometimes with structural funds, sometimes without structural funding, in order to try and meet the needs of agricultural entrepreneurs. Now, obviously, the Guarantee Fund, the credit guarantees began in the early 2000s. Earlier, someone was talking about rating systems and credit risk and credit ratings for agricultural enterprises. That's where we began. We started working on rating systems for farmers. We still use them today to assess the farms and then calculate the cost of the guarantees that we apply. We have a guarantee fund, and it was adapted and changed over the course of time. During COVID and following the Ukrainian war, the two crises that developed, we worked on guarantee instruments that are highly diversified with respect to the ordinary one that we began with. So 100% coverage, state coverage, automatic inspections, and approvals, and we have so far issued 44,000 loans totaling 800 million. And the same goes for the Ukraine crisis with power prices that have increased. We've brought in guarantees. We brought in guarantees that were used and applied at the time. Another instrument, starting in 22 and in 23, we activated the Innovation Fund for Agriculture. What it does is support investments, not in the transition, but in the transformation of the sector in terms of technology, the development of farms from less digital to more digital technologies, so sensors, survey systems, different kinds of machinery and equipment, and these can be financed by or thanks to our contributions, our loans. And there is another sector stemming from the Innovation Fund for Agriculture, focusing on the replacement of farm machinery, so obsolete, old, less safe machinery and equipment are replaced by newer ones and safer ones. A lot of money has been invested by the ministry, 300 million over the course of 3 years, and it's been very successful and greatly appreciated by farmers. The last instrument I would like to talk to you about are equity interventions. These are applied to companies, so rather more structured enterprises with a balance sheet, so in the primary sector, and also primary processing sector. And there are two forms of this. One concessional form, so mortgage loans at rates that are 30% of the market rate, 5 years of pre-amortization and 10 years of amortization, or conversely, we have a market-based system of loans that is more flexible. It enables us to step in very usefully for different purposes, and it's market-based, and it's also thus a bit more expensive. We're talking about yields, market-based yields. Essentially, we can provide loans, but we can also provide mezzanine credit and also buy into farms, buying their shares. We're talking about an investment range of 2 to 20 million euros. Both sides make a contribution, and Ismea's equity stakes are always minority stakes. I hope I've not gone over the time allocated to me, but basically Ismea is monitoring the needs of farmers and attempting to design tools and instruments that they need. And if we can use structural funds, we're happy to do so. Otherwise, we try to use our own resources and Italian national resources. Thank you very much.
You're a lot of time. Thank you so much. Gianfranco.
Buongiorno, grazie.
Good afternoon. I should like to thank you all for inviting me here. I am director of the Regional Association of Cooperative Credit Banks, Rural and Artisan Banks in Friuli, Venezia Giulia, covering approximately 145% of agriculture. And over the past few years, because of bank issues, particularly faced by farmers, we today contribute over 50%, particularly to small and medium-sized agricultural holdings. That is our focus. So just let me say that here we have the Vice President of Young Farmers and is always coming to the bank to see what can be done for farmers. And I am a banker, but I am very interested in the agricultural sector. So I think it's important to pass on a strong message. So the Friuli Venezia Giulia area from 2018 onwards actually established a special fund which allows intervention as a financial instrument. So we got contributions from the European Union to this fund, and this meant that we had an instrument which could be used in a European context. So from 2018 onwards, the loans granted with EAFRD contributions and own capital of over 200 million resulted in the financing of 1,000 investment projects. The fund agreed with the banks, particularly with the banks, not just credit risk. And as a director of the bank, I should say, yes, well, we need to either can work because we have the capital or not. Then the logic is that in certain cases, we're not excluding capital investment, but from a banking perspective, it's important that you get funding within it. Nevertheless, there is a risk for the bank, but we do know that the EU funds are not lost. So they are multipliers because it gives us the possibility to fund new initiatives with lower risk. Of course, the bank carried out a risk analysis on how to integrate these EU funds with own resources, particularly looking at the risk of investments and the risk of interest rates. So we don't have the interest rates applied here, so we don't have the concern over a long time of risks of interest rates going up and down. So we don't have to calculate what is necessary in that context. So we've got a very strong synergy, obviously, between a public system and conventional banks, focusing particularly on a particular area in the context of the strategy which we want to develop with the different types of intervention. Logically, as I said previously, this methodology does encourage investments which are based on entrepreneurship and not mainly contributive. And it has certain timelines But this doesn't mean that we don't have co-decision making by the bank. We do, but we also have the EU funds in terms of grants, of course. We've got difficulties which you've had to face, as we heard from ISMER's director. And obviously, in the BCC, you can have two groups, a central one and one aside. And this is something which we have to look at in the context of the problems which are faced by small and medium-sized enterprises, particularly in terms of capital. And for us as banks, we have managed to provide guarantees. And this only works, of course, if it's operating properly. We have this link between funds and local development as well, between funds granted and local development. And it is important to note in this context that the different holdings are able to get investment in, not just from us, but from other sectors. Then from our colleagues, we heard discussions about the possibility other than financing in liquidity. As we said previously, if the agricultural holding respects the same rules as industrial holding does, then it has a longer productive cycle. But we get a harvest here which comes in after 8 months, and after 8 months, perhaps we see if we're working in the context of a cooperative or a consortium, then the product goes on further. We have San Daniele, for example. It's a great product here. And that doesn't need the pig to be raised, but it needs to be matured as well, just the same as cheeses do. So above all, what we're trying to do is to help the young generation here. And for this, obviously, I think it's important that we pay a lot of attention to these young farmers. We look at yields and productivity. We look at training, university and other training to make sure that these young people are really able to work as we need. If you have a consortium or a cooperative, it's different. But what we need to do is to assess whether the European funds can also be focused on liquidity. Thank you very much indeed.
Super. Jonas.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to meet you here today and to present. I'm working as a Deputy Head of Department of Agriculture and Analysis at the Swedish Board of Agriculture. You could say it's a part of the ministry. For about 1 year ago, we got an assignment from the government to procure an assessment of the need of financial instruments in agriculture. And it was designed in accordance with the regulations and conducted by an external consultant called Professional Management. And I just point out that there is the assessors that are responsible for the conclusions and recommendations that I will present here today. So, what about the conclusions? They could find that Sweden has a robust financial system. The access to capital is a relatively minor issue for Swedish farmers compared to other EU countries. And the capital market for agriculture is evolving. We have some new actors and loan products emerging. Overall, capital availability is good for profitable investments in the agricultural sector. However, the investment levels remain too low. We have few young farmers are entering the sector. Investments in animal housing are too low to preserve the production levels. We can see that the financial gap arises when an enterprise is unable to meet its demand for financing. And the gap in Sweden was estimated to approximately 300 million euro in the year 2022. This can be compared to the total debt in Swedish agriculture, which amounted to approximately 40 billion euro. The financing gap is therefore less than 1% compared to total debt. So the big problem of financing investments in Sweden is insufficient profitability, according to this ex-ante assessment. So the conclusions. The assessors find out that there is a small financing gap in the agricultural sector, but a financing gap does not necessarily justify the implementation of a financial instrument. But in some cases, when the market does not provide enough incentives for long-term investments, it could be possible to use a financial instrument to meet this gap. The recommendations is that the implementation of financial instrument is not appropriate at this time. Basic conditions for agriculture companies should be improved first, primarily regarding increased profitability and reduced administrative burden. And if a financial instrument would be implemented anyway, they recommend that it will be designed as a credit guarantee, that it becomes a long-term initiative, has simple rules, and does not distort the market. And this last point is an important point. So what about the future now? We do have ongoing consultations with different kind of stakeholders. And the big issue here is how could we engage with the capital market without market disruptions? Because if you have a well-functioning capital market, it's important to don't get it disrupted. We had a discussion with the banks some weeks ago that indicates a very limited interest in credit guarantees, as the ex-ante recommended. So financial instruments are one possibility to bridge the gap between a political objective and the market's ability to meet that objective. But there is also other ways to do it. And the big issue is how to do it in the best way. Investment support is a traditional way to do this. But we also have ways as change tax regulations, national taxes. We have quite strict rules in Sweden for that limits companies to own farmland, and maybe an expand possibility for limited companies to own farmland could be one way, or financial instruments in some form. So that's where we are right now in Sweden, and we will see what will happen next. Yes.
Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. And final speaker before we open to questions is Paolo.
Hello, everyone. Delighted to be here today to talk to you about this topic, which in fact I'm really passionate about because of the background of it and also because of the work that I'm doing right now. I started as an agronomist. I worked for Finlombardia for 20 years now, and seeing this sector being very much in the focus of my company now is a great satisfaction. Now, I'd like to start out by saying who we are and what we do. How do we translate who we are to what we do? So can we start with our slides, please? Oh, I do. Okay. So we're a financial company in Lombardy region, wholly owned, and we offer services. We comply to the auditors, the region Lombardy region at the end of the value chain, and we also respond to the Bank of Italy. We're a finance company, and so we can also use our own resources in what we do. There's a challenge that we face, and that I think we all face, which is how to improve access to credit. This we do in three ways: with subsidized loans, structured loans, with our own assets, and also with services to companies. What we do primarily is provide financing to businesses. We also provide subsidized loans and also provide services free of charge to companies to leverage private resources, both at the regional and community level. Our strengths lie in understanding the territory, which we do, the quality of our loan portfolio. Our rating is very good in the Lombardy region, and we also can attract private capital to ensure the leverage effect. We have more than 20 years of experience in structural funds, both for the regional and structural and social development funds, and we also work with financial instruments implemented with the EAFRD. So we're an in-house finance company of the Regione Lombardia. We work in our local communities as partners of the banking system and of the enterprises. So we are not compelled to make margins. And with respect to the banks, we're not competitors of the banks. We often partner them to reduce bank risk. However, I'm already seeing the clock ticking away, but let me get straight to the instrument that I'm very keen to describe for you, because we have a tender that opened up a few months ago in the Lombardy region, and it is a credit fund for investments in processing and marketing of agricultural products. So basically, part of the fund is non-refundable, part of it is no interest loan, and part of the financing comes from private sources. So 20% the contribution, 30% the rest. With an expenditure plan going from 1 to 5 million euros, and the financing is provided based upon a sort of guarantee, if you will, of the economic effects of interventions in the primary area, with preliminary contracts for the provision of raw materials, accounting for about 70% of the total. So basically, these are not only in the marketing, but also the processing and delivery activities and suppliers. 70% of the suppliers must be outside of the enterprise. And so I believe there need to be at least 10 suppliers, 10 contracts with the farm. So we have funding to the tune of 60 million, 30 million from the EAFRD, and 30 from affiliated financial intermediaries. 30 million in financing from resources of an affiliated intermediary, or indeed from Finlombarda. So the next tool I'll quickly go over, that the assessor also mentioned earlier this morning, that I was quite curious to see and to hear about when the speaker from the European Commission brought us up to date on the latest options, that is working capital subsidized up to 300 million euros. So we do have a similar instrument here in the Lombardy region, using regional resources. There's a 1 to 10 lever, a tenfold multiplication factor for the amount lent, and this is to support liquidity needs of agricultural enterprises. And given COVID and given various other crises that have been unfolding over the past few years, including swine flu, more recently, well, we're using this instrument in a modular fashion based on the territory or the sector where the crisis has hit most strongly. And we're talking we're talking about certain amounts of working capital that are not always available, but here, when it is possible to use bank loans, we make that arrangement. So very quickly, I'd also like to say that Finlombarda is also setting itself up to use other financial instruments with its own resources as a financial intermediary. And we are doing this together with Mediocredito Centrale and the agri-food basket bond. In-house, we are basically providing direct financing to in agricultural enterprises. And this is a process we've embarked upon, and it will be able to be used as an anticipation of contributions for agricultural enterprises that may have received Lombardy region contributions, but the public funding is provided beforehand, and sometimes it can take quite some time to reach the end of the lending process, and this is where we can step in usefully. I think I've already mentioned this, so we've embarked on a growth path. The Lombardy region is supporting us as we venture into this new sector. We'll be starting with the more structured enterprises in partnership with other banks, but we are very keen to provide support to enterprises in our region via these channels. We have agreements with Cassa Centrale and banks. The cooperative credit banks, as we heard from the previous speaker, are very close to our hearts because they operate locally and work with local entrepreneurs. And we're learning a new job, as it were, from them so that we can work alongside these partners. And I think the instrument is of great interest. We are very interested in the blended financing form that can also attract the financial sector for public purposes, because here, as I'm speaking as Finlombarda, but also in terms of our partnerships with local financing issuers as well as EU sources. And our aim is to bring together public purposes and private interests. So what we're trying to do is to keep these two areas of interest together. I've run out of time, but I will answer any questions you might have at a later stage.
Thank you, Paolo. Super. So that leaves us about 20 minutes for questions. So who would like to start? I know we had a lot of information coming at us there, but yes. So if we could have the microphones as soon as possible and keep your hand up if you have another question so they know where to come running with a microphone. Thank you very much. And if anybody has a question, do keep your hand up so afterwards we know where to come with a microphone also. Thank you.
Grazie. No, volevo chiedere soprattutto al Friuli Venezia Giulia, voi...
I should like to ask Friuli Venezia Giulia, we haven't had an assessment, or have you had different assessments for the funding of investments, so different to the banks. Is that what you said? Yes, to a certain extent. But above all, speaking, of course, as I am from the banking side, yes, what we often do is we assess, we analyze the initiative, and we also see as a bank what we can call upon in terms of European funds. This is important for the bank. And of course, our help is particularly on interest. And in 1982, the religion established this institute, this fund. And so we have a unified response to the European context. Coming back to what Giovanni said, we're looking also at small agricultural enterprises. And sometimes it is very difficult for them to get what they might be able to receive.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Renata from ILTE, Lithuanian National Promotional Bank. And I see we have a fan club here of financial instruments. And I have a question to all, maybe if someone can give advice, because in Lithuania, still the most popular form of financing farmers, they want grants. So it's always quite hard to make them take like loans or guarantees, as we know the benefits, but still the grants are the form of they want. So maybe you have like practical advice how you work out with government, or how you make this like financial instrument works, because I see from different regions, like in Greece, in Italy, or Sweden, it's different construction and the results are good. So just I would like if you can share your expertise, how you make them work. Thanks.
The very basic question of how do they actually work? Yes.
Hi. One key factor for this, for the combination in two different operations, is if you make a call for the grant with a rate less than the maximum rate of the regulation. So you leave some room for the gross grant equivalent, and you do not reduce the grant due to the limit of the grant of the regulation. In Greece, this is very important. If you reduce the grant, they will lose faith on the financial instrument. If you do not reduce the grant, and at the same time, if you provide them with some sort of technical assistance or interest rate subsidy, that these things do not affect the height of the grant, if you do that, they will gain, the final recipients will gain confidence on the financial instrument. And this is what we do basically in Greece. We try to provide financial instruments when they are combined with grants, so in a way that we try to avoid the reduction of the grant. And for this reason, we have two tools. We have provided these tools to all the relevant stakeholders that we calculate the reduction of the grant if you apply the financial instrument and the grant at the same time. So the farmer knows in advance what is going to be, what is the case, his particular case.
Would anybody like to answer the question as well? Yes.
Okay, so just let me add a point here, which I think is important because I'm seeing it from the banking side. Often when an applicant comes in and we have an advisor who knows something about agriculture and can provide support and form a link between the region, the manager of the fund, and the farmer that can help them set up and plan their project financially. So banks also need to play a role. There need to be people who are specialized and who can provide help in the financial planning of the cooperative or the farm or whatever body it is.
You want to add? Yes.
Yes, that's absolutely crucial. There needs to be that link because people speak different languages, as it were, although but in actual fact, some people actually do speak different languages. And the aim for all of them being to achieve the same goal. But I think we have an instrument, the credit fund, 20% non-repayable and 30% at zero interest rates, meaning that the 30% saving on that 30% is equivalent to 35% of the gross fund. So, and that's equivalent to the grant. And also, when you go to the bank and ask for money, there are questions about the sustainability, the financial sustainability of the farm, and that includes its environmental sustainability. And if that's lacking, then nothing else can follow. So it's support for farmers to become better farmers. It's not that if we refuse a loan, it's bad for you. It may sometimes be good for you because it means that you will bring up your game. But some farmers are in extremely difficult circumstances.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alessandro Bellini in the insurance sector. My question first, and then I've got a comment made, and this is focused mainly on the banking sector. For some time, the CAP has recognized the importance of insurance within the context of risk de-risking and resilience for agricultural holdings. So I think that at the moment, at least in Italy, we need a structured system which will ensure that we can use an insurance instrument within the entire context. Certainly, there is a problem in risk analysis, as we have heard. And I think it's clear, as previous have said, that this is something we can see from the data. So it's not just a question of the usable credit systems for risk analysis, but I think there should also be a possibility to have a better structured public-private partnership so that people can analyze how to overcome this difficulty. And I think that we do have statistics which would ensure that if there isn't a certified balance sheet, we have companies who specialize like ours who can actually assess the merits, particularly for insurance. So when we are looking at biological assets, but also at monitoring, these, I think, are important. And we've talked also about climate events, and we have seen that there has been a move not just to analyzing single risks, but also to analyzing a wide range of risks and to providing advice on how these risks might be tackled. So I'm wondering how each of us together can pool our specialities and look at the different risks so that we can come up with a successful structured system for assessing agricultural holdings in terms of risk analysis and rating. So this is my comment and question combined. Thank you.
Totalmente.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Rating systems, all the calculations, etc., are lacking. But on the internal form for credit assessments, we do mention insurance. As a bank manager, I know that bank and insurance companies are coming together, and that's very much the fad. But I prefer conventions, agreements, because farmers today see weather forecasts and decide to take out insurance at the very last minute. Yes, I know that. It's not our job. Bankers will never be good insurers, particularly in the farming sector, because we lack the culture. It's very complex, and unfortunately in the Friuli region, we've had massive hail events, and we know what that has entailed. Emilia-Romagna had similar issues, but there is coverage. We have strong winds that sometimes tear down vineyards. It's not our job to be insurers, but I can tell you that in assessing creditworthiness of applicants, we do see whether the applicants have insurance coverage or not. And there are various consortiums. There are many forms of insurance, and today, not having insurance runs everything to risk, even our homes.
Yes, thank you. I would like to say that I agree with your comment on the risk, because agriculture is a type of activity connected with a lot of risks that we have heard in this day. And both financial instruments and other risk instruments are tools to reduce the risk for the farmer, and then in the next step to reduce the cost of capital. So I'm glad that you addressed this issue, because it's important to keep in mind that this is two different or closely instruments to address this issue of reducing risks. It's both a possibility with financial instruments, and it's a possibility with other kind of risk instruments, as maybe an insurance instrument. And this has been discussed very much in Sweden the last months or in the last decades. So that's a very interesting issue.
Thank you. And we have final comment, yes, and then take.
Giusto per aggiungere lato Ismea, visto.
Perhaps from Ismail, I could just add something. In terms of insurance cover, I think this is something else that we need to look at in terms of risk analysis. We, above all, when we talk about guarantees, we already have assessed a risk in the bank. So let's imagine that this analysis that we made can be used by the insurance company. It's also true that the instruments that we have sole ownership of, we're not talking about partnerships as such, we're talking about the introduction. However, the possibility of introducing some kind of insurance policy and having insurance coverage would mean that the entrepreneur would be able to use this to get the loan. And that would involve a risk analysis as to whether or not he might get the loan issued to him. Certainly, the bank is a moderator, is an intermediary here, because you have an insurance policy and you need it renewed every year, and we cover more years. So certainly, if you have this, the risk is reduced.
Sul discorso di finanziamento di
On financing here, I think that certainly we could have the social liquidity policy involved here.
Oui, merci.
Thank you. I should just like to say that aside from the fact that the farmer may have an insurance or not, the question is whether an insurance policy will cover adverse weather events, and that is not a given thing. And this is something which the agricultural sector and cooperatives are experiencing at the moment, because insurance is a very complicated issue for farmers. And when you look at the reality of insurance cover and covering adverse weather events, it varies enormously. You find that some insurance coverage will not include agricultural products, for example. It won't cover crops. And it is really difficult when you get a lot of adverse weather effects and where this affects the yields considerably. You need to look at the statistics, I think, as the reality of insurance coverage and whether or not it does cover such losses.
Agri-Finance Committee, Polish Bank Association. I have a question because, firstly, we strongly appreciate EU financial instruments because, in our opinion, it's a stimulation for a financial market, for banking, for example, for new products, for development in this area. I have a question. Do you have in your countries any competition between CAP instruments and InvestEU instruments? Because, for example, in my country, it's very useful, it's very healthy for the market because they compete, and it's a very healthy competition. What is in your countries? Thank you.
So, InvestEU versus CAP. Mm-hmm.
In Greece, we have InvestEU financial. Not yet? Okay. In Greece, we do have InvestEU financial instruments, and at the same time, we have these financial instruments under EAFRD. And let's start from the basics. The basics is that we want to help the final recipient, okay? And from this perspective, it's always good to have sources for funding for the final recipient. That is the point here, okay? On the other hand, there is an administrative burden because you have to check double funding. First of all, you have to check double funding, and then you have to check that you have different rules applying for each financial instrument. For example, for InvestEU, you do not have state aid. For InvestEU, you do not have a gross grant equivalent, so you do not have a reduction of the grant. And at the same time, for the local, let's say, local financial instruments, you do have a reduction of the grant. So these are competitive, in a sense, these are competitive financial instruments. And we, as part of the Ministry of Rural Development, we are compelled to, we have to create financial instruments with some additional, let's say, benefits, like the interest rate subsidy or the technical support. So the competition is always to the favor of the final recipient, even though it creates us with an additional burden.
Thank you, Yanis. Any further comments on that?
If I may step in here, I would say that competition, well, we know what the target is. We know where we want to go, but there may be different needs involved. There may be speed in getting the loan, or there may be a greater need for a subsidy or a grant. So this too, well, it doesn't produce competition as such, but it stems from different client-customer needs. And as far as structural funds goes, or competitiveness funds, our partner is Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, that can also provide certain sources more quickly to clients, but speed sometimes comes at the cost of the amount lent and vice versa. So time is money.
Time is very important, I know that. Any further comments? No, wonderful. Well, we are on time. Excellent. Thank you so much to our panel. Thank you. And thank you for the questions. So as they descend the stage, it's a wonderful duty of mine to now launch a video. We've got a video which is going to show you a Portugal case study. So let's just take a little look at this.
Até essa data, quem fazia o nosso vinho, nós recorríamos a serviços externos. Quando nós conseguimos ter controlo permanente e completo, desde o momento inicial ao momento final, em que desde temperaturas, desde quantidades, todo o processo logístico é todo controlado por nós, não só a eficiência, mas depois também o produto final acaba por refletir isso. O custo total deste projeto, ele ficou todo à volta de 6 milhões de euros, em que metade dele, praticamente, foi financiado recorrendo a instrumentos financeiros. Tanto a estrutura do edifício, as infraestruturas, como o equipamento. Permitiu-nos que nós tivéssemos imediatamente a adega construída como nós queríamos e equipada ao nível que nós queríamos.
Através de uma garantia FEI, nós podemos financiar projetos que de outra forma provavelmente não iriam para o terreno. Queria dizer que realmente estamos aqui num projeto emblemático pelo impacto que tem para a região, que isto obviamente é muito importante, porque é uma região que tem alguma desertificação e que isto veio permitir aqui fixar muita gente, de forma a realmente dar aqui outra vida aqui à região e ao setor propriamente dito.
Eu estive na Alemanha há 10 anos, mais o meu marido, trabalhámos nas loterias, foram 10 anos difíceis, muitas horas de trabalho, e depois, quando tivemos a nossa primeira filha, voltámos para Portugal. O meu marido é motorista de pesados, tem uns horários já muito complicados e eu sozinha com a minha filha não encontrava trabalho. Tive 2 anos desempregada, então depois resolvi fazer o investimento. Submeti-me à candidatura do PDR 2020, foi aprovada, então depois foi através da Caixa de Crédito Agrícola que fiz o resto do financiamento através da linha FEI Agri. O facto de eu ser mulher também me orgulha muito, porque todos os funcionários e criadores de explorações deste tipo são homens e espero ver cada vez mais mulheres neste tipo de trabalho, porque não é difícil, não é nada que não se possa fazer. Tenho 2 filhas e espero elas se sentirem orgulhosas também de ter feito este tipo de trabalho e todo este projeto e mostrar-lhes que elas são capazes de tudo, sim, sendo mulheres.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I have a great keynote speech next, which is on the challenges and transition of EU agri-food value chains and the need for financing. Well, I think we all have learned that this morning. The keynote speaker is Johan Swinnen, Director General of the International Food Policy Research Institute and also Managing Director of the Systems Transformation Science Group of CIGAR. So I'm going to invite him to the stage in just a moment, but perhaps we can encourage more people to come back in from that glorious sunshine outside. I know it's nice outside, but you can go and enjoy it this evening, and come back in because we really, really do want to hear the speech from Johan, and there will be time at the end, hopefully, for some questions as well. So, Johan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for the organizers, or to the organizers, for inviting me to be here. It's a great pleasure. I should also add a congratulation. I think the program is just phenomenal. I mean, the level of the discussion, the presentations is really high. I've been very impressed, and I've actually learned a lot this morning. So that's always great, learning a lot. So in preparation for my presentation, I was thinking, what should I focus on? And then Nivelin actually sent me the schedule. And so we had I looked at it, and so I saw this morning, I'm kind of squeezed, not squeezed, okay? I'm in between the morning and the afternoon. And so the morning was very much focused on agricultural finance to agriculture. Afternoon is more on value chain, agribusiness, food processing and retailing, etc. And so my talk will be about the link between both, because I think we've learned so much on the agricultural financing instrument this morning that there's very little that I could add, I think, on that. I have just published a note let me see if I get this right here, that's the title, it's called Financing Food Systems in Times of Global Disorder. And so I will also draw to some extent on that. And just to give you a little 30 seconds of background, I actually worked for the European Commission from 1998 till 2001. It feels like yesterday, but it's actually 25 years ago. And so that was the time when we looked at EU enlargement and the impact of the relationship with the common agricultural policy. Afterwards, I went back to academia. I did a lot of studies for the European Commission, the European Parliament on the common agricultural policy. But since 2020, I'm working for the International Food Policy Research Institute, and that focuses much more globally, also very strong focus on developing countries. So I'll bring both of these perspectives together. So I don't think I have to explain you about the global distortions and the challenges. There was disruptions, distortions, and in the financial sector, in the trade sector very much. Of course, climate change is upsetting our production systems, etc. And so what we've seen an increase in the demand for finance to build more resilience systems as part of that. But at the same time, we've seen a decrease in the decline of the supply of traditional financial sources, a much stronger pressure on the fiscal side across the world. And so that means that we have to be innovative in attracting new sources of finance, and we have to be more efficient in using what we have already. Okay, and the issue of leveraging, etc., will come back. Let me just go to, I'm going to start from a very big picture very quickly and so here, this is the cover of The Economist. I think even the non-economists in the room have heard about the journal. It's 150 years old. And so this cover art is from 2013, it's 12 years old, and essentially it talks about how poverty will disappear in the world, okay? At that point, basically for 40 years in a row, we've had major reductions in poverty in the world. And if you look at the hunger numbers, these are from FAO, malnutrition, it's the same thing. Major improvements in the world situation, in the food security and the poverty things. And then things change, okay? So basically they flatten out the numbers in the middle of the last decade and they basically increase. So we've essentially lost 15 years of progress in reducing hunger and malnutrition in the world. That at the same time, for example, if you look at food insecurity, acute, this is real hunger, okay? That has tripled, and so this is really, really worrisome numbers. I mean, that affects less the case in Europe, of course, but still, it really affects us indirectly because of migration effects, etc. The other thing is that we've seen a factor behind it is a slowdown of agricultural productivity growth. So this is a 50-year picture. And so you can the height of the boxes is the annual growth in output, and agricultural output and food production in the world. And so the color of the boxes is what is actually causing this growth, okay? And so you can grow more by basically using more inputs or by using your inputs more efficiently. And so the blue and the red are all about using more inputs, more land, more fertilizer, etc. The green one is using them more effectively. This is productivity growth. And so what we've seen, again, 40 years of massive beneficial development. So growth in productivity. Over the last decade, this is slowing down. Okay, and this is really worrisome. And of course, this is just productivity growth without looking at the externalities in terms of the biodiversity effects, etc., which makes it harder. If you look at malnutrition, just 1 second on this, we've seen that if you look at micronutrient deficiencies, etc., in the world, the numbers are much bigger than the hunger numbers, but I'm sure you know that. And of course, obesity is an important factor. Climate change the interaction is bidirectional. Again, there's nothing new here, just the graph. I like to show it because it has this major growth, really. These numbers just show how big the changes is, and we sometimes underestimate these things. Now, linking that to Europe, okay, these are data from the report which just came out from, I'm not sure if it's a FI Compass or FI Compass, I guess it depends whether you're French-speaking or English-speaking. It's a really interesting report, okay? It looks at risk and insurance in European agriculture. And so it looks at how the current situation will probably evolve for the future situation. And so they basically analyze, they say 80% of the climate-related agricultural losses are due mostly to drought, 50%, and then also frost, hail, and excess rain precipitation, okay? And so they estimate also both the average annual loss and the probable maximal loss. Under 2 different scenarios in 25 years, they estimate that this will go up probably double, okay, 40% to 60% of these things. So these are major things. What's very interesting from the report, they basically do a very detailed analysis of risk management systems and insurance systems in the EU, different countries, and they find that only 20 to 30% of these losses are insured by either public, by private, or by mutual systems, or by mixed versions of these things. So that's a really major finding, given the discussions that we just had this morning. Another point in terms of risk is volatility. And so, you know, in 2007, I mean, the world was surprised by a food price shock on global markets. And that basically, it started in global markets, but affected all the countries, also the EU. And so when you talk about a shock means a deviation from normal, okay? And the normal was this fairly stable market, and then suddenly prices went up. If you look, and the left-hand panel is last 25 years, the right-hand panel is the last 5 years, there's no stability there, okay? So the new more normal in food markets and agricultural markets is instability, is variation, is volatility, okay? So that has to feature in very much in our policy framework, and certainly it affects our financial markets and our insurance and the need for insurance systems. If we then think about, this is again a very general statement, and I'll move to more specifics in a bit afterwards. So I was part of something which was called the Food Systems Economics Commission. So it was a commission which looks at, okay, the transformation of food systems in the world that needs to happen, and so how much investment would that require, and how much benefits would it result in, and we try to quantify that in, of course, there's a lot of benefits in all kinds of ways, but also we try to put a dollar number in this case, or a euro number of it. And so we estimated that it will require $500 billion, $500 billion of investment annually, but the benefits would be 10 times as large, okay, order of magnitude. So the cost-benefit ratio is fantastic. Of course, you have to find the $500 billion to invest, right? And so it was interesting to see the numbers this morning, which were put up for the CAP for the future and the EU investments for the future. And actually, they point actually in this order of magnitude. I think that is potentially, if you can leverage it with other funding going forward. I think the EU plays a really crucial role in this, both because it's large in the world, right? Just the size of the production and the system. Also the spillover effects through trade and to global value chains, which are originating in the world or where the EU standards affect it. And of course, as an inspiration, I think, for and a model for other countries in the world if we do it right here. All right, let me then say something about the value chain issue, okay? So we talked a lot about the ag finance this morning. So on the value chains, I think these are crucial for going forward. And particularly here, I think this is where very much where the private and the public sector come together, where public investment should focus on specific investments, specific models, so that you can leverage private sector finance to come in this system. In a way, the world has been very slow on recognizing the link between agriculture and food and climate change. This may sound odd to you when I'm saying this, but it was only in 2023, so less than 2 years ago, in the COP in the United Emirates, that food was recognized for the first time as being an important element in the climate change debate. Only a year and a half ago. If you look at climate finance right now, they're even slower. From all the climate finance in the world, less than 4% go to the global food systems, and less than 1% goes actually to farming. Okay, this is way below what is needed. So we really need to activate this thing. And in this paper, where I have the cover from, we published that in Science last year, actually, we made this case, and we said we have to activate these value chains to attract finance into the food systems, and particularly also to help finance sustainability investments and transformations at the farm level. I'm just going to go like 1 minute on each of these bullet points to go a couple of points related to that. So if we look at the role of food value chains in the economy and the role of agriculture in the food value chains, you see that this is for the world as a whole and for different classes of countries, from poor countries to richer countries. And of course, the EU fits in the high-income countries, the HIC here at the right panel. And you see food systems as a whole make up roughly 8% of our GDP. And within the food system, agri-food system, agriculture makes up like 17%. Another way of thinking about this, if a consumer spends $100 on food, sorry, 100, I'm here, 100 euros on food, that means only 17 euros of this 100 actually go to the farm. All the rest go to other segments of the value chain. If you look at employment numbers, then basically the size of the agri-food system is bigger, and also the share of agriculture is significantly larger in that as well. And within Europe, we have significant variation, of course. If we look at the contributions to greenhouse gas emissions, and then we see that it's actually 60-40%, roughly. 60% on the farms, 40% the rest of the value chains. If you look globally, it's actually 70-30. Okay, so in that way, the EU agricultural system does better than the average in the world. In that way, of course, the big opportunity here is it's the only sector in the economy which can actually become a net absorber of greenhouse gas, and with the right investments going, as I'm sure you all know. If you think about finance and value chains, okay, the biggest source of finance is actually consumer expenditures, okay? And so in a way, you have two flows happening in this value chain. You have a commodity flow going from the inputs to the farmer, the raw material, processed products, and in the other, the finance goes the other way. Okay, and of course you have banks and financial institutions coming in, etc. Okay, and so, but the point is also there's a lot of interdependence within this chain. If one of these arrows doesn't work, that means that the entire thing falls apart. Okay, and often, as we heard this morning, agricultural finance, finance for farming is a tricky thing. Okay, it's difficult, it's complicated, it's been like that for the history of agriculture, if you want, and it's still there. So that means there is an incentive within this value chain to make this work, okay, in order for the rest of the value chain agents to basically produce their products, sell their products, make a profit, etc. And I'll come back to that in a second. This is data from another FI-Compass report on financing, and this is several of the speakers this morning picked elements of this when they were referring to it when they were talking about their country or their region, etc. So we've seen here, okay, that at the farm level, the numbers which are estimated there increased from 46 billion euros in financing gaps, as they are measured there, to 62 billion. So it's a big increase in this 4 years. At the same time, you see that the small and medium-sized enterprise, this is the food industry and retail, and there you see that the numbers are much smaller, and are actually going down. So they go in opposite direction. Okay, so the gap, if you want, between the farms in terms of financing gap and the food processing sector is not only large, it's increasing. Okay, and so that should trigger our thinking about how can we use this, basically the structure, in order to attract capital into the system and at the farm level. You see that the largest gap is at the small farmers level and for long-term funding. Okay, it's clearly much bigger, and so that's probably not a surprise given everything that we've heard this morning. If you look at volatility in the value chains, I was actually quite surprised when I saw that. I collected these numbers, especially for this presentation, and so there's two things surprising. One is if you look at the left panel, sorry, my left and your left is not the same, the right panel actually. For you, no, for you it's still left, right? So it's double reverse, okay. So you see this, that the food price on global markets, okay, so they are actually very volatile according to these numbers. And you see that the prices, both the consumer price index in the EU and the food price index have changed a lot, but much more gradually and really in sync with each other, and basically not so much up and down. And that was very surprising to me because that's not what I thought was going on. And so probably part of it is due to the composition of it, okay, that some of the different food commodities are actually compensating each other. And so in the right-hand panel, when you look at specific commodities, so this is dairy and grains, both at the global markets and at the EU markets, and there you see that the volatility is very similar. Actually, the volatility is larger within the EU. This slide does the same thing. It basically measures these in indicators, and you see the least volatile is the consumer food price index. So that means that in terms of volatility, the risk at the end of the value chain for the retailers, etc., is less compared to at the beginning of the value chain where the farmers are. Okay, so there's a risk component which is differentiated there. Another point which I think is really important in value chain is standards. Okay, so we have, since the left panel here is an indicator of safety and quality standards, which have been introduced dramatically after 2000, after the end of the 1990s, and triggered by European Union legislation. And this has spread across the world. And we see now very similar things happening in the sustainability standards. So the right-hand picture is from an analysis by the OECD on the growth of sustainability standards in agri-food value chains. And you see there's basically exponential growth there. And this will have major impact throughout the supply chains. Here's some from the same report. It's called Fast and Furious because there's so many different standards coming there. And of course, this creates a lot of confusion throughout the value chains, etc. What we have learned from the standard quality and the safety standards is that in many cases, actually, the standards imposed by the private sector in the value chains are basically more difficult, higher than the public standards being introduced. And this is true also in the sustainability standard. And so that again has major implications for the farm sector and the need to finance and invest. So my general point here, I'm not going to go in detail, is that when you look at the world with things we have seen in value chains in the past and things which I think we should see and where are also opportunities is kind of in the innovations in the organization of the supply chain where companies along in the value chains, and this also includes the public sector can be part of this, banks can be part of this, set up systems so that you overcome the capital constraints, the finance constraints through innovative institutional organization. And I think we will hear some of these examples in the panels in this afternoon from people involved in these things. Then two final points. One is on, this is from, I mean, the copy, what you see is from a paper, an article I wrote together with two colleagues of mine based on work we did for the European Parliament a couple of years ago. And this was basically unfair prices. That was a lot of the discussion in the Common Agricultural Policy of the 1980s and the 1990s, when the Commission essentially decided, not the Commission, but the Council of Ministers decided on the prices of milk and grains, etc. Okay? Since we do no longer do that, we have now, the issue is, okay, how is the income, the rents distribution, the surpluses distributed in the value chains? And there was a lot of discussions on what's called unfair trading practices, that the relationship, the contracts between farmers and other companies in the value chain, which are often larger, sometimes very large, that this is an unequal bargaining power, unequal power distribution, and this has impact. Yes, this may work, this financing, but how is it going to be affecting the weaker groups in the value chain? Are they just going to be exploited through this whole system? Okay, and so we should not be naive about this. The equity issues there are real and important. So the other final point I wanted to make is about, if you read both, I mean, if you listen to the presentation this morning, you read the finance report and you read this insurance report, okay, what is surprising actually is the huge variation, the huge heterogeneity in financial systems, financial instruments we heard about this morning, also in insurance systems which exist today in the European Union. And you know, on the one hand, it is a bit surprising because we have 60 years of common agricultural policy, although it's a bit less common now, but it's common agricultural policy, that the factor markets, the production factor markets, are really not that well integrated. I recall we did a study for the European Commission actually 15 years ago on land markets, and we found exactly the same. We found that the impact of the subsidies in the countries differed a lot because of different land institutions, land regulations, etc. And so we see now again massive differences. So the a challenge, I think, is there. How is that going to affect the competition in a common agricultural market? An advantage of an opportunity is they can learn from each other. Okay, this morning there was a lot of questions. Okay, how do you do that in country A? Can we learn from that from country B? And so I think also on the insurance, it's a very similar thing. And so the question ideally would be, of course, that one would learn and then basically say, this is a really good system, of course, conditional on the circumstance, and then you can upgrade it to a higher level or to a more broader level. I think I've run out of time, so I'm going to leave this here. This is more in terms of looking forward. How can you combine the best public policies and the best private strategies, and a number of things you have to think about it. I think thinking about non-traditional co-initiatives and coming up with best policy. And I think being here together and the thing which has happened apparently for 10 years with this meeting, I think is a perfect example how you bring different stakeholders together and think about lessons to be learned, and also how to combine different instruments with each other, because one instrument in itself is obviously not going to do it. Why don't I stop here so we have some time for questions?
Well, that was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much. So, any questions? I don't want to have this after lunch lull. I won't accept that. I'm sure you have questions. It was a fabulous talk. No questions at all? Well, I have a question in that case. With all of the research that you've done, how best have you seen that you can affect change? Through what mechanism?
You know, I think probably arguably one of the biggest changes that I've personally been witnessing from close by is the reform of the Common Agriculture Policy in 2003. So that was a really large change in policies. And so there, I think it was a number of factors. It was a commission, a leadership from there, which was really engaged. I must say the decision-making in the EU was different than today. I mean, in terms of the different, basically the role of the Commission versus the the Council of Ministers and the European Parliament, etc. But it was also an engagement. What was really important as well, I think, was external pressure. So there was a lot of pressure from the WTO in those days to make these changes. And so there was a coalition between different parts of the European Commission, the Trade Commissioner, the Agricultural Commissioner, and others, of making this happen and buying in countries. And then the other thing is, and this is what I referred to, I didn't explain it in details, in basically a package of policies, okay, is that what Fischler was the commissioner then, and together with his team, what they did really well, okay, so like, okay, we will not change the allocation by country, okay, and by group. So whatever we reform, we will make sure this money stays with the farmers or stays in Bavaria or stays in Spain. And I think for making the changes possible, that was really important. And I think for that reason as well, when we think about these innovation changes going forward, you have to make sure that all the key stakeholders are on board, feel that they are, if not prospering from it, at least not losing out on it, okay? And this is complex now, because this is a really complex situation we're in, also with the sustainability, the income effects, health effects, etc., bringing all this together. And I think the complexity also creates a lot of resistance, because people are not sure what's going to happen, and even analysts are not sure because it becomes so complex. And I think that's a major problem in moving forward on this thing, because of the complexity of the problems.
And just part of the complexity, we had the question twice this morning in different guises, is the one of how to assess risk. You heard this question as well. So have you any thoughts on that?
Sorry, can you?
How to assess the risk.
Yeah, I think there I think to some extent it's a technical issue, okay? And so just basically coming up with better measurements and etc. And then of course it's on, I mean, banks know much better how to deal with risk, and insurance companies than I do. So in that way, I think...
Well, they were saying they don't. That was the point.
I think it's maybe the fact that they haven't... Okay, some of the factors we're looking at, okay, we just don't have good data on it, okay? And I think once we have good measurements and good data, you can do a much better job.
But I think they don't know what to measure. I mean,
Yeah.
really, the data is so complex.
I was at the OECD a couple of months ago on a conference where they were trying to measure what they wanted to create what's called a sustainable productivity index. So I showed these productivity numbers, right? Of course, they do not incorporate like disruption of, I mean, the negative side effects in terms of pesticide spillovers and stuff like that. So they want to build that in. It is actually quite surprising that we're in 2025 and nobody has done that yet, okay? So I think it's also a challenge and a criticism on the people who are involved in measurement, that they should have gotten their act together earlier, including myself, so I'm just... But, I mean, we must make progress on this thing. I think also, I mean, digital tools and measure, I mean, our technology will really help in doing a better job there.
Thank you. Well, that's a good call to action point there. We have a question here.
Yeah, hello. My name is Lawrence from the University of Copenhagen. And as you researched quite a lot on value chains, I was just interested, from an EU perspective, how much control do we actually have on our own agricultural value chains, considering how global they are? Do you think we can actually influence easily within our internal policy, or is it fairly difficult to transform our own agricultural value chains, considering the global perspective?
No, well, it depends probably on the specifics, but if you think about some of the, I mean, we did a lot of studies on the impact on the safety and the quality standards, okay? And so there, as Europe, you can say, like, these are our minimal standards, nothing can come into the EU without going below this thing. And actually there, the private sector value chains were tougher than the EU regulations, and they can impose that on wherever they're sourcing from. There are a number of other, the problem is, of course, monitoring of these issues, right? When you have a banana coming in the port of Antwerp or whatever, you can't see from the banana whether a child has harvested or not, okay? You can measure whether there's pesticides on whatever vegetables are coming in. So some of these things are easier to measure than other cases. I know I mean, we talked to a lot of retailers those days, and they were really strict, you know, because if they just had a sample taken from a boat arriving or an air cargo where there was a little bit too much pesticide, the entire boat would be basically sent back, okay? So they were really careful about these things. And so the measurement issue is something, and the enforcement issue, okay? But I think it depends probably on the specific question, and some of these things are easier to monitor than others.
Thank you, Lawrence. We have another question here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Pedro Cordero, President of the European Feed Manufacturers Federation. My question is, this morning somebody talked about the strategic value of the food, which is everybody recognizes, and you told that the agricultural global growth is declining in the last couple of years, but at the same time the price of the food is growing up. This could be originated conflict in the world and Europe, as happens in 2008. Do you see something like that? What is the role of our industry food industry in general, the value chain, the whole value chain can play in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. The prices have been, as I showed, very volatile over the last 25 years, really, okay? And it's a combination of different factors which have played a role. Clearly, if you look at the last 5 years, the Ukraine war was important to some extent, okay? Because if you look at prices were pretty high already before the Ukraine war, and they shot up to a really high level. But if you look back in history, 2 years later, they were back down to the early things and even went further down afterwards. I also think there is the slide I showed as well, there is a remarkable correlation in over the last 25 years between food prices, oil prices, and fertilizer prices. That oil price and fertilizer price are linked is not that surprising because but that food prices are so correlated, that is surprising, okay? And so in a way, when people ask me, what do you think the food price is going to be next year? I said, what do you think the oil price is going to be next year? And I probably wouldn't be talking to you, I'll probably be somewhere on the beach if I knew the answer, but yeah, it's a combination of different factors, and I think the key lesson is to build resilience on the private sector side and resilience on the public sector side in terms of dealing with volatility, because if you look at the conflicts in the world, the very strong growth in acute food insecurity is totally related to the growing number of conflicts and basically people having to leave their home. And so, Europe is in the middle right now. We're close to Ukraine, we're close to Gaza, we are close to Africa. I'm living in Washington now, and everybody talks about what Trump is doing, but Trump is far away from all that compared to this part of the world. So, yeah.
Well, on that happy note, if we can have a quick comment, we've run out of time, but I'm sure we can take your question and we can have a conversation in the coffee break afterwards.
Thank you. It's Lena from Eurocommerce, representing retail and wholesale, so the other side of the value chain. And something that I hear is that when you talk about innovation and how this is matching what is going to then be funded, our members often say that they can see what the consumer trends are, but then governments have their own ideas of what should be financed. And do you see this as a problem, that government finance that might be coming through doesn't really match what the market is doing, and then we have a bit of a disconnection that also causes a problem in terms of the production and actually innovation in the chain?
And can you answer it in 30 seconds?
Sorry?
Short answer.
Well, in principle, they should be doing different things. It seems more worrisome to me that they would be doing the same thing. Okay, so the fact they should be financing complementary things in a way the government should fund things which the private sector is not doing, rather than the other way around. But of course, here's the leveraging effect. If you can de-risk things or with one investment, you can trigger more private sector funding. That's a really good thing as well, right? But that's part of the complementarity rather than the overlap.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions. Thank you, Johan. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Johan. Oh, thank you. You can come and stay. Join the next panel. It's no problem. And I would like to welcome the next panel. We're going to talk about financing the agri-food value chains, the transition towards sustainable agriculture and regenerative farming. So please welcome to the stage CJ Girard, Senior Manager for Sustainable Agriculture at PepsiCo, Roberto Stasi, Senior Loan Officer, Financial Institutions Department at the European Investment Bank. Yes, do feel free to come to the stage at any point. Stefania Avanzini, Director for Agriculture and Food and Op2B, World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Thierry Lebrun, the Director for Transitions Banking at Crédit Agricole Nord de France, and also a member of the European Association of Cooperative Banks, EACB. Ana González Peláez, Head of Agro Ecosystems, Planetary X. Cristina Mobilia, Retail Sales and Marketing Manager at Banca di Asti in Italy, of course, and Christopher Adamo, who is the Senior Director of Global Sustainability Impact and B Corp at Danone. So we have a very, very full panel. I'm going to call, first of all, we'll have 2 presentations and then we will have a chat where I'm going to hope to get questions from the floor. So first of all, please welcome CJ, who is from PepsiCo.
Hello. Some of you may be wondering what an American beverages company is doing here. Thank you for inviting us anyway. We are a larger food and ag company, and regenerative agriculture, sustainable farming is critical to our business strategy. And so today, Johan set us up perfectly. I would love to talk about how we're endeavoring and in some ways seeing success in bridging that public policy and private strategy, particularly in the space of sustainable agriculture. So within Europe, the scale of PepsiCo is fairly large. We estimate that we engage with over 8,000 different farms for our ingredient sourcing and about 800 different direct relationships where we have a direct contact with the farmer providing agronomic advice, and usually those relationships have lasted decades. In terms of our ambition, we have sustainability goals such as sustainable sourcing, livelihoods. We talk about deforestation and conversion free, both in a regulatory and beyond regulatory sense, as well as looking at carbon emissions, both reductions and removals. But for today's conversation and the scope of our work here, I do want to talk about the 10 million acres of regenerative agriculture. And the way we define regenerative agriculture is very loosely. It's based upon a set of outcomes. So we work with the grower to see improvements in soil health, biodiversity, a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions on farm, as well as a watershed health quality and quantity measure. So in that effort, what it is that we do is work with the farmer to understand what is it going to cost them to implement new practices, to have some sort of behavior change that results in one or more of these outcome areas. What that process has led us to understand is that we know very little about the disparities and the discrepancies within a farmer P&L and their experience of weighing the economic value of these practices and how we talk about them agronomically. And so what we did is we set out with Unilever, OP2B, and Deloitte to run a quick assessment. And I will say quick because there's not a lot of data out there that is publicly available on this, of when we talk about particular practices, cover cropping, reduced tillage, organic fertilizer, what does that actually mean to the farmer in terms of cost? And what are the available incentives out there to support them? And that's helped us to have a more nuanced conversation with the grower about the overall benefits that they may see in changing a certain practice. This specificity was critical to us for 2 reasons. One, it enabled a more holistic conversation, not just about the agronomic benefits, but of course the economic. But 2 is it showed us that the payback period for a variety of these practices is incredibly long. So here you'll see an average UK farmer, 5-year typical row crop rotation. If they are to implement 5 practices that we consider sort of in the regenerative, sustainable farming family, they would see a payout if they leveraged every incentive available on the market in about 5 years. That's the best case scenario. Medium case without incentives is 10-year. Now, this is a low investment scenario, meaning they're not investing in new machinery or investing in infrastructure on farm. When you add those components, you're looking at a 9-year payback with the incentives that are available in the market, both public and private. That is a big ask. So our point in doing this is to show both to the private sector and the public sector that incentives in the form of grants and in the form of subsidized financing are critical if we really want and enable the practice change that we hope will lead to more resilience on farm. So then we did a double click into what are those incentives? what's available, and why are they kind of missing the boat in many cases, both on the public and private side. And we really came away with 4 main attributes. The first is that the focus wasn't always aligned to some of the practices that did benefit soil health, biodiversity, greenhouse gas emissions, and watershed. And so that misaligned focus meant that the incentive was covering the wrong practice, the wrong risk, the wrong cost. The second thing was the inconsistency. Both public and private programs were changing year over year in terms of how much they were offering, what the expectations were in reporting, and that often was one of the larger barriers. Yeah, I know about that incentive, but I applied to it the first year. The second year it went away. I'm not going to put the effort in to apply to another one. The third thing was limited access. Most small and medium farms had no clue how to access these programs or how to adhere to them. And of course, the geographic disparity, seeing UK, Germany, and France up against Serbia, Greece, Poland, and Turkey, it became very obvious that we needed to have completely different conversations about what a private incentive needed to do versus the publicly available ones. What we want to investigate further is that there's a variety of the structure of these incentives as well. And what we weren't able to do in this study, but we do want to do eventually, is understand more about not only which of these structures is most appropriate for which type of practice, but also when. So the bottom graph, you'll see that in year 1, you may just require grants. You may really require CapEx support. But by year 3, CapEx becomes a lot less important. And maybe you just need a little bit of an interest rate reduction on your typical OpEx line to maintain practices year over year. And maybe by then, you have a really, really good baseline and you're able to measure what your ecosystem services are. And so something that just pays for the outcomes is a lot more attractive to you in year 3 than it was in year 0. And that's the kind of nuance that we really want to explore next. So we have a variety of different recommendations coming from the report that we're trying to institutionalize and implement within PepsiCo. I'll just call out 3. The first one is really about this concept of direct support, and it was mentioned many times this morning, so I'm not going to reiterate it, but I do want to just emphasize that the direct support in our minds is, of course, both about the payment, but more so what we see is about the human capital. Extension services, both public and private, need to better understand not only the practices in the agronomic side, but also the economic and the financial implications. And this is not only the extension services and local research, but it's also about your bank lender, and it's also about your neighbor. And so we need to invest in the human capital infrastructure, and the private sector is ready to do that with the public sector. To make sure that this isn't a one-way conversation and it isn't biased, but it's a truly independent advisory mechanism for folks. The second thing is that public and private partnerships, we believe, hold a lot of potential, but they do need to be complementary. There are things that we can invest in that public sector can't. And there are things that you all can invest in that is really hard for us to make a business case for. So the more that we can have dialogue and the more that we can utilize some of that push and pull to bring more stakeholders to the table, the better off we're all going to be. And my last point is really around the measurement. There's a lot of talk about standards, about data collection, who needs what. We want to keep this conversation farmer first. I think, it was said earlier that the data that's collected should be at the service of the grower. It should be enabling better decision making. And that's something that we want to just make sure is present in each of these conversations. There absolutely has to be accountability and transparency of these claims, but it should always be at the service of the grower. So finally, what is coming next? We're really focusing in 4 areas. So the first is about profitability. How do we continue to make farming a profitable enterprise? And that's both understanding some of the market mechanisms and the volatility, but it's also looking at practices. A constant dependency on inputs that are very costly is going to continue to lead to profitability constraints. So how do we support the grower in reducing their dependency on inputs and ultimately growing their bottom line? The second thing that we're focusing on is this concept of transparency. Now, one of the amazing things that public partnerships have done in other markets is it's brought all of the private incentives from the shadows out into the open. And I think it's a really critical piece in the future for Europe because there is that heterogeneity. There are so many different ways that we can do this, but until we all know who and what is doing where, it's going to be really hard to collaborate. The final thing that we're really looking forward to is understanding a little bit more about who else we can bring in to the equation to cost this down for everybody. And that's something that I think we're looking, of course, to retailers. We're also looking at suppliers, and banks will always be there, and will continue to try and make the business case for the bankability. So I don't have time to go into an exact example of some of our partnerships work, but I think what we want to note is that right now in Europe, we're kind of in this second stack where we see amazing private incentives matched on top of really, really robust incentives from the public sector. And so our next sort of phase is really looking at how do we crowd in suppliers, how do we look up the value chain and make sure that there's cost share with folks that are experiencing these risks and benefits most strongly. And then, of course, bringing in the top and looking at retailers and how else we can use our place in the value chain to crowd in more investment alongside the public. Public-private partnership is the underlying strategy across everything that we do in terms of implementing. It has to be aligned with the government because the government is such a key player in agriculture. And so alongside our partners on the public side, we look for best-in-class implementers, and those are those trusted advisors. We look to understand what new commercial models might be available, mostly to promote regenerative agriculture over conventional. We adopt a landscape approach, so we don't just work with one specific farmer, because that's never going to suit us. You have to work with an entire supply shed, and you have to work across the rotation for this to truly build resilience. And finally, we want to engage all these unique stakeholders, folks that are on the fringes that really understand regenerative, really understand agriculture, but maybe don't play in the same spaces as we do. How do we pull them into these conversations and get them a seat at the table? Thank you all for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you. And next to the stage, Roberto.
I have to say thanks for the presentation from the Pepsi representative, because he's going to justify why EIB is here, and the fact that the money spent to maintain the EIB are not spent without a purpose, because we have seen how important is the long-term funding in agriculture, and the stability of the funding and the stability of the cost of funding is something that is very much appreciated in that sector that is exposed to a lot of externalities, a lot of exogenous factors. As I said, so the commitment of the EIB is to guarantee to the market in different sectors, in this case in the agriculture sector, in the food sector, the stability of funding. And how do we do this? We do it through the financial partners, the financial intermediaries in Europe. We lend them to lend money to the final beneficiaries, which are the farmers, the SMEs and mid-cap in that sector. We have always done this. We have always had a lending envelope dedicated to agriculture, but recently we have decided to create another lending envelope of around 3 billion, dedicated again to farmers, to SMEs and mid-cap. But we have also reflected on the latest development of the agri sector in Europe, and we have also focused on the challenges of this sector. And what we see is an increased exposure to climate action, so an increased exposure to climate events, and the fact that agriculture is the front line towards the climate action activities. Second, we have seen a generational gap, but also a gender gap in the sector. We have seen a divergence between the most developed area in Europe with the internal or the peripheral part of Europe, where the cost of land is much lower and the abandonment of the agricultural activity is much higher. So there are differences in the way agriculture is achieved in Europe. In third aspect, we have seen that there is a revolution in terms of, as the colleagues from the Commission said, there is a revolution in the instruments, in the budget, in the resources dedicated to agriculture. So there is a budget tightening all the time. There is a request for the agriculture sector to do not only the agricultural activity, but to do something more. So to produce energy, to fight the climate change. So we are putting a much heavier burden on farmers than they used to be before. As you can see, sorry, I'll go back. So there is a 3 billion dedicated to all Europe with a max amount for each financial intermediary of 200 million, just to avoid to concentrate the resources in one country rather than the other one. Sub-project up to 25 million, and the coverage cost can go between 50% to 100%. Why is that? Because 100% arrives in the areas of cohesion, in the area which are structurally disadvantaged. And as we said before, long-term stability of funding. In the case of agriculture, we can go to up to 15 years in terms of lending. As you can see, especially in the next slide, as I said, we are asking farmers not only to be farmers, because they are the front line of the climate change, they are the front line of the innovation and the change in innovation. We are asking the farmers and the agriculture in general to produce more food in less time. We are producing food with less land. And for doing this, we need to incentivize the application of technologies, innovation way of producing, the reuse of the land. So as you can see, most of the example of the project that we have seen, even in the previous lending envelope, but much more now, because we are focusing much more on this green labeled projects, is referring very much to renewable energy, to innovation, to the digitalization. As we can see, the complexity of being a farmer now is similar to the complexity of running an enterprise or a proper company. But for doing this, there is not only funding. I mean, what we have seen very much in Italy, I cover Croatia as well, and we have seen not only for the farmers, but also for financial intermediary, is the demand of knowledge, the demand of access to trainings, the demand of assistance in terms of advice, in terms of best practices. And this is what, for this reason, we have created, together with the advisory team, the Green Gateway. The Green Gateway is a tool which actually does facilitate the allocation of the EIB resources, so it's helping both the banks but also the final beneficiaries, because it's accessible to everyone, to understand if the project that I'm financing is compliant with the taxonomy, with the European legislation, and can be considered as a green project that can be used for receiving EIB funds. The Green Gateway is not only a tool, is a series of trainings, is a series of consultancy activities that we can provide to banks. When we were saying before that banks are not able to assess because of limitation of tools, but also I would say limitation of time, because banks are doing certain type of business rather than there is a necessity of providing, especially through the commission funds, to provide the tools to be able to access to that information. I don't have, I saved 2 minutes from my presentation. I will leave the floor to others because it's good to have your feedback and your questions, especially when we try always to evolve and to understand from the market what is happening. Otherwise, we are always limited on our Luxembourgish bubble, which is good to break out.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for breaking out of the Luxembourgish bubble. Well, I have, as you can see, many people on the stage, and I have many questions as well. But really, I would like you to, those who haven't spoken yet, to introduce yourselves and a little bit about what you do. So, Anna, over to you first of all. Of course, I have a question here, but I'd like you to tell us first of all about agro-ecosystems and Planetary X.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Lisa, and thank you so much for the incredible work you are doing today, just getting us all to think together and work together. And of course, Bruno, head of Compass, thank you for welcoming us in your hometown. Amazing. So Planetary X is a nature fintech working in the space of ecosystem services. And also, I am the very lucky co-author of the Compass study on insurance and risk management tools for European agriculture that Johan just kindly presented just a moment ago. When I did my PhD back in 2003, I quoted a lot of Johan's work. I would have never dreamt that he would be showing the results of a report where I was involved. So wonderful being here, Lisa.
Great. Oh, I would like you to continue. I mean, thank you. No, I was going to.
You were presenting ourselves.
Well, absolutely, but I actually just wanted to push you a little bit further there, because given that the work you do and everything that you have also said, something that you care about deeply is, well, regenerative agriculture, climate risk, of course, you mentioned this, and there was also coming up in the PhD, but how insurance incentives can help regenerative agriculture.
Yes, well, one of the things, as per the slide Johan presented, a really cruel reality that really the study that we did show, analyzing all those levels of risk, is that the story of insurability is a story of adaptation and it's a story of resilience. And of course, regenerative agriculture is a key part in that transition to resilient agriculture. Now, what insurance can do to incentivize that transition, and there is quite a lot of work already happening and quite a lot of innovation in this space. And I know there is a report that Howden is co-leading with the United Nations Climate Champions that will be released at COP30, looking into regenerative agriculture and insurance solutions, but just a glimpse of what is available. Things like, for example, insurance can help in two big areas. One is in protection mechanisms, but the other one is the tools that the insurance has to analyze risk. So in terms of the protection mechanisms, they can be at farm level, they can be banks at investor level, and it can be at corporates and value chain level. And ultimately, they at a farm at farm level, the main objective of insurance there is to stabilize farm income, and that can be done with crop yield insurance and with transition-specific yield insurance. And some examples of that is, for example, if cover crops fail to emerge because of a dry summer, insurance can intervene, or new practices underperforming, like the transition from synthetics, for example, to biologicals, or delayed planting due to weather conditions. Income guarantees are also possible with insurance for a particular new crop, like protein peas. So I remember 3 weeks ago, a European Commission colleague was in Amsterdam in the Regenerative Agriculture Summit explaining about sorghum being introduced in Holland. Special products for this kind of changes is possible to cover with insurance, as well as technology performance, new irrigation systems, and also innovative models of premium financing, under which the actual price of the premium is distributed across the value chain. And many congratulations, CJ and colleagues and Stefania, for the awesome work that you have done. This is a massive breakthrough for us all in the room. And one of the things, sorry, I have to have a bit of water. Migraine tablets.
Oh no, a poor migraine. Well, next week for any migraine sufferers in Brussels, we have the Brain Innovation Days, and they talk about migraines.
Yeah, okay, I'm definitely attending that conference as well. So, all of these across the value chain, all of these responsibilities across the value chain, the blended finance. Kerstin, many congratulations, and colleagues, Nivelin, the breakthroughs you presented today from the public side. Colossal amount of work. What you presented just now, CJ, this combination of all sides, also to protect farmers' risks. Ultimately, we heard it throughout the entire morning. Farmers are so stretched, making really difficult business work. We cannot expect them as well to protect all the risks that the transition or the transformation, as someone said earlier, requires. Then for banks, for investors, we need to mobilize money at a scale. Credit and default risk can be covered as well. Improve portfolio performance, and this is optimizing the capital stack alongside guarantees, not a substitution to guarantees, making guarantees go further and deeper. Covers against policy reversals for off-takers, supply chain disruption, performance guarantees of the transition, the risks that you have seen that everyone in your value supply chain is taking. Carbon credit delivery is even, there are insurance mechanisms where also insurance can guarantee the delivery of income of carbon credits that then can be used as collaterals for banks to release investments in projects. And then basically, and also the same thing, and this is something that I'm very much working on right now, this can be also applied to ecosystem services, to soil health, to biodiversity, to water, to land use markers. And I think it's just ultimately, and this is my just a final bit of the contribution, I could say, and I learned this in the Philippines, working with really poor communities that had been completely devastated by Typhoon Haiyan, and who took their children every week to pay for the insurance premium that gave them access to the financing they needed to progress in their life. The big lesson I learned there is we need to move away of thinking of insurance as an expense to avoid, as something that is not worthy if it doesn't pay out. We have insurance in our homes because we want the freedom of using our savings for something else and not to have to worry if our house burns down. Same thing in this case for the transition. We need to look at insurance as a key component of investment that is going to mobilize finance for the transition.
Thank you, Anne.
So over to you, Lisa.
Thank you. Stefania, as Director for Agriculture and Food at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, I'm sure you're having all sorts of conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. So before I get into any questions, have a reflection on what you've heard today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I think a reflection of what I saw today is I think we have the right stakeholders in the room. We don't yet have maybe the right stakeholders on stage. I saw the first applauding for a farmer panel, then we heard government, and now we have the value chains. It does feel a little bit still like a silo, while in reality we actually all need to work together. So probably I'm calling for more conversations across farmers, governments, and value chain actors, organizations. That for sure. And but I just applauding that we are still all in the same room, so we can have those conversations in breakouts.
And then just thinking about the topic of this discussion, what have you seen and why do you think there is such stress on the regenerative side of agriculture at the moment?
Thank you for the question. And this is probably effectively the work we've been driving for actually almost the past 6 years. Like value chain actors had created a coalition called One Planet Business for Biodiversity, because they've understood, first of all, that the cost of inaction is too high. We'll hear it probably from the CEO of Howden later in the panel, but the good study that he did with Fee Compass and EIB shows that there is 6% of average yield loss per year in Europe. That's massive. This is, farmers are at the forefront, but this is the cost of inaction is too high for the value chain actors involved and for the governments. And that's why there is a need to all invest in innovative agricultural models that regenerate natural capital rather than depleting it. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about regenerative agriculture. We're talking about investing in green infrastructure, which is for free, like for the green energy transition, and that allows farmers to reduce their costs. I'll give you a couple of numbers that we for sure need more, and I'm very much looking forward to see the report that Howden has done, is publishing soon on regenerative agriculture. But what we have seen across case studies from value chain actors in our coalition is it is more effective. So there is an increase in farmers' profitability of an average of 15%. Have you seen? Interesting to see in the Deloitte report that also CJ was mentioning is there is a, let me get the number correct, is a 97 euros per hectares of cost savings for the adoption of the basket of practices. So the profitability is going up because the costs are being reduced, and we are also seeing across projects, of course, context specificity, but we're seeing a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, water savings, very important. Also, so just all to say it is effective. But important also to have in mind is, as I was saying, the cost of inaction is so high, so value chain players are putting skin in the game. For the past 2 years, we've published an annual survey to aggregate private sector investments in sustainable and regenerative agriculture, and I can share with you a sneak peek of the numbers we will publish at COP. But approximately 45 organizations responded this year to the survey with committed investments of over $9 billion US dollars across 110 countries, and reaching 12 million farmers. So I want to say by that value chain actors have understood the cost of inaction. They have skin in the game. They're putting money on the table. What I think is very exciting now is how can we then coordinate these investments and ask for all the public government representatives here is, have you thought about how CAP can attract more private sector funding? Because that's ultimately what we need. For all the we heard a lot of very good examples, but for all the bankers here in the room, I want to know how many of you have created products that have better loan, for example, better loan terms for farmers who are investing in more sustainable, regenerative, agroecological farming practices. Yes, well, I hope they do. But that's
some discount as well.
Exactly, exactly. This is what doesn't need to be, because I can cite examples. We'll hear also from Crédit Agricole, who has implemented some of these instruments. They're emerging. This is very good news. They need to be the norm.
You've set up the question perfectly for your neighbour, both sides, in fact. But I want to turn your question directly to Thierry Lebrun, your director and Transitions Banking Crédit Agricole Nord de France. So, how have you developed products and developed better preferential conditions for farmers?
Thank you, Lisa, for the question. First, just to say that I'm here a representative of the Association of Cooperative Banks, as well as Crédit Agricole, of course, and that for us, let's recall that cooperative banks are banking the agricultural sector in Europe, primarily. Why? Because we are territorial banks, close to our clients, rooted on the soil that we share with the farmers. And Crédit Agricole, its own name, of course, is derived from agriculture. So for us, it's in our DNA to support farming. As a Crédit Agricole manager, I would like to recall what Crédit Agricole is doing for the farmers just in France. 300,000 farmers, 80% market share. We are producing 10 billion euro new loan production every year with an outstanding of 47 billion euro. So for us, the risk at the farm is fully rooted in our balance sheet. So the risk of the farmer is our risk. So for us, we take this transition issue very seriously. And basically, as Stefania said, 6 years before, nobody spoke about regenerative agriculture. It didn't exist. Papers were issued in 2019, and actually it has become a very hot topic because organic agriculture is the only standard recognized by public sector as far as transitioned agriculture is concerned. And RegAg looks to be a solution to combine yields, productivity that is expected by the industry, and good practices. And basically, first, we had to learn with our clients. We are driven by our clients. So for 4 years now, we have been gathering our clients, corporate clients and farmers, to speak together and understand what is transition, regenag transition. We know what is organic. We had to understand what is regenag. And basically, what we see with a lot of pleasure is that all our customer, corporate agro-industries, as well as farmers, Chamber of Agriculture, are now putting transition and regenag at the heart of their conversation. Now, our issue is how do we put that on the field? How do we scale up the concept? How do we make them practical? So basically, we see our clients, corporate clients supporting, and I think that PepsiCo is a very good example, but not only. We see all our corporate clients putting this at the heart of their strategy. Why? Because it's a supply chain risk. And basically it was said, so I will not repeat the argument. And it is a very good news because combining private and public sector funding is really, according to us, the key for success and succeeding transition. Now, as banks, we need to train our relationship managers. We need to make them, give them the sense of what they do. Why should they speak transition with their clients? It's not easy. It is our own, stake that we have to solve. And basically, yes, what we have to do is certainly put the farmer at the center. So we have designed tools and specific credit facilities to help embark the farmers and reward them with transition. For instance, we have subsidized loans to finance equipment linked to regenag or organic agriculture needs. We have facilities to help conventional farmers to embark in regenag or organic, again, that are subsidized. And what we have introduced, which is brand new in France this summer, it was the 18th of June call. We like that as French people. An indexed loan on agroecological performance. Based on either Cap de Zeer, so carbon diagnosis tools in France, or what we call the index of regeneration, which is an industry-led composite index mixing social and agronomical data and KPIs. And there it's highly subsidized. Why? Because we want to put a call on the market, on the farming market. Yes, you should go. But let's make it clear that it's not the banker who can embark. The filière should embark. And the good news is that working together with our large corporate clients, be them agro-industries, COPs, or retailers, and facilitating coalitions. Basically, we have set Hauts-de-France region in France as a pilot region. A pilot region because we have intensive agriculture and combining a lot of the problems that we see in all over Europe, climate risks, transition risks borne by farmer and supply chain stakeholders. And basically, we are on the brinks of putting in the market in 6 regions of France a full-fledged coalition of takers, buyers, because we think that we have to have an holistic approach of the farm. We made an agreement with McCain, for example, for potatoes, with a zero-rate loan granted to farmers who embark into pluriannual convention with McCain that support them in training, technical support, and premium. But for McCain, if the potato is grown on one parcel every 6 years, what happens between year 2 and year 5? And basically, we help McCain to gather all the other stakeholders around the table, put up an equation that is, what is the cost of transition? How can the supply chain remunerate the farmer for the cost of transition and the embarkment into transition? And basically, share the cost pro rata between each off-taker. So this is going to the market right now. And basically, we are very happy to support our clients in designing new ways of financing. And I believe that working together with DG Agri and EIB on hybrid finance, both public and private finance, will be the key for success.
Thank you, Thierry, and for showing us those examples as well. So turning to you, Christina, from Banca di Asti.
Thank you.
We've heard a lot about cooperation, conversation between all of the stakeholders, getting them around the table to think about the chain, the value chain, and where the missing links are. So again, for you at Banca di Asti, how have you seen the development of strong relationships between all of these people, between the banks, the farmers, the processors?
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cristina, and I come from Banco Asti. Banco Asti is a commercial bank operating in the north of Italy, and we are mainly in 5 regions, and we think it's a huge value of our business model to be very close to our local communities. So let me focus on the question. How to build strong relation at a local level, how to get to know well the value chain and all the stakeholders involved. So our special recipe for that, let me say, it's made of mainly 2 ingredients. The first one, it's definitely the most important one, and it's to bring competencies and services at a local level available directly on the territories. So we have 210 branches today in 5 different regions, like I said, in the north of Italy. And as you can imagine, some branches are in big cities like Milan or Turin, Genoa, Venice. But then, especially in Piedmont, which is the original land of the bank, we have a lot of branches which are in small communities and directly next to vineyards or orchards. And thanks to them, and thanks to all the colleagues that are working in these branches, we can actually provide services and, of course, also financial products and credit products directly close to where production happens. Also consider that entrepreneurs, this way they don't have to go very far in order to find what they need, but they can find it directly close to the places where they spend most of their life and most of their time. On top of the 210 branches, we also have a specialized network of advisors. These are more than 80 colleagues which are just specialized at serving SMEs. So, of course, they receive specific training. I mean, you were talking about training as well, and it's very important. Some colleagues are exclusively focused on agriculture and agro-industrial. So, again, they receive a specific training for that in order then to be able to talk also with the customers. Another way to get to know well the territory and also to serve it well and get to know the value chain, it's of course to take part into local fairs. or create maybe events directly on the territory in order to, again, share with all the customers, whether they are actual customers or potential one, the services and the pieces of advice that we can provide. So the way we address the value chain, it's definitely to get to know it from very close and to understand also the relation that there are along the value chain on the territory. I think another boost to get to know better the value chain comes from sustainability. I'm thinking especially about the sustainability report, which are forcing all of us, all the system, to think in terms of value chain. So we are becoming, let's say, a little bit more able to also read these kind of reports. We're providing trainings to our colleague on how to do that. And thanks to these reports, so directly from the view of the entrepreneurs, we are actually getting to know better which the relations are and where the value is and how to cultivate that. The second ingredient, let me go on something that looks not tangible, but believe me it is that we do our best to actively listen to our customers. It means that we sit, we take the time, and we try and understand every different story, every business model, because as you can imagine, every need is a little bit different from the other. After you carefully listen to someone, then, let me say, it's probably going to be impossible to serve that need with a standardized product. So we have a shelf of product which is organized to have at least a certain degree of customization and flexibility in order to be able to serve the specific need at best.
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christopher, you're from a company, another large company, Danone, and something we haven't heard much about today so far is milk production. It's very core to your business, so give us a view on that from Danone's point of view.
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to be here. Yes, we can talk a little bit about dairy. We do have some other commodities, obviously, that are very important to us. So agriculture as a whole is taking on greater and greater importance, not just in our procurement side of the business, but in our sustainability side of the business, the risk for all the reasons that have already been mentioned. Dairy is without a doubt our biggest commodity and most important commodity. It's at our core, who we are as a yogurt and fresh milk company, also a specialized nutrition company. In Europe, we are sourcing from a number of different countries, but I'll just talk about a couple brief priority ones. So obviously in France, where we're headquartered, and that's the center of our business, but also Spain, Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Poland, Romania are all very critical dairy sheds for us. We have many dairy programs that we call them now, where I think a real transformation has gone on within the company over the last decade plus, and CJ alluded to this, similar to PepsiCo, where these are my words, but not just a passive buyer of the commodity, but we're really investing upstream, partnering and creating different programs at a local level with these farms. Of course, all farms are have their varying local challenges and differences. Dairy is no different. There's many things that we've learned from one region to the next, but we have to have that bottom-up approach with the farms to understand what are the challenges, what are the priorities, what are the things most in need. We can also bring a little bit of a top-down set of experiences where we bring learnings from one region to the next. Sometimes it can be through innovations, manure management, fertilizer practices, for example, genetics, different feed rations, a whole host of different practices which are very standard for a dairy, but we can bring those learnings from one region to the other. So very important for us. I think one thing that we've done well over the last decade plus of getting to know our dairy farmers and partnering upstream is these assessments. You know, looking at what are the different, I do have slides, I'm sorry, I broke rules and brought slides with me. The map, apologies, our map making skills are a little challenging, but you can see Europe there as well. A number of different geographies that are critical. This is what I was getting to in just a minute. So anybody that knows dairy, this will be very familiar territory, and I'm being very broad in terms of the different levers, the different practices that are applicable to a dairy. And I think someone this morning may have asked the question, you know, what does a transition look like, or what does a transformation look like, whatever word is best for you. But you know, these are the series or suite or spectrum, if you will, of practices that are applicable to most dairies. It doesn't mean that all dairies are going to do all of these at once. Obviously, these are small businesses and are very capacity constrained and resource constrained, but these are the classic fundamentals. And I'll just focus on herd management. It's a very broad term. There's a lot of things packed into that, but this is your nutrition. This is your feed to the cow. This is your genetics. This is your animal care. These are the fundamentals of productive, efficient, resilient dairy. It also are the key levers to what we're seeing in greenhouse gas reduction. We have a methane commitment, for example, to own a 30% by 2030. We've already seen those numbers since 2020 go to almost a 25% reduction. The vast majority of those reductions, believe it or not, are coming out of that herd management bucket. Better feed, better genetics, better animal care are bringing better productivity. Also in manure management, of course, manure management varies a lot depending on the style of the dairy, the design of the barn, whether it's pasture-based systems. So not every practice is going to be applicable everywhere. We're seeing some promises in larger dairies with liquid-solid separation, which also has a great benefit on the fertilizer side of the farm, bringing a reduction in synthetic fertilizer where we're seeing that. We're seeing biogas, obviously, where applicable in a greater variety of size farms as well. The spectrum of manure management has really, frankly, our learnings in it have increased greatly over the last 3 to 4 years, I'd say, where we're now starting to see what are better options. Unfortunately, these are very capital-intensive, expensive activities. So again, they may make sense for a variety of reasons for the dairy, but similar again to what CJ showed, we may have 5-year paybacks, 7-year paybacks, so it becomes a very difficult financing proposition for us and for the farms. Feed, and again, this kind of connects to the herd management side with nutrition, but feed sources are critical. You know, what are the options beyond soy, for example, that in Europe in particular, where we might look at small grains, we might look at oil seeds, and this is true all over the world, frankly, where we can improve the available feed, which has a direct link to productivity and greenhouse gas reductions. And then finally, we'll call it more the innovation bucket. This could be anything from feed additives, which as we see it right now, these are great for methane reduction, but may be just a pure cost in terms of the overall management of the farm. So these are challenges, but we are trying to open up a greater R&D pipeline. Not all of it is our internal expertise, but really working with partners such as the Global Methane Hub to look at genetics, to look at probiotics, to look at vaccines, a whole range of activities that some are climate mitigation and some are hopefully what we'll see broader are different solutions that apply both to resilience, productivity, and mitigation opportunities. So these are a large suite of things. We are getting better at them every day. We're learning every day and every year, but we have now a body of work where we have a solid foundation to work with farms on what is available for them. And then maybe just finally to wrap up, again, this is labor-intensive work for us, going from just a buyer to a program where we have real animal health experts within, but we are also capacity constrained. So we have to think very creatively. Getting to know the farm is obviously the first step, but then who are the partners that we can work with to do the training, to do the technical assistance? We have to be very creative, and it varies locality to locality, obviously. We've got to build the data piece. The manure examples are a great example. A couple of years back, we had no idea what the economics of a liquid solid separator were. Now we have an idea. Now we understand what the different benefits are, what the costs are, the different way to finance it. Right now, to just sum up and put a snapshot, we are getting better at incentivizing the farm from our budget. We're getting better at blending what I'd say grant or reimbursement style contracts with, in some cases, public money in some geographies. What we need to crack next are the financial mechanisms. And it's probably not going to be one or the other. Again, I think CJ did it really well. There's going to be a spectrum of different pieces that probably are going to come at different stages of the farm's journey. But we really need to bring that other piece into the place where we can have those incentives. So how do we get into a situation where farms are thinking, okay, I know that there's an opportunity with better genetics. We know that there's an opportunity perhaps with better manure management. But again, these are CapEx intensive activities. So how do we bring the grant, the training, and the financial mechanism to bear to make this a bit easier?
Thank you very much, and also for the very comprehensive slides. We like a few slides if they can enhance the conversation. Thank you, Christopher. So to you, Christopher, I'm coming back to CJ now. There's a lot of movement with these huge companies, large-scale companies, global companies, actually, in the case of PepsiCo, of course. Why are you trying to be more sustainable? Is it voluntary, or is it pushed because of some rules and regulations? Let's think about the EU sustainability requirements, for example.
So I would answer this really differently last year than this year, to be honest, right?
Give us last year's answer and this year's answer.
No, I mean, I think it's true, right? There was a lot of push, and I think that we were sort of adjusting to regulatory and reporting as a priority to make sure that our work was translating into data that could be validated. And I would say increasingly it's becoming a more even equation internally. The pull of resilience, the pull of cost control is becoming greater. And as we're seeing not only the impact of climate disturbance and trade volatility, we're also seeing simultaneously the benefits of regenerative implementation over multiple years in a lot of different geographies. And so that's coming together to create, as Chris said, that business case. So while regulation sort of pushed us to pilot and to invest, now the evidence is surmounting in a way that's pulling us saying, no, this is the right thing to do from a financial and business perspective, in I think a really promising and more sustainable way in the future.
Well, that's nice to hear that regulation had a positive effect that way around. I would like to open the floor. I have plenty of questions. Christina in the front row here. So do keep your hand up and then we will get the microphone to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting, the speech of on insurances.
Anna.
Yes, and our question now, it's not easy for farmers to get an insurance. Everyone has already been said. And our idea could be also to have a kind of financial instrument as a reinsurance mechanism, because insurances are there, they are very costly, expensive. So our idea is also to have a kind of financial instrument under the form of reinsurance system so that we can benefit from this system and buy insurances. So I don't know whether the Commission eventually has, or the bank has taken this into consideration, because it could help us a lot. And also the Commission and the Member States could save money so that we don't have to pay for the ex post, but we will be paid less for the insurance system.
Well, Roberto, I think that's directed to you.
Yeah, indeed. This is quite a common demand, especially over the last few years. I think when there is awareness that the risk is there, and this risk is not only latent but is effective. You know, when you lose your land, when you use the crop, and you see that these recurrent events are actually more frequent than you think, and also is linked to the fact that there is a lot of abandonment of land. I mean, the more we have farmers not passing to the new generations, we have a detrimental effect on the use of land, and we have much higher increase of wasteland. So this is something that, especially the association of representing the farms, especially the small one, they are always asking for a financial envelope for insurances. Personally, I think it's not a matter of liquidity, because the liquidity is there in the system, but it's a matter of bargaining power. So how much you put the farmers together to get prices that are the insurance as well. So, but also for the problem is, I would start even from the first insurance, not the insurance, but also to reduce the prices. And I think you need to have a system where you have the bargaining power to keep the prices low. I think there is also the possibility of combining national instruments with European instruments in order to provide liquidity for the insurances. It's something that, again, as usual, who is taking the last risk, and where you are discharging the risk on these activities. And this is something that I don't know how much the private sector would be keen to bear this risk, whilst probably is the public sector of
Thierry.
Yeah, maybe just one word to add to this, as Créacol is a bank and insurer group. You're right. We are looking forward more cooperation at state and European level to bring insurance, especially for the transition risk. You have the climate physical risk that affects directly the crops yields, but you also have the transition risk when the farmer engages in transition and may incur a loss of yield because of learning the practice, not doing it especially really well. And we see also, especially in the experience of low carbon agriculture, you have 10 practices to go to the net zero at the co-op level. And in the field, you will see that the farmers can do maybe 2 out of 10, and so they will not succeed completely, and maybe lose carbon credit benefit. So all this needs maybe a beyond guarantee, because the problem of transition risk is that insurers cannot insure a risk that is certain. So there will not be any insurance for that. So we maybe need a mutual fund of guarantee at the European or national level. And for the bargaining power, it's a very good idea, but it would mean that most of the premium is based on the margin the insurer take, which is not the case. So it will have a limit.
Anna, you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Christina. And I loved your intervention earlier and took a lot of notes. Also, you made a comment about drought in Italy. It's one of the results in our study as well, so how underprotected drought is. And absolutely just spot on question. The study that we did on risk management and risk assessment across Europe very much looks at recommendations as well of the type that you're suggesting and considering all the different plethora. So there is a lot of work. This study was directed by Frank and Milena. They are around from the EIB, by Nivelin from the DG Agri. Kerstin, you saw her intervention today. There is so much thinking going on at the moment about what kind of action and what is the most immediate next steps are now that we know those results. But one absolutely essential common denominator, and also across the colleagues here working on supply chains as well, is risk modeling, risk assessment. The insurance sector is really good at this. It has to establish common denominators of how to measure risk so that then it can be shared. No insurance company is an island in itself. They have to then reinsure. They have to talk to each other in the way they measure risk. So there is a lot of expertise together with the breakthroughs you have presented today in this study and the new information that now we have from you. All of this needs to be integrated into risk assessments, risk modeling, and that will give us the information of where we need to adapt, how, and what kind of practices are relevant for what, for where. So yes, back to you, Lisa.
No, thank you very much. I would like to open the floor to more questions, actually. Yes, yes, well, from Howden's group. I won't say the link.
I am probably lucky enough to be the only reinsurance broker in the room. So I feel honor bound to speak. So my name's Rowan Douglas, and I'm CEO of Climate and Risk at Howden Group, and lucky enough to be one of the other lead authors of the report with Anna and Professor James Daniel. The comment from the floor is absolutely correct. Ultimately, this is about how we share risk across the Union, between member states, at the catastrophic level, and how we share risk within member states, and how we manage risk at what we call the attritional layer. And there are so many important recommendations in the report, but to come on to this one, because it's key for banks as well, and I think we can all learn around the Union from the lessons in France generally, and not least Crédit Agricole, is that the catastrophic year, every year on average, we'll lose 28 billion euros a year. So most years are less than that, some are more and some are a lot more. But that's a contingent liability that we need to manage. And at the moment, 80% of that is falling on farmers. So 23 or so billion euros a year are being lost by farmers. They're the ones carrying that load. And that's bad enough. But when there's a bad year in their part of Europe, then on average, a 1 in 50 year event is about 4 or 5 times in a country. But when we have a major loss in Europe, as we had in 2022, an event now in Europe could easily be a 40 billion euro loss, or actually 1 in 50 year, 2%, 60 billion euro loss. And at the moment, the EU, member states individually and collectively, is one of the few countries in the developed world which doesn't use risk capital markets to actually share that risk across the union and actually globally. So what will be absolutely key is that and this I think going to be one of the recommendations which perhaps is explored in greater depth more quickly, so that when there's a major drought, essentially the European Union has a 1 billion, 2 billion euro bazooka that can be immediately available to support member states or member states banks or whatever to support farmers and keep loans going. And that contingent asset can be purchased for relatively modest annual effectively premium to have this big contingent asset when a disaster happens. And I think that without that structural approach, and what is the European Union for if it isn't to share and manage risk across its member states, but through these global risk capital markets, including catastrophe bonds, actually you're not just sharing it across the EU, you'll be sharing it with the UK, America, the global south. So, and I think this is the evolution we make. Without that, we will have just such major shocks to the system, country by country, and actually to the European Union itself, that it will break budgets. But this is a well-established technique, and I think agriculture would be a great place to start in the EU. And then I can assure you, EIOPA, the ECB will be looking to take those innovations into the built environment, where obviously there is a great economic risk around shocks. I will leave it there because I'm on another panel.
I was going to say, you're setting yourself up perfectly for after the break. Well, we have to turn the microphone right here to the front row. Yes, so we'll hear from Rowan right after the break. Could we have a microphone right up here, please? It's here, just here.
Okay, I would like to go a bit more to what CJ said, maybe also Stephanie, and maybe also to the representative from Danone, because I mean, thinking about how we can really build this business case around agroecology or regenerative agriculture, organics. Because, I mean, we have worked for 10 years now in this area, a bit before. Also, RegAg became, let's say, overtook agroecology and, was developed. And you were saying rightly, you have a very close business relation with your farmers over decades. There's also agreements. So I think you have more leverage for making instigating this transition and also accompanying it than maybe we have elsewhere. So we have also had contacts with many others, with foundations, with Nestle, with whatever, so that have less contractual relations, let's put it like that, with their clients. And where they say it's getting increasingly difficult. And where they also see a movement where, okay, after the support phase is gone, because we then ask them, okay, how many of your clients actually, or the farmers, remain with the practices thereafter? And that's not so easy. So to make that sustainable in the long term, also when, let's say, this phase is over. And I'm really interested, maybe because you were saying it, so it gets more into a business case, whatever else you can say more in concrete terms. And then I'm still interested also because, okay, we're also working on a farm sustainability compass, which we will hope to employ more broadly, where in a not too distant future, we would be able to say for every farm which practice helps actually and what can be rewarded also with public finance, and have a mainstream, say, European measurements. You all talk about KPIs that you have developed or practices that you reward. It's all a bit different. And it's honestly, so from the point of view of measuring the impact, for instance, on soils, it's super difficult because it's long-term. So it's difficult to measure, it's costly to measure. If you go into biodiversity, I would say it's even more difficult, so if I may say so, but there you also might have some insights that you want to share, because that's interesting for us also to develop our farm sustainability compass.
Well, we will take those thoughts into the break, but if you have a quick comment. Oh, Christopher. Oh.
Yeah, I think I'll just answer super quickly on the business case side, and I think we have to make two business cases, right? So one is we do need to make the micro business case at the farm level, and that's where we can work with those direct relationships to understand, okay, how does your profitability change over time, and what are some of those outcomes that we see and can continue to see. Continuous improvement is a huge question for many of our growers who have been practicing agroecology and sustainable agriculture for years. What is the additional upside? The second thing is the macro business case is essential because of what you had said about Nestle as well, right? Most of our value chain is not direct. So we have to say, generally, corn is grown in this area. We are making the decision to invest in the entire transition of that area. That's a huge risk. And our business is continuing to kind of look at us and say, is that worth it? You know, I mean, and so that's also the business case that we need to make, is that investing in entire landscapes versus just having those investments just go to where we have that end traceability is a big business case that we're going to have to continue to make over the next 5 to 10 years.
Lisa, maybe I just want to add something as you were mentioning on the alignment on the environmental indicators. That's the first thing that also CJ said, which is important. Let's only measure what we're going to reward farmers for. So that's the first very basic principle. We're not there to measure just for the sake of measuring. I want to call out because I think there is a lot of cacophony out there, but I think there is more and more alignment. And there is, for example, for sure, one farm assessment industry tool that a lot of value chain actors are using, which is the SCI platform, regenerative agriculture tool. So there is starting to be, I think it's approximately 170 value chain actors that are behind that tool, which makes effectively a link between a list and basket of practices and key environmental outcomes. We've done a similar work on taking those outcomes and saying what are the incentive mechanisms in the voluntary and mandatory standard setting and reporting bodies, so in the CDP, TNFD, and etc., because CSRD, because that's also important. Ultimately, are the corporates incentivized? It's not perfect yet, and that's where probably I'm calling back to you. For us, that's why we're calling for an outcome-based cap, and that's why for us it's so important that hopefully that the on-farm sustainability benchmarking will be a harmonized outcome-based benchmarking framework that will help effectively drive that harmonization. I think the private sector is trying to drive that alignment, but to really go a step further, there it's where we need you. And we didn't talk too much today, but CJ was mentioning about the fact that when value chain actors are investing in regions, they're making a bet. And that's why we see also more and more examples of landscape level financing, where municipalities, water agencies, and value chain actors actually all invest together. They have different, for the drought, for soil erosion, for avoiding landsliding, but that's where it's very interesting to pull in and bundle capital. We have some examples, and CJ was explaining it, of closed marketplaces for ecosystem services. The Soil and Water Outcomes Fund or LENS, Landscape Enterprise Network in Europe are examples, but these are just small examples. To bring it to scale, we actually need you. And need outcome-based frameworks that will support that.
Well, Chris, you get the last word before the coffee break.
We're flashing in red. There's a lot we could talk about on this. I do think a couple quick things. One, we do have an opportunity with our contracting, long-term contracting, cost-plus model contracting. These are tools we can use to embed incentives, to reward, to have different types of bonus payments. There's many, many different ways to do it. So that is an advantage that still requires financing and limited budgets from us. Make it, the tool is one thing, and then how we implement and how far we can implement is entirely another. If we can blend in public resources with those incentive contracts or different types of premium payments, then we can go a lot farther. We've done this in other geographies where the government's offered, say, €1 and we put in another euro, and that match, then suddenly we have €2 to go to the farm through our incentive contracts. So there's different ways to do that, of course, but it's just a tool in which we can deploy different types of incentives. So that is attractive. I just want a quick thing, because I think I've spent a lot of time in the organic world in the past. I think this is not the organic world, right? There's clearly agronomic similarities, sure, on the ground, but we're not doing a top-down prescriptive approach, and that's not where at least our company wants to go with it. As Stefania said, this is more about the outcome piece, and not every farm is going to be equal. Some farms will do more than others, frankly.
Well, you did that so succinctly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the panel, wonderful panel. So on this panel, that's Rowan. You've already met Rowan Douglas, CEO, Climate Risk and Resilience Howden Group. I've got Lena Girard, Manager for Agriculture and Economic Affairs at Food Drink Europe. Give us a little wave, Lena. We've got easy or hard, we've got Lena and Lena sat next to each other. So Lena next to you, Whitaker, Director of Competitiveness for Eurocommerce. I've also got, give us a wave, I've got the names in a different order here. I've got Philippe Binard, who is the General Delegate for Fresh Fell Europe, Secretary General of WAPA, World Apple and Pear Association, and General Delegate of the World Citrus Organization also. Giovanni Tamburini, give us a wave. Giovanni, President for Primary Food Processors and Advocate of Bologna. I now know an awful lot about Bologna. And Pedro Cordero, thank you. You are the President for the European Feed Manufacturers Federation. And Francesco Sottile, member of the Board of Directors for Slow Food. So whilst I have you all here, I'm just going to sit with my lovely cup of tea, and I'm going to ask you all, thank you, to introduce yourselves and the organization you're from, and then we'll get into the challenges, opportunities, and financing aspects in integrated agri-food value chain approaches. So over to you. Tell us about yourself and your organization.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting. My organization is FIFAC, the Federation of Manufactured Compound Feed and Premix in Europe. We are representing all the producers of feed in Europe, but as well we are part of the global association. FIFAC is an organization, non-profit organization, founded in 1959, 27 members, several countries, and some observer countries as Turkey. We have UK as well, and some association. And we are the major cost driver in the farms, between 40 and 80%, depending on the species, including agriculture. So we are relevant for the farmers, not only because we are feeding millions of animals every day in Europe, but also because we are part of the cost, a higher part of the cost. Some figures about our industry. We have 3,000 factories in Europe, a lot of people working there, turnover of 63 billion euros. Probably it's not a small business. So this is our presentation, introduction about our industry right now.
Thank you very, very much. Over to you.
So I'm representing Fresh Fell Europe, which is the European Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Association, based in Brussels, obviously, because advocacy is one of our mission, but also to be a platform for the sector. One of the particularities of the association, and I think it's quite interesting for the approach of the discussion today, we are a vertical organization, meaning that we have members across the supply chain, from production down to retail. When we set up that format, I think 25 years ago, people say, well, that's a challenging task. There will be a lot of cacophony, but at the end, we have noted that in 98% of the case, where the protagonist is not the individual segment of the chain, but the product, we can easily talk the same language. We all have one common goal, which is to stimulate the consumption of fresh fruit and vegetable, which is good for the environment, good for the health of the people. Altogether, the sector represents for fresh about 65 to 70 million tons. It's primarily a local and seasonal business. There is a lot of sales which are done in the member states. More or less 50% is sold in the member states where grown. Then, of course, there is a very dynamic intra-EU trade to secure diversity, competition also. And then an international part. We import a lot, counter-season, tropical product, and we also export primarily to the neighborhood. But since the Russian embargo, we have tried to diversify to the rest of the world, where at the end, 95% of the consumers are also. So we cannot forget that. So I will stop here for the introduction.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Cacophony, that's a word, it's not a normal word. I've heard it twice now in 2 consecutive panels. It was, must be, well, I'm going to move to you now, Francesco, to talk to us about slow food.
Grazie dell'invito.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to be here today representing Slow Food. I'm Francesco Sottile. I'm a lecturer at the University of Palermo, but for the last 3 years, I have been on the board of Slow Food International. It's a non-profit organization based in Italy, but it operates in more than 160 countries worldwide. And we have about 80,000 members and more than 1 million activists operating through a number of local groups, particularly focusing on biodiversity and the safeguarding of biodiversity. Slow food is good for everyone. We focus on the topics of food production. We look at agricultural models that are resilient, and we work in partnership with hundreds of thousands of farmers all over the world in rural communities. Our effort is to add value to agricultural models, encouraging them to be responsible and focusing on our focus is primarily on biodiversity.
Good afternoon. And so I'm Lena Whitaker and I'm from Eurocommerce. So sorry for asking so many questions earlier today, but
please don't be sorry. I want people to ask questions.
So retail and wholesale at European level. So we bring together a number of large retailers and wholesalers, many of which in the food sphere is names that are probably familiar to you, from Carrefour to Ahold Delhaize. And then we also have a lot of the national associations of retail and wholesale. So we cover most of the countries in Europe, save for Latvia and Malta. And so we speak actually on behalf of the large and the small. And also in food retail, it's a big variety. We have integrated models, we have the discounters, we have also the smaller independent retailers and the franchisees. So it's a broad spectrum of business models, but also very much the door and what you are also familiar with in your daily lives in terms of actually getting the food that you want to buy onto your table.
Thank you. And from one Lena to Elena.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm Lena. I'm manager for agriculture and economic affairs at Food Drink Europe. Food Drink Europe is the organization of the European food and drink processing industry. So based in Brussels as well, another European organization. We represent big and small as well. 99% of food and drink companies in Europe are SMEs. We also represent big ones, a few that you've seen earlier today, Danone, PepsiCo. So that's a few of the direct members that we have, but we also work as members with all the food and drink national federations and the sectoral organizations. So from dairy to spirits, to fruits and veg, to coffee. So lots of different factors, different sectors to take into account there. Maybe a link with agriculture, that's extremely important. We heard earlier today about the interdependence in the food supply chain. 70% of what farmers produce in the EU goes into food processing. So our industry basically buys 70% of what farmers produce, which is why all the challenges that farmers face, we face later on in the supply chain. And that's why we really need the right framework conditions to move on with the sustainability transition. The key goal that we have as an organization today is really to build a food system that's resilient, that's sustainable, and that's competitive at the same time. That would allow us to have food supply chains that reward farmers, share the risks, and incentivize other actors in the food supply chain, including the industry, to further invest and collaborate. I'll stop here as well for the introduction.
Thank you. And now we're going to move on to you, Philippe.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie anche.
Good evening, everybody, and I should also like to thank you for the invitation. I represent the Primary Food Processors, which is a second-level European organization. It brings together all those who are processing agricultural foods, agricultural products for the food industry. So, what we are focusing on is an interdependent agricultural sector. Just to focus on numbers, we produce vegetable proteins, flours, additives, sugar, and also cocoa. This is the only company which, of course, imports this. We import cocoa. But as far as the others go, what we do is process vegetable oils, 70-odd%, and we are the primary producer in Europe. So that's our main characteristic. And personally, I am also president of CESO, which is the European Association for Sugar Manufacturers. And this is something which is very important. We have the Italian sugar mark, which is the only operational unit in Italy, in Europe. All this brings us to 3,000 plus companies, many of them in the sector of flour millers, because this is a very fragmented area, and all the others are very highly consolidated with 40, 50, 60 major processing factories. So what we do is we take the raw materials and we process them every year for a value of approximately 7% of the whole agri-food chain, valued at approximately 80 billion euros a year. So this is a very important organization. 40, 50, 45% of the cost of what we do is raw materials. And so fundamentally, I have a very strong relationship with the farmers themselves. And we have to look also at the energy cost. This is very expensive, and we have to look at this also in the context of the transition.
Give us a formal introduction.
Well, I inadvertently introduced myself just before the panel. It's Rowan Douglas from Howden Group, and I guess I'm very lucky. This is my third Fee Compass event, I guess I come from an insurance and reinsurance broking company called Howden, and I suppose that's perhaps a new ingredient in the Fee Compass mix. So maybe just worth explaining what that sort of organization does. So we don't underwrite. It's quite a large company, about 22,000 people around the world, and despite my British accent, there's about a third of us are located across the EU. We've got companies in every EU jurisdiction. And insurance and reinsurance brokers are quite unusual, and there's not even a handful of global brokers like Howden. And our job is to work usually with corporates to understand their risk, either from Mother Nature or from legal risks or other things, and work out how to manage that risk. So we have to do a lot of quantification of those risks, and then access this opaque, strange world of insurance. There are thousands of insurance companies, hundreds of reinsurance companies, lots of people who produce things called cat bonds. And our job is to, on behalf of our client, our fiduciary duties to our client, usually corporates, but often also governments, occasionally individuals, to optimize their access to this contingent capital called insurance or reinsurance, and enable them then to release other finances for other things. And perhaps it may be strange that most companies use a broker, and then my specialism is reinsurance. So most insurance companies actually don't buy reinsurance themselves, and all insurance companies have to buy reinsurance because under EU regulations, which are copied around the rest of the world, the insurance contract that you buy for your house or your car or your crop must be resilient to the worst expected losses once every 200 years. So think of the worst farming year you could have once in 2 lifetimes, and that's the regulatory requirement of an insurance contract. That means that insurance companies must have total capital to be solvent when the worst event happens across their entire portfolio at a 1 in 200 year return period. And they don't want to hold all that money all the time themselves, so they buy reinsurance to deal with the extremes, just like we buy insurance for ourselves. And would you believe, and we arrange that protection. And then would you believe it, reinsurance companies like Swiss Re and Munich Re and Lloyd's of London, they have to buy reinsurance themselves against really extreme catastrophes, and we have to model and understand those extremes and help them buy that reinsurance. And sometimes that's accessing capital markets to do things like cat bonds. So we have to, my job, I'm a geographer who ended up in finance, and I manage extremes. And we were very privileged to be selected by the advisory team at EIB to fulfill the mandate that was given to them by the Commission to undertake the report on the adequacy of insurance for European farmers now and into the future, which has been referenced one or two times. I don't want to go into that too depth, and we might have another round, and it's all up there, and you've heard some of the graphic outcomes. But I think I will pick a couple of things, because it may not be familiar. To quantify the risks, we had to use the metrics of the insurance and reinsurance world as required by our regulators. And that's a pretty high standard. So to let you know what was done, anybody from Germany in the room? Anyone from Germany? Okay, well, if you were, your lights went dim in January because the supercomputers at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology were wearing away. Because to do this work, we have to simulate 10,000 years of potential events at today's climate chemistry. So imagine, we had to simulate 10,000 2026 of all the key perils: drought, precipitation, frost. Because in order to understand the worst year that could happen once every 100 years, you need to actually have 100 samples of 100 years to know what the average is of a 1 in 100. And that's what's done to your house. That's how reinsurers actually assess your house risk. But it's an incredibly, and no one had ever done that for European agriculture before. So we had to assess the last 50 years to help us generate the understanding of vulnerability functions and historic patterns. But then we had to simulate 10,000 years of, like today, to come up with the distributions that you have in that report. Never been done in the world before, which is why what was done by EIB and we're now doing it for ASEAN, we're doing some for Brazil for the COP. It's groundbreaking. But then we reconditioned the models and did 10,000 2050s. And that told us that in France, for example, or generally speaking, frost losses to crops in the EU will grow by 40% over the next 25 years. That means because biological springs are occurring earlier budding and frosting, and if you grow vines or fruits in Europe, you have a much greater chance of having frost days on critical early growth days, which means in a period of one night, your entire crop can be lost. And if you get through that, you'll have to deal with drought, which currently, and look at the graphics for what happens next, drought is driving 55% of EU losses to crops. And it's not just a Southern European problem. The gentleman earlier from Sweden, 60% of Swedish current losses are driven by drought. You say, why? Well, because their crops are far more sensitive to relatively small changes in aridity. Even Green Ireland is 35% losses to drought. And at the moment, we need to share this risk beyond the farmers who, generally speaking, and in many countries it's no insurance at all, but on average about 80% of the risk is being borne by the farmers. It's intolerable. And so the final point I want to make is my specialism is arranging insurance for catastrophes for populations. And it's always a public-private partnership. It's always a share between governments, nationally and internationally. I've arranged many programs for multi-sovereign programs in the Caribbean and Africa. But insurance, please, if you leave this meeting with just one memory of what I say, it's actually something that Ana Gonzalez wrote about 20 years ago. And it changed my career. She said, insurance is not an industry. It is an institution of society, which allows communities, locally and globally, to decide what it is they collectively value. And to then agree rules and standards to make that activity or that asset more durable, and then to mutualize and share the risk when things go wrong. It is the ultimate community product. And in the end, you have to have a pool of money through taxation or through insurance premiums, or through a hybrid of mutuals, that is there to be a dependency when bad things happen. And to make that pot of money sustainable, you have to manage the risk, whether it's at the farm level, or building the reservoir against the drought, or sharing the risk across the EU. And this is the navigation system we need to have together to share this risk collectively across the Union and indeed across the world. And if we get this new instrument right, we will drive a pathway towards a resilient future for our farmers and for ourselves. So please, if whatever preconceptions you have of this thing called insurance, please think of it differently, because the revolution we make here in agriculture is going to propagate across the EU into the built environment and elsewhere. So thank you, Fee Compass, for giving us this chance to make this change.
Thank you very much, Rowan. That was very poetic, I must say, actually. And you've given us a lot to digest there. You started off by saying that the insurance companies, there's reinsurance. So if we end up with a disaster situation and we have farmers where they have shared the risk across various other players, want to get money back from the insurance companies, how easy is that, and how trustworthy are the insurance companies if they've gone reinsurance, like some kind of like triangular toppling triangle of finance somewhere in the ether?
If you, in the report, there are many types of insurance, and of course, there's insurance we're all used to. Something happens, you have a claim, someone might have to come and visit you, and all the rest of it. Actually, agricultural insurance and crop insurance, particularly sovereign level macro insurance, is being revolutionized by a relatively new technique. It's 30 years old. And let me give you an example from another part of the world, which will give you some comfort. 3 years ago, the government of Morocco was concerned about earthquake risk, and actually concerned about its population in the Atlas Mountains who would be exposed to earthquake risk that had no insurance and no protection. And they arranged what's called a parametric insurance program for just under $300 million. And basically what it said was, if an earthquake of a defined magnitude with an epicenter in a defined area occurred, and we can all model what damage that would do. Oh, by the way, climate risk is not really about the climate, it's all about the vulnerability of the buildings and the crops. It's the vulnerability functions that matter, and that's where adaptation comes in. But we can model, essentially, the likely impacts of an earthquake of a particular magnitude, and they could say, if it's worse than this, and if it's in this area, it's going to do this much damage. And they said, and we can work out the probability of that earthquake happening in a way that underwriters feel comfortable with. And the trigger is it isn't what happens actually on the ground in Morocco. The trigger is what happens to the USGS seismograph. You know what happens as an earthquake and so on. And would you believe it? And I can't tell you how much premium they paid for their nearly $300 million of protection. But if I told you it was like very small single-digit percentages of that number, because it was a highly unlikely event, but a predictable one, a foreseeable one. Amazingly and tragically, and if you look it up, in Morocco, there was an earthquake about a year after that, and it was a 3-year program. And because the money was transferred to the Moroccan government through its broker within days, as was the contractual requirement, because it's defined. And the beauty was that even in Morocco, and I love doing these programs, and we can all learn so much from the Global South. We've got to learn all these lessons up here, including the UK. Their social insurance system operates through digital, because you can't have post offices and things in the Atlas Mountains. So within 2 weeks, money was flowing from underwriters around the world into the social security accounts of Moroccan villages in the middle of nowhere. That is what we can do. It could be flooding into the bank accounts of Credit Agricole to keep them in. It's like, this is the innovation we need, but you know what? It's not that new. And you know what? All these things that we've done in the Global South, they were all funded by European donor governments. All the expertise sits in Europe. And we need to take some of that expertise and bring it home fast.
Thank you.
And we can.
We all believe you. You're very believable. Luna, I want to turn to you really because bringing it back to farmers, you know, at the literally grassroots of everything here, and the sustainable development, I want you to talk about how your members are supporting farmers and their sustainable development, and really, you know, the title here, challenges, opportunities, and the financing aspects. So when you talk to the farmers, the farm transition, how it affects your members as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so lots of things are happening in the sector, obviously, lots of different member sizes of companies, sectors, countries that have different ways of doing things. We've heard a number of examples earlier already. But yeah, different ways of collaborating, different types of partnerships. They can be by rewarding outcomes when farmers improve their practices and, for instance, sequester more carbon. There's lots of companies like Mars, Cargill that partner with soil capital or other types of intermediaries in order to deliver those carbon payments to farmers. There is also practice-based partnerships that we heard about earlier from Pepsi, Danone, where you can provide advisory services, trainings to farmers. Long-term contracts, that's also something that was said earlier. That's something that works very well, especially when you manage to link green premiums with sustainability developments or improvements. So lots of different ways of doing things, but there is one objective and always one way of well, same objective basically, and it's the shared responsibility of the transition. Sustainability needs to make sense for farmers, obviously. We need to have a business case there. And for the companies, it's not really about philanthropy, it's all about the resilience of their supply chains. There is lots of examples recently in Belgium, for instance, the company called Ardo, processing fruit and veg, that lost 20% of their raw materials just because of extreme weather events. So climate has a huge impact on supply chains.
There's something else I want to ask you, because you're dealing with very big companies and you're dealing with local level producers and farmers as well. And something that we've heard throughout the day, and we can see it here with everybody in the room, it's how to have these conversations and these modes of communication between them. So this is part of your job. How do you do that? How do you transmit the information between one group to another?
That's the tough bit about all of that. Different, indeed, size of companies, different issues depending on the sectors. But what's key is really about this shared responsibility. We talk about the cost as well of the transition a lot. The fact that the farmers need to bear these costs, but then it also has impacts down the supply chain. So how do we further collaborate? That's something that we bring as Food Drink Europe as a really sectoral organization where we can discuss all these issues. When you were talking about the transition being both an opportunity and a challenge, that's where we see our role in Brussels to really try to bring that policy predictability for the sector. Food and drink companies need or are ready to further invest, but they really need to be confident. And bigger companies can have this confidence sometimes a bit more easily, but for small companies, SMEs, that's really hard to make this step without the policy predictability that they need. So maybe closing on what we were talking about earlier, the CAP, the MFF proposals that we had in July. We're losing a bit that predictability. Green ambitions are maybe less strict than they were in the previous mandate, or at least the budget is not ring-fenced anymore. And we see a bit of concern from both smaller companies, but bigger as well, being like, how do we further invest now? Where are we really going together collectively in this transition? So talking about food security, sustainability, that's something that I can ask from policymakers today as well, this predictability we need.
Thank you. Giovanni, I'm going to turn back to you actually, primary food processors. So talk to us about your members and how they are supporting farmers. And of course, we've had talk about sustainable development all of the time. So where are the blocks? Where are the challenges and how are you fixing them?
Dunque, le sfide sono moltissime.
Well, there are many, many challenges. As I said before, our industry basically depends on how well farms do and how much they produce. And at this event, I would like to mention certain criticalities that exist. And much was said this morning about farms, incentives, financing, funding. What we're seeing at every level today is a very deep crisis in the agricultural sector, very deep, because today we're seeing costs skyrocketing. We're seeing very low prices. Our farms produce commodities, basically, and this is creating a very serious liquidity crisis. And for us, that is a problem because, obviously, in certain sectors and geographical areas of Europe, we are having a very hard time imagining over the midterm providing stable sourcing at acceptable levels at reasonable prices. And this is an issue that is somewhat neglected. We recently went to our members and we conducted a survey to assess their main needs. And I was quite surprised, not terribly much so, because this is a typically Italian issue, but it was a bit surprising that the first thing they mentioned was in MGTs, new genomic techniques, NGTs. What does that tell us? It means that there are expectations, huge expectations, upon science, hoping that it will provide a future for increasing yields in agriculture. And nothing was said about that today. Well, I think, in fact, it was. One speaker said that it is difficult to measure all this today, but for 50 years, we were able to have low prices because yields were high. And that was able to restore certain balances. But for the past 10, 15 years, practically in all productions, we're seeing yields decreasing. This may be due to new needs, environmental sensitivity, environmental awareness. And here I'm talking about sugar production. Out of 90 active ingredients over the last so many years, we're seeing more than 40 out of 50 active ingredients lacking. Is there some sort of link with all this? Probably there is, but this is a transition phase. And I think as citizens, we all agree that, sustainability is great. We need to reduce chemicals and regenerative agriculture, hooray. But this is a period of transition, and we don't know how long it will last. We don't know how long it will last. You've got climate change. We all agree, but nobody can measure it. And this may be a very long transition period where we need still to find answers, because alone the market can wreak havoc. The sugar producers, we reformed it back in 2006. There were 180 or so sugar producers back then. Now there are only 103. Over the past 7 years, at the end of the quota system, another 20 closed down, and so now there are 83 of us in Europe. In Italy, there are 19. Now there were 19. Now there are just 2 hours. And in some sectors, it may well happen that production shuts down altogether. So, and then it'll end up like insurance. It's a choice that Europe must make. But one thing that is concerning us is that these are subjects that there doesn't seem to be a commentary on. There doesn't seem to be a conversation. There's a lot of seeking innovation, and that's all very well and good. But you've got to go to the farms to see that innovation is all very well and good. But today I heard that 2 out of 10, I would say 1 out of 20 farms can, in fact, acquire the innovation that is available. So we processors find this topic absolutely crucial. And if you then add to that you've got high energy costs, well, it is very worrisome. The transition is of concern to us because in our particular situation, most of us use natural gas. A few in Germany in particular have converted from coal to natural gas, and now we're looking at decarbonisation, and that will cost a bunch of money without actually leading to value. To do what we're doing now, but we need to invest millions of euros in plant and equipment. And so it's an equation. And Europe has to find what it all adds up to, because there's a lot of uncertainty and things are not easy to work out. And this is what I have to say, because I think it needs to be sorted out before we go any further, because we have very close ties with our farmers. Many of our members are cooperatives. There's very close dialogue with their farmer members, and I should be an industrialist, but in actual fact, we are industrialists that process raw materials. So we're all very closely tied together in the sugar industry. And we've also got clients demanding certification. We heard that from Danone and PepsiCo. They're constantly asking for certifications that we have to encourage our farmers to take out one way or another. We provide information, we offer incentives. We have a lot of experience. In my own company, for example, 5 years ago, we embarked on a project to introduce integrated farming, which is a bit different from regenerative farming, but essentially it's more respectful of the environment than the conventional form of agriculture, with certifications issued by the ministry. And we did that also for commercial reasons, to set our end product apart. We can claim that our product is certified, etc., etc. And 80% of our farmers today are following the rules and regulations monitored by the ministry. And of the commodity producers, I think we're the only example of that type of certification being put in place. And it's producing good results even on the market. But it is raising awareness amongst our farmers as to issues relating to sustainability, because they need it.
I want to move to Pedro, actually, because related to what you've just said, perhaps you can talk to us about the vulnerability of the agri-food value chain. And something we haven't really spoken about here is the feed for livestock, which is extremely important and also quite fundamental. And you did a study, your organization did a study on the EU's strong dependency on third countries for these essential feed additives, like the vitamins, the amino acids. And so I'd love you to talk to us about the findings of this study.
Well, this is a different kind of risk. It's a geopolitical risk. It is very, very important for us, but also is a clear potential disruption in the European production capacity. Let me, only 1 minute about the microingredients, which is the soy, for instance, the high protein products that are produced also outside Europe. Majority of these kind of proteins are imported. In some cases, close to 90% of these high protein products come from outside, Brazil, Argentina, and United States. There is a small production on Europe, and you mentioned the NGTs. So NGTs can be also a solution to produce here in Europe some varieties of soy and other crops that can be allowed to Europe to be less dependent. In going to the microingredients, the feed additives and vitamins is even worse. Our study, it is in our website. You can go to our FIFA website, and it's public. And we present to DG Agri some weeks ago, and it's really to open the eyes, because the high dependency of Europe about these specifically essential raw materials is really critical. In some cases, it is 100%. China is the only country in the world that is capable to produce all these additives, vitamins and amino acids, that are not used only for animal feed. It's also used for human food and for other products in the food industry. So what happened now is that along the years, Europe, let me say it between brackets, but this is the truth, destroyed their own capacity to produce these products in Europe. And they moved the production capacity to those countries. Now the market of the feed and the market of the livestock is growing in China, Asia, and other countries, but it is quite stable in Europe. What happens to the livestock production in Europe? We are very dependent on these raw materials. During the COVID, only a small example, we were very close to stop the factories because of that, not because of the COVID. because the shortage of delivery of these kind of products, also when Yemen closed the strait and some other disruption or whatever other decision for this third country governments, block the business, not the business, block the delivery of this kind of products in our factories, and that means that we cannot deliver a proper feed to the animals. And once again, I remember to you that we are delivering feed every day to millions of animals in Europe, which means a problem of health for them and also animal welfare and many other things. So probably we are not 100% aware of this kind of big risk on a daily basis, but we highlight to the European Commission recently what we can do, because it's not only to claim about that. We are trying to promote dialogue, open dialogue with another organization across Europe to try to find a proposal on a specific solution. Of course, this is my first time here. And talking about finance, why not to invest in production capacity in Europe? Keep alive the current capacity that we have, which is only one factory in Europe is producing lysine. It's located in France. It's the only one in Europe that produces this essential amino acid. Why is this situation clearly a risk? Because of my previous explanation. So what we can do is to keep these companies alive, and why not to invest in new facilities to produce in Europe these kind of products? Not 100%, but part of this to allow our capacity to resist during a crisis, 20 days, 10 days, 100 days, something like that. But right now, we are very close to have a clear shortage in 20, 25 days. Was the case. I have experience on that. I was managing a big company in Spain and Portugal with 21 factories during the COVID. Believe me, it was the most tough time in my career, because we were very close to stop the factories several times because of that, not because of the COVID. So, of course, this is more or less the summary I can share with you about that. There are, for sure, another dependencies. Regulation sometimes is creating this kind of dependencies as well. We talk about NGTs once again, but we have the opportunity to speed up the capacity to resist the climate change or other, you described very well, Rowan, what could happen. Yes, why not to move forward with this kind of solution? The regulation is on the table of the Commission. We are not only waiting for the approval of this. So this is not only finance, it's also politics. This is my view, our view.
Well, you've laid out quite a bleak picture there, but also many other questions, because all of this, where the livestock feed is coming in from, there are questions about sustainability there, and at what point are you checking the sustainability, the transportation, for instance, as well, and then what's in the ingredients that's in the animals. So there are many other questions around this, but we'll leave it there for now. Philippe, I want to turn to you and talk to you, Philippe, about your members, the farmers, and how ready they are to transit to the sustainable approach, the climate neutral agriculture.
Low battery. I think the discussion on sustainability, because when you enter a shop, the first department is the fruit and vegetable sector. So there can be no compromise on the quality, there can be no compromise about the availability. So for us, the discussion, it was not necessarily named sustainability 25 years ago. I think that has been more when we were turning to the Paris Agreement and how to build sustainability around the three pillars: the economic, the environmental, and the social. But I think there is, I will not say that we need to talk about resilience in adapting to sustainability, because this has a negative connotation. Resilience means we are more reacting. I think the sector has been more proactive because of the scrutiny that we might have in the shop, making sure that the product will meet all the possible requirements, not only the food safety, but it's now much broader elements which go up to the social element also today. So we need to make sure that we are accountable about what we do. And also when we look at the action that need to be taken, we have also a sector which have a lot of diversity. We have indoor production, we have outdoor production, we have different crops. Some are more susceptible to climatic condition, others are more susceptible to market volatility. So I think there are hundreds of different solutions. Some of them depend on the regulatory instrument that we have. We talk about the new breeding techniques. We can talk about the toolbox. We could talk about packaging, where we are also one of the sector which is the more discriminated with the new packaging legislation, the only one who might have by default to sell loose. And that could be conflicting with other priority about food loss or food waste, for instance, because packaging has a function. It has a cost, but it has a function. So I think it's important that also starting from the grower, individual grower, where some of the steps require larger investment. They are accompanied. We have in the CMO the system of producer organization, where we talk about the larger investment that need to be made. They could be the catalyst for gearing the individual producer, which belong to that producer organization, into the right step. And also, I think we have one of the unique privilege, especially for the fruit side, that when we talk about carbon neutrality, there will be no carbon neutrality if we don't have forest and fruit production. So we have to learn how to maximize that capacity. That includes, for instance, soil health, so that the carbon sequestration can be optimized. That could be for many other elements, which could include also up to the end of the life of the orchard, because if we are very good in carbon sequestration, which allow to have the carbon neutrality, we have to make sure that we don't lose all the benefit by burning the tree at the end of the life cycle of the orchard. So I think there are a lot of things that where I must say there are a lot of constructive discussion in the sector to make sure that we find the right approach collectively and not individually, because at the end it's something which could generate additional revenue. And maybe I would like also to make one other element. When we look at the CAP budget, the fruit and vegetable sector get about 3% of the budget, which is relatively low compared to the agricultural output, which is about 20%, but it is also relatively inconsistent with the willingness to move to a more plant-based diet. When we look, and there is no negative connotation to that, it's a reality. About 80% of the budget in agriculture go more to the animal sector, and about 20% go to the plant in general, where fruit is part of it. So if we want to continue with the move to a more plant diet, maybe something will need to be done. We consume about 350 grams. When we take the cursor, WHO recommend 400 grams. The Lancet report published last week spoke about 500. Most of the dietary guidelines from member states talk about 500 to 750. The Nordic Council talk about 800, which combine 400 grams for health, 400 grams for the environment. So we are far from there. So how do we stimulate the move? One portion more, it's 12 million tons. But we probably need much more than one additional portion. And how do we get there, balancing the production with the demand? Because otherwise it will be a catastrophe. So the growth is supply and demand together. And maybe one last comment. When you look today, the level of production compared to dietary guidelines, you will be surprised of what you see. There are no dietary guidelines for sugar, but the production is relatively high. We don't have enough production in fruit and vegetables to reach the dietary guidelines. So how do we manage the equation better than what we have today? I think that's an important question for the future, and also for the future multi-financial framework, which doesn't show a lot of incentive, which show a lot of discrimination of competition, possibly with different speed at the member states level. So I think there are still a lot of questions that we could legitimately have for maybe more fairness and a better cross-check between the ambition and what is done to sustain the sector.
Thank you. Well, you've added a very interesting question, a few very interesting ideas there. To give us a little bit of hope and optimism, perhaps, Francesco, I'd love you to give us some examples of perhaps successful value chains, if they exist.
Well, if you're giving me the role of the optimist, it's really not that easy. I should point out that speaking at the end of the day's event means that I have heard from many, many people, and to a certain extent, this has totally changed what I might have wanted to say previously. So, for the umpteenth time, I should like to thank the organizers of this event, which has been so interesting. I was really interested to hear about the example of Morocco, for instance. I think it's an extraordinary example of public-private partnership and cooperation to ensure that we have security and resilience for our citizens. Probably the primary objective that I've just mentioned should be something which we should be looking at in agriculture also. Now, coming back to agriculture, we know, and this is well proved, I'm not just saying this in terms of environment. We know that part of the risk of climate crisis today, a part of this actually comes from agriculture itself, an agricultural model which today has led to a situation which is no longer sustainable. It's true that as well as what we see in agriculture today, the agricultural yields that we see today are unsustainable. We have intergovernmental studies on this which say that 70% of arable soils are below the certification level. This covers the whole agricultural sector, and we cannot continue to accept that. I think that today we've heard of efforts made across the board, working towards regenerative agriculture as a model of resilient and sustainable agriculture. But I think we should just take stock of this and think about who should establish the politics and the policies of regenerative agriculture. American agriculture, organic, regenerative. We're hearing here in Europe more about natural agriculture. But also we should be looking at the agriculture which is carried out internationally by major enterprises which talk about regenerative agriculture and use chemicals. We all talk about regenerative agriculture, but I think that sometimes we are talking different languages and we don't understand each other. And we have to do that because I think that politicians can really help agriculture, help us to move on towards real sustainability. We talk about agroecology. Internationally, this is recognized. It has well-defined principles, well-calibrated principles, which are not called into question. although sometimes within the concept of ecological principle, they are discussed. But we're talking at social issues here. We're talking about principles such as the relationship between the farmers and us. I'm talking about farmers here rather than farm holdings, because farms are where people work, where they are working the land. But they're protecting the soils, they're protecting water. And if they are not allowed to work in a sustainable and responsible fashion, if they can not play that role in the production of food, we're going to be in a difficult position. We have to recognize their role. These are farmers. And we're talking about sequestration of carbon, the carbon in the atmosphere. And the sequestration of carbon is helping us to move towards solving the climate crisis. And what we need to do is really have a proper, detailed risk analysis of the effect of adverse climate events on agriculture. And it is very important that we support policies which also in the long term help us reduce the impact and the number of these adverse climate events. We have to see this as an opportunity for us all. We believed in the Green Deal because it's a long-term perspective. And this in face of a situation which is no longer sustainable. So we need to guarantee the farming of our entire continent. Somebody said about Italy previously, it's a long piece of land and it's very diverse. And it is. There are so many different aspects of Italy, and very difficult to put them into one national strategic plan. And Europe is just so diverse. If you look at Europe and how diverse it is, what we need to do is to guarantee that the farmers who make such a contribution to us all can benefit from this. We need a proper sustainable model. And finally, another final point, when we're looking at globalization, we shouldn't overlook the fact that European agriculture is faced with global agriculture. And I think that today we've talked a lot about the European model through a European viewpoint. And what we need to do is to guarantee that European farmers have the possibility to compete properly with farmers throughout the world. Food moves from one part of the world to another, and food is something which doesn't stay in one place. But it's not right if farmers who are farming properly don't get the necessary help and subsidies to use proper production systems which are in line with the economic sustainability that we all desire.
Perspective. So let's bring it back to the finance element. You're Director of Competitiveness for Eurocommerce. You've been listening to all of these various thoughts from quite a number of different stakeholders, but they all come together. So what is your perspective? And I guess it's more related to the financing aspect.
Thank you. Well, I think actually what I would say is that for retail and wholesale, if everybody that's spoken is doing well, then retail and wholesale does well. Where retail and wholesale is in the chain, I mean, we don't have so many direct relationships with the farmers. It's maybe only about 5%. But actually, having this healthy chain is exactly what we need. So where retail and wholesale sit is basically is the conduit for the consumer. So sending those signals of what the consumer wants to buy down the chain to make sure that actually we have the products that are there that they want to buy. And frankly, that's just the way that the business works and serves the consumers, and also is how we actually deliver for our own, the company's pockets. But in that respect, it's about having a value chain that really delivers. That's the volumes that it needs. There's a lot of people to be fed with the quality that's also needed, the certainty of that supply, the resilience that can come from a large pool of diverse farmers able to supply every element of the chain, not just the fresh products, but everything that also comes through, because many of the products that you buy in supermarkets are, of course, processed or to a different degree, and having that variety and choice. And so I think bringing it back to the finance, I mean, this is clearly a clear element that if there is healthy farmers, in the sense of being able to be financially viable, able to invest in sustainability, then that just means that actually on the retail and wholesale side, we've got what we need to put on our shelves, and we've got what we need to serve the consumers. So I think I hear there's a lot of challenges, and I know that inside of our sector, we do have some initiatives where we work a little bit more directly with the farmers to try and also get that closer connection, but it is fairly niche because of the volumes that we are dealing with. And we have some companies like Raver who are working with farmers to develop their skills. It's access to technology. It's also various training. And I think a little bit about what we talked about this morning, it's also about their financial literacy and helping that to be able to get the loans. Sonai, another one of our companies that we represent, has organised also with farmers the transition towards more sustainable production. So it's not as developed perhaps as the schemes that were displayed on the panel before us, but this is basically what we have that helps us deliver. And as I said, it's the volumes that this sector needs, it's the certainty, it's the quality, it's the variety. And so I think for us, it's also about where that organisation can come in the chain, and if there are purchasing organisations, if there are cooperatives that can gather those volumes and then we can negotiate as a sector with them, then that also helps us. That more organisation as well will also help us make sure that we have the stock on our shelves. So I think this is where the single market comes in, where the financing comes in. It's all the rest of the means as well that may need to be there, the financing aspects. Is it digitalization? Is it collaboration? Is it capacity building? And so we are sort of in a different position, but as I said at the beginning, if everyone else does well, we're in a good position.
And it's all connected, as we certainly learned today. Rowan, I think you wanted to add to this.
Well, I've got two things. One, Francesco asked for a climate risk study of European agriculture. There is one. There you go. I'd like to, my last invention at least, be a positive vision for the future, grounded in European culture and identity. And I'm inspired by the fact that I'm here in Italy. I don't come to Italy enough, but we've talked a lot about risk today, haven't we? Not everybody knows that, I'm going to say this badly, so forgive me. Risk comes from the Italian word risicare, which evidently means to dare the gods. It means it was at the essence of the Renaissance. And here we are quite close to the birthplace of Leonardo da Vinci. Against the gods was the belief that man and woman had control over their destiny. It was what made the modern world against the thousands of millennia, or the thousands of years before. And it was the spirit of the Renaissance which led to the age of the Enlightenment and the age of reason. And that's driven by the heir to discovery. And I'm sure I am not the only one in this room whose whole life was shaped by knowing that history. It shaped my political thoughts, it shaped my scientific thoughts. And we have to have a re-enlightenment and a bravery to discover things again. So my analogy is we've produced collectively this new understanding of the future risk of agriculture in Europe. And if my metaphor is that there are hundreds of reports on agricultural risk and climate, but it's all just like having a chat with a doctor. It's all just mushy. We have produced collectively the equivalent of a blood pressure reading. Read that report is like reading the blood pressure. And like any 56-year-old like me, your blood pressure is going in the wrong way. And you have to decide to yourself, well, am I going to do anything about it or pretend it's okay and risk a catastrophe or some chronic issue? So we have to now get real. And what I'm excited about in this report, there was a recommendation around called ITAP. And it's basically about sharing the modeling and detail that was done in this report, ultimately to governments, but ultimately to farmers. And once we have a common risk, or a common spine of understanding this risk, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a producer, whether you're a lender, whether you're a government, and how that risk is distributed and what drives it, then we can rediscover the age of the Enlightenment and actually confront this. And we will. Because the other thing that became absolutely abundantly clear in that report is that as you go around Europe, all the knowledge and all the examples are there already. We just need to bring it back together. And it's so exciting, and that will be exported around the world. And my final thing is, I'm very lucky to work for a global company, and I'm British. It's a privilege to be here. I wish I was here more regularly. But actually, to confront this, we will need to share this risk and understanding around the world. And there's such an appetite to do that. And with the UK, we have one agreement with the EU right now on climate security. Would it be so exciting if through this area of sharing and understanding the risk of climate and agriculture, we all share food chains, we can bring countries and communities who have been somewhat separate together again. Isn't that what this is really all about?
I was going to open it to the floor, but I'm not sure anybody can top that. I'll just give a pause for that to kind of be digested. Would anybody like to follow Rowan? Oh, we do have somebody who would like to. Could we have a microphone? I think it's Agnieszka, is that correct? Well, you could, but we're recording it, so you can jump to the stage. We're all friends here now. Well, I'm so glad you did stay to the end. It's where we get the most intimate conversations.
Yeah, I will stand. They are colleagues of agri-food sector. I'm still Agnes from Latvian Farmers Federation. What I wanted to tell, I'm glad to hear that all of us understood the challenges of the farmers and of the agri-food sector, about the challenges that farmers meet every day, and also about the importance of that we have a food and resilient farms and everything. So, I would like to kindly and strongly ask to everyone, when we make financial instruments, please create them for the farmers, as a support and help for the farmers and agri-food sector. Don't use farmers as a tool to create business of financial instruments. So this is very important. Instruments for the farmers and sector, not the farmers as a tool for the business for instruments. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any final thoughts? Any other comments or thoughts? Well, I think that's wonderful. Agnes is one of the first people to ask a question, and it's lovely that you can end the day as well with a thought too. For the farmers, you said, and perhaps we should say with the farmers also, for and with the farmers. Well, to my wonderful panel, thank you so much. Really, it was a pleasure to listen to your thoughts. Thank you very much, the panel. I am going to leave the floor in just a few moments, but before I do, we have some final thoughts. She's going to pull the whole day together. It is the head of unit for DG Agri at the European Commission. It is Kirsten Rosenau. So she's coming back to the stage to give a little resume of the day. Kirsten.
Thanks a lot. So that will be actually the real challenge. So because it's been such a rich day, so that's quite something. So as we come to the close to this 11th annual conference, so it's time to take a moment to reflect on what has been a really, really rich discussion exchange here in Milan. And from what I've heard from the organizing team is that we had this time an even more diverse stakeholder community here, so which I think has shown very much in the discussions and the different viewpoints we've seen. So therefore it has really been very rich. So because there's a lot of conferences, you go to a lot of these, and some are more useful than others, but at least for me personally, I can say this has really been a great experience because there have been very many different viewpoints from all of these different stakeholders. So we have reaffirmed, I think, today a key message, which is the transition to sustainable, competitive and resilient. I heard resilient is a more laid-back position, a reactive one, but for competitiveness and sustainability, it's quite active and activism is required, is already underway. So we're not contemplating anymore, what should we do? Now we're in the middle of doing, but it's probably good to look at the three essential pillars of this. So first of all, I think we all agreed that this must be farmer-centered. We just heard it again. So it's been written in my statement, it was there before. So where sustainability efforts are really properly valued and also rewarded. I think that's really key. Then it must be built on a close collaboration among public and private stakeholders. Almost in every statement today, I think we could find that back in one way or the other. And it must be adequately financed. So that is through shared investment that leverage and de-risk private capital. I think that's really been key. And I think there's one thing that was more, let's say, a practical hint. I'm looking here at the 12th annual conference in preparation, which said we should maybe start mixing on the different issues we talk about, the farming sector, the business sector, the financing sector, and the insurance, and I really agree to this. Today we had a more sequenced approach still, which is more traditional, if I want to say, and it worked well as well, but I think our task for the next time is to mix this. So I think for all of us, and I think that was a good hint. And from our opening statements to the final panel, I think the dialogue has really shown how financial instruments, not only ours, but also regional, national ones that are deployed, are enabling a real tangible change on the ground, so empowering not only farmers, but also cooperatives and agri-food businesses to invest into the future. So in all the sustainability, competitiveness and resilience challenges that we know so well. We have heard from different national and regional authorities how financial instruments are being tailored to support the general objectives that we all have. Be it through investments, purchase of land, working capital finance, or in combination with grants. So I think these lessons are really vital, well, to strengthen the implementation, but also to expand access to these tools so that meet the diverse needs of rural communities. So we've heard a lot about reaching out. It's a different community, small, local. How do we get to this? Today, we've also seen it in one of the practical examples that accompanied this conference. And that is something we have to take forward. So then on the session on the agri-food value chains, regenerative farming and sustainable finance, that's also been rich in terms of bringing the perspectives from across the business and farming communities, reminding us that the successful transition relies not only on funding, but also on different things, on stakeholder involvement, on trust, on collaboration, on a shared vision of where we all want to go together, which I think we've developed here. But this is something which is not necessarily easy to build in the daily work that we have. But that's something we really have to bring forward. So finally, the closing panel reminded us that integrated value chain approaches linking farmers, processors, distributors, and consumers are essential to unlocking the full potential of sustainable food systems. It's really through this collaboration that we also can remain in a leading position in Europe with regards to food production. So moving forward, looking ahead, I think well, the tasks that come from this is clear for all of us to ensure continuity and building on positive experience from the implementation of financial instruments. So learning from what we've done very well, but maybe also not. Failure can sometimes be something which can give us real lessons. So we've seen that as well. Then I think there's a real call for continued simplification, even if I'm not sure if I like this word anymore after having myself been responsible for 3 successive waves of simplification, also of the regulations, but more is needed. So we've seen that, and we will do. And expanding financial instruments as well under the new MFF. To further integrate value chain thinking, so not compartmentalized thinking, but really value chain thinking. Where does it start? Where does it end? What's comprehensive? The push and pull between of this. So really important, and really with the aim always, as was mentioned, to reach those who need this most. So especially young farmers. So I was very happy to hear from many presentations today that you've built this in the instruments that you have, in the initiatives and so on. So this is something underway, so that it's everybody who's working on the different ends, on the generation renewal issue that we have, and which is key. And to keep building bridges, of course. So that I think we've done today. We continue, so we'll see how successful we'll be in attracting yet more stakeholders to our 12th conference. And I want to really express my sincere gratitude to all speakers and panelists, the moderator, of course, splendid job you did. Then to our hosts here in Milan, to all of you participants from all across the future of European agriculture, and of course also the FICAMPAS organization team and the IB who worked very closely with us, and my own team preparing this. And together we'll build hopefully a more sustainable, competitive and resilient future for our farmers. I wish you all, after probably another aperitivo Milano that you're enjoying here, and I hope you will, a safe journey back home, and looking forward to meeting you next year for the next challenge for financial instruments.
Thank you so much, Kirsten. Thank you. Well, she said almost everything. And before that aperitivo, I just have to add a few more things. I always have to thank the technical team, because without sound, none of this would be heard by you. So thank you to the technical team. A huge thank you to all of the interpreters and translators. And of course, the organizational team. They put together all of the speakers all of the day. It's a huge job. So thank you to the organizational team once more. As I said earlier, you will have a recording of this if you want to look back at any of the information on the FICAMPAS website in the coming days. Very important for me to reiterate, they would love the feedback form. You've seen it already on the chairs. On your chairs, you leave these things. You leave them here. Apparently, a lot of these go missing. I don't know what percentage, but just leave them here if you've been using them. And also, you've got the QR code for the feedback form, which is pointed to with a big arrow up there. And for anybody who's in Brussels, there will be the 10-year anniversary, and the next event is the FICAMPAS 2025, so 25th, 26th, 27th of November in Brussels, and you're all welcome to join us there as well. And with that, I wish you a wonderful evening in Milano. Thank you.